You know what I mean? Like when you have questions or you want to say some shit.
Oh yeah, I will.
Reading my article, like I don't want to be sucking my own dick.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, yeah.
You know,
Sure, yeah.
It's not cool, right?
Yeah,
I'm cool with self promotion and like shilling because I know like I'm the product, but on the same level, like motherfucker, it puts people the fuck off when I do that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have other people push the shit. About that. Like bro, on Substack, there's so many people who like quote themselves, and I'm like, bro, listen, stop it. You know what I mean? If your shit is quotable, you know what I mean? Like motherfuckers will quote it.
As I said in the previous article, marked here, you can see how clearly smart and correct that was.
No. They don't even do that, bro. They'll literally like quote themselves as if like, yo, that was a fire line right there. Yeah, fucking exactly. Right. And like, but you're quoting yourself. Like, stop, bro. Like you can't do that shit. No. Like I can understand if you told like a good joke, right? You know, I mean, you just want to share the joke or whatever it is. Like I have a buddy of mine, or ex-buddy of mine at this point, but he made up this joke and he said, listen, you know what I mean? We can make a deal with the blacks, right? Like, they can have like Black History Month, but we only do it on like non-leap years and we can call it the 3/4 compromise. Right. And that's a great fucking joke. Like, it's a great joke. And he should be telling it on a regular basis. You know what I mean?
Repeat that joke one more time. I didn't hear that because I was trying to share the link. Repeat that joke, the 3/4 joke. I want to hear that one.
All right. So, right, he said, listen, we can make a deal with the black people and say you can have Black History Month, right? But only on non-leap years, and we can call it the 3/4 compromise. Right? And that's a great fucking joke.
Like once in a fucking blue moon, we gonna do a 3/4 compromise. Yeah, I remember that shit. So,
like compromise, you know what I'm saying? Like there were 3/5 of people or whatever. It's a great fucking compromise just as a whole. All right. So anyway, fucking to the article, right? So I wrote this, like an hour or two ago, whatever it was, right? This is what was lost, what a world of cheap goods and labor has stolen from us. It is 5 a.m. The wind howls you open the door and step onto your wooden porch. The snow cuts across your face. This is picked up from the neighbor's roof and blows towards you. You walk towards the steps, listening to the ice crackle under your feet. You get to your 1986 Chevy K10 pickup truck. The door handle is cold and the button sticks as you press it to open the door. You pump the gas pedal 4 or 5 times, trying to push the gas into the intake from the carburetor. The key turns and the motor whines as it gallops, trying to start. The motor turns as you pump the gas pedal desperately, trying to get it to fire. You stop for a moment and wait, listening to the wind blowing across the metal roofline. You pop the hood and tap on the carburetor, attempting to free the float in the bowl. You check the distributor cap and rotor. You grab the can of ether from inside the cab and spray a little in the air cleaner, then hop back in the truck. You pump the gas a few more times and hit the key once more. It revs and you push on the gas pedal, holding it to the floor as it coughs a few times before finally the old 305 fires off. You hold the gas halfway down to keep it running and attempt to warm the motor to get the glass defrosted. You walk back into the house and you see your 10-year-old son putting his boots on. You ask him what he's doing. I'm getting ready to come plowing with you, he replies, standing up straight with pride. You smile and pat him on the head and reach in the cabinet for some hot cocoa. You place the pot in the wood stove and grab a piece of wood, shoving it into the square hole in the front of the cast iron belly. You pour in the milk from the glass jar into the pot and let it boil while the truck runs out front. Cut off 2 pieces of bread from the loaf your wife cooked yesterday and place them on top of the stove to brown. The pot boils and pour the contents of the cocoa packets in the 2 coffee mugs and fill them with milk, handing one to your son. You know he'll get used to this process over the course of his life, and today will not be the last time he leaves the house at 5 a.m. You and he sit and put in some carbs for the long day that begins now. The 2 of you get in your first job for the day and you show him how to run the plow control. Once you're done plowing the lot, you have to shovel the walks and put down salt. He grabs the shovel and helps you as you push through the heavy snow. You finish your lot and head off to the second. The roads are full of snow drifts and haven't been plowed yet. You go slow, but eventually you hit a dip in the road and the plow gets stuck. Time is money on a day like today. Businesses want to open and you are the one who can get them to that status. Your child, though, is now stuck in a truck surrounded by a deafened world of white. You get out and try to dig the plow out to no avail. It has to come off and be drugged to the bed. The plow weighs nearly 350 pounds. You know you can't move it on your own. You look at your son through the windshield. You open his door and tell him you need his help. You set the plow down as far as it'll go and unhook it. You each take a side and lift. He handles his end like a grown man for a few steps. He looks at you as he drops it, feeling embarrassed. You smile and say, boy, that's damn good. Think you can go again? I think so, he stammers as he stammers through his jacket zipper. He bends down and lifts and starts walking. You move at his speed, and little by little you reach the back of the truck. You finagle to plow under the bed and get the truck unstuck, turn around and find another route to the next customer. You finish your day as the sun sets and he is fast asleep. You walk over and carry him into the house. You two just made enough money to pay the mortgage and electric bill for the month in a day. He has no idea how instrumental he was to you. He has no clue that you just watched the boy become a man and earn for the family. He has no idea how important today was. You tuck him into bed and stare at him for a minute. He is exactly what every father prays for. The things he did today will leave a mark on him for the rest of his life. He will pull on this memory when times get hard at future jobs and have the wherewithal to move forward, when his bones and muscles scream, when he has a son to feed and a roof to keep over his children's head. He won't quit. He will find a way. This is no different than the countless generations before. The ones who went to Bastogne or saved the airborne boys by having the ability to troubleshoot problems and keep their tanks running through the winters of Northern Europe battling the Nazis. The men who had to build bridges over creeks or barges across rivers to sell their crops with nothing but an axe, a dream, and an empty stomach. The men who laid the crops in the ground and built the cabins out of foreign wood in harsh environments, who buried their great-great-grandparents. Somewhere between the summer of love and the George Floyd riots, we lost some of that. The ability to buy food at the store and put auto bills on a credit card gave us the ability to divorce ourselves. We no longer relied on our neighbors and our grit to get by. We stopped caring about the horses that carried us from place to place. We used to be stewards of our possessions. This is why when we say women should be property, it seems like a foreign concept. No one maltreated their possessions before the 1960s. You oiled and greased your machinery. You sharpened your knives and axes. You oiled your leathers and guns. The basic thing called stewardship and maintenance has become a lost art form. This was a song from Toby Keith, may he rest. There was a song from Toby Keith, may he rest in peace, called Made in America. He sings about his pappy's disgust of people driving foreign cars and wearing cotton we didn't grow. He would never buy anything he couldn't fix with WD-40 and the Craftsman wrench. I had the same feeling. I grew up forced to work on cars that we needed to get from place to place. I survived and fed my family by being able to fix the things I owned. I paid rent by fixing my apartment many times. I got through by carrying a tire on the rear of my head and walking 10 miles to get it fixed. The jack fell through the rusted body and the car landed on my hand, and I still took my ass to work. This isn't to say that being tough is all there is to it, but having the ability to walk through and figure it out is paramount. We lost some of this. I even go into debt to pay for stuff I don't need. This has become a cancer upon our bones. It's like an addiction. Not having money gives me a panic attack from time to time. The precarity of not being able to fix the things I own. The month-to-month concern of having no way to predict if things will be okay. Will I be able to pay my car note? Will I be able to pay the electric bill? It's scary. It didn't used to be this tight constantly. We've been robbed of so much by choosing short-term comfort and growth over long-term stability. We shipped our manufacturing to China. We automated and credit flushed our savings. We destroyed the things that made us able to survive. Today, a few others not teach men the basics of car maintenance and the importance of knowing what engine is in your vehicle. This premise was something we laughed at women for not knowing 15 years ago. We would say, if you don't know the motor and transmission in your vehicle, you shouldn't be allowed to drive it. This premise still holds true. There's a reason men were so fiercely loyal to brands. Each had its idiosyncrasies and problems, drawbacks and positives. Men had the tools to fix them. Ford had their stupid engineering and need for specialized tools. Chevy with their cheaply made pickup modules. Dodge with their transmissions, head wiring and fuel consumption problems. We all knew what was needed in the positives and negatives. We bought them for a purpose. Today, you need an electrical engineering degree and $300,000 in lifts and a computer equipment to change a fucking headlight. Our refrigerators have Wi-Fi and touchscreens. Our washers and dryers sense individual loads and that plastic holding the motors together. Your washer used to have a concrete block inside it up until the 2000s as a counterbalance to keep the basin steady. Today, there's a brushless AC motor with a capacitor in the back of your washer and dryer that, if you're not careful, will toss you across a room if you try to work on it. My grandmother had the same washer and dryer that we kids and grandkids would fix for 30 years. This is not to say these things cannot be fixed easily, but the culture we developed incentives you to throw it away and get new energy efficient appliance at every turn. As times go back to normal and the ability to build cheap stuff anywhere on the globe and ship it 6,000 miles comes to a close, we find ourselves lacking the basic skills that we developed over 10,000 years of living in the harsh environments of Europe. We have thrown away in 2 generations, but we built over 2,500. After all the talk of libertarian retards of being reliant upon the government, we find ourselves relying upon the economy and corporations for basic survival, without the knowledge that the boomers are going to take to their fucking graves. And that's my most latest article.
Yeah, well, repeat that last two lines right there about the. You said the knowledge that the boomers have taken to their grave. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so like, after all the talk of the libertarian retards of being reliant on the government, we find ourselves relying upon the economy and corporations for basic survival, without the knowledge that the boomers are going to take to their fucking graves.
What do you mean by that last part there? With the like, what knowledge do you think they're taking to their grave there? Because I agree. I mean, this is one of my things. Is like, you know, I mean, even when I was at ANCAP or whatever, you know. I like, the thing is this, I never liked the idea. It's like, well, you're just at the mercy of whatever global corporation happens to like own every fucking thing. Like, I don't like that either. You know what I mean? Like that.
Well, it's not just they own every fucking thing. It's also like you can't get by without them at this point, right? It's not that they own everything. It's that like, can you actually like fucking have a like an animal where you live to eat? Right, that you can slaughter and eat. Like, can you actually like fucking fix your fucking vehicle without like the tools that they have? Right, like,
right, exactly, yeah. So well, it's like and before it's like you know, you can't hunt the king's deer. Now it's like you can't fix the car that you got to use to get to your job to fucking pay your bill.
right.
You know what I mean?
Right? The whole right to repair thing, right? There's like all that type of shit in the end of the day, right? It's fucking wild. Just as an in general thing, you know.
Right, and I see how people like justify it, like, well, and this is where you're like, I like your stuff because, you know, and again, I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass, but like I'm saying, like, it's like you're kind of showing the edges of the fucking problem, where it's like you said, it's not enough to be tough, but you got to be tough, but then it's like, you know, and again, it's about being invested in the future, but it's like, you know, the way that we grew up, nobody invested in our future really at all. We had to pull ourselves up literally by our bootstraps, but then there's nothing waiting for us on the other side of it. It's like you just barely get by, and now it's like we can't even really get by either. So it's like, okay, so that wasn't really the solution, was it? You know?
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is, right, is so, and this is what fucks me up the most, right? Is, you know, like at current, I take care of my father, right? And I mean, because he's sick and has cancer and all that type of shit or whatever, right? So I take care of him at the second. And as I reach back into my files, you know what I'm saying? Like thinking about like who he used to be. And like I talked to him about shit that he used to do, you know, like fucking whatever cars he had or whatever. And he don't remember the cars, right? And it's not because like his brain don't work. It's because he didn't even own the fucking cars we had. He was borrowing them from somebody the fuck else, right? And like, he never took care of his vehicles. I remember being like, God, I was probably like 20, 21, something like that. And I have to go rescue my father because he caught a flat. And like, I go over and the tread is falling the fuck off of his tires, right? He's running this bitch to the fucking rims. And I'm like, Pop, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, it'll fix your fucking car. Like, why aren't you maintaining this? But this is something I learned on my own. I don't know where the fuck I learned it, to be honest with you. Like, I kind of learned it on my fucking own. Like, you have to take care of your vehicles. But like, my pops never taught me these things, right? And as I said, like, these is like his dad taught him 100%. His father taught him. I know he did, right? Because like, I know my grandfather still has equipment up on the fucking mountain that still runs. That's from like fucking 1948, right? So I know he took care of his shit. You know what I mean? Right? I know they maintain their stuff, and the rest of his brothers and sisters take care of this shit. But like a lot of these boomers, they're just taking this shit to their grave. You know what I mean? A fucking goddamn railroad jack disappears. Right? So welcome to motherfucking Neuro Crack stream. I think here on the Seditious Gland channel. It's nice to see you out here, right? You know what I mean? As a pangender Bolivian flute playing gorilla king who's probably pronoun as a pimp named Slickback, I want to welcome all of you to, you know what I mean, Seditious Glands, you know what I mean, fucking live stream. Oh wait, you're back finally. Yo, what up? You all right, man? Yo.
No, I was just no. Your audio was coming through weird. I reset it and now it's better. So, so it was me, not you. So I just made sure it was me, not you. But yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys for being also these disclaimers. But no, for real. And you know, like this is this is the thing is like you look out here in the media. See, I was talking to my friend, right? Well, I was talking to Phil Eater. And hold on one second.
Man, listen.
My son's out here talking to lots of old people and stuff, so I gotta like.
I agree. Your mic sounds like ass, dog. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you.
Damn. Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what it is. Like, it's like super echoey and like distorted. It's almost like something's inside of your microphone that you're talking into.
All right, hold on.
Like, yo, it sounds like you got some like metal rattling around inside of your motherfucking speaker and shit. Like, that shit is fucking terrible. Yo, I sound all right, fucking Adrian? Do I sound okay? Legit, right? Anyway, yeah. Oh, good. Listen, because I'm on my mic. I actually went and paid for fucking internet. Like, I got internet at the crib. I was like, fuck it. Because, like, my daughters keep coming over and they're whining. It's like, Dad's house boring. You don't have any internet. Right. And I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going to get internet. I'm going to buy them a fucking TV. Like, and they'll be okay at this point. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, so I was like, fuck it. I'll just pay for fucking internet. Shit. Yo, and yeah, you do have that, like, fucking, whatchamacallit, too. Right. There we go. It's Jake, PL1BN.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, sorry, my friend. Doing this on a tiny screen sucks. All right, how's my audio now? Better or no?
I mean, like, listen, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you gotta do it when you gotta do it. And on top of that, you had that, like, demon that farts in your mic. Like,
sorry, how's the audio now?
I don't know what the fuck that shit is. That's some weird shit. It sounds like you're going over rumble strips, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, so he just bounces and shit. Anyway, welcome back to Tom P Show, right? You know what I mean? Yo, what up? Welcome back to P Nord News. It's nice to see you all out here today. Man, listen, we got a good show for you today. We're gonna do all types of banana stuff. Like, holy shit. Yo, listen, we're gonna have a conversation about the motherfucking Jewish question, right?
Jewish question.
Nah, listen, you left, bro. Like, it's a fucking joke, right? You know what I mean? Like, fucking, I just had people that be like, yo, listen, I gotta take a piss, Tom, you're in charge. And I'm like, yo, all right, we're gonna talk about the Jewish question.
Well, see, that's the thing is, like, I don't care.
My channel down.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is, I mean, here's the thing is, like, I don't know. I have a mixed feeling on it, but for the most part, like, I think I'll take edginess over, like, not edginess, because this is kind of what I was talking about with Cody. I was like, dude, yeah, like my friend used to work in like what do you call it, a TV station abroad, right? And he's an American dude from like Baltimore, right? And blonde hair, looks like a surfer guy, kind of guy, right? And he was over there like just being like a wild white dude, right? But he's around all these like European dudes, and they don't know how to handle someone like him because he'll just like go up to anybody and like, like start talking to women and like he'd just make a show like on the spot in the middle of the street. You know what I mean? Like he was just like, he would just do that, right? Like he didn't need a script. He didn't need like a boss. He would just go out and just make a TV show out in the middle of the street, right? And they really hated him for that because they're like, no, you need to do it like this. We need everything to like sit down in the studio and like, you know what I mean? Like they wanted to like do a legit like production. Right, they didn't want this dude to go out here and just like make shit that makes him like look bad. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just kind of weird, like how there's not really like a lot of original material coming out anymore in media. It feels like,
Now there's lots of like YouTube is like, I've been following like a lot of YouTube holes where like getting recommended channels that have like 5 and 3 and 2,000 subs, or like fucking they'll have like 12 subs or something. You know what I mean? And it's cool. You know, like fucking I'll check it out. And some of it's kind of interesting, some of it's kind of dog water. Right. They had like Machiavelli's restaurant, like it had like fucking like 3 people saw the video or something. I don't know how the fuck got recommended to me. I don't know, it's because I watch Google Foods or some shit, right? But like I was watching it, and you know what I mean, like fucking, it was completely terrible. It was like literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I don't even know where the fuck they were at, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know what fucking country. I don't know what type of fucking food they were making. Like the fucking video made no sense. But then they got like guys like Tom Foe that I've been getting recommended, and he's fucking based. And then Alistair, I'm thoroughly enjoying his fucking content. You know what I mean? Like there's a bunch of cool stuff that I've been just getting recommended recently, and I'm enjoying it, but it's not terrible. There has been a lot of really cool shit. And on top of that, if you're on Amazon, like you have Amazon Prime, Landman and the motherfucking Tulsa King just had like a whole new set of motherfucking shows that came out, right? A whole new set of episodes. Fucking well worth the watch, bro. Like I don't know if you've ever seen Landman. One of the best shows on fucking TV right now, just all together.
That's Billy Bob Thornton, right?
Yep. Fucking great.
What's it about exactly?
So he's like basically like a manager for like a medium or small, like a medium sized, like $1 billion motherfucking like oil drilling company, right? And it's about him and his son and like his ex-wife who's like living with him now, and his daughter, and then like the company, and then like the owner and the wife, and the owner dies, but like fucking, you know, whatever, right? That's, you know what I mean? Like if you ain't, sorry for spoilers or whatever, right? But like, and then the Mexicans and the cartel and like fucking the head of the cartel and just all this crazy shit in this fucking show. It's fucking great, bro. Like you need to watch it. And there's like a fucking an Italian chick from DC who comes out as like a corporate fucking lawyer, right? And like this bitch is out here, they're fucking BMW, you know what I mean? Their Prada bag and their motherfucking Prada heels, right? You know what I mean? Just all decked the fuck out, sexy as fuck looking. Be honest with you, she got them fucking Italian lips, bro. I love it, right? But like she's like 25, 26, whatever. She's like a, you know, maybe 30, 31. I mean, I don't know, right? But like, you know, and Billy Bob has to explain to her how oil works, right? You know, again, it's fucking, I know you've seen the clip, right, where he's like, fucking, we're gonna run out of this shit before we figure out how to fucking replace it. He's like, listen, he's like, you know what I mean? Like fucking, it's a great fucking show, bro. Like you should really check it the fuck out. That and Tulsa King as well with Sylvester Stallone. I think it's the first time he's ever really actually played a mobster in a movie, you know what I mean? And he sucks his own dick too much. You can tell he was involved in the writing. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he usually is. I mean, that's kind of been his thing. Is like he usually does. You know, I'm gonna star the show. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like no, he's like, well, you know, fucking Tolstoy said, right? And he's like, he starts pulling up all these fucking quotes from all these people, and like, you know, you can tell like he's like. Nurse said some shit one time on ROTC. He said, listen, either you can be cool or you can be funny. You cannot be fucking both. So you cannot be cool and funny at the same time. Just like you cannot be like a knockaround guy and be fucking brilliant and be fucking funny, right? And be like, you know what I mean? Just like it doesn't work that way, bro. Just it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, no, so what's your definition of a good YouTube show, though, right? Like, what's like entertaining to you, I guess? Like, what makes like...
Oh, listen, I watch car stuff, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I watch car shit, you know, like fucking, there's, Cars and Cameras, they do, like, go-kart content, where, like, they build, like, these crazy-ass go-karts and shit. They give them the real technical aspects of it, which I enjoy. There's, Vice Grip Garage, I love watching. I'm a sports guy, so, of course, I watch Urinating Tree and Tom Grassi. I watch, a lot of, like, just, like, geopolitical shit, you know what I mean? Which is why, like, again, I'm not like a lot of y'all where like I actually do pay attention to what happens in the world and economics and like, you know, geopolitics and oil and all that type of stuff, right? And so like I'm moving a little different than y'all on how my YouTube algorithm works. You know, like it's just a little bit different of a thing. You know what I mean? So like, that's kind of like I can fill 2-3 hours with podcasts from YouTube about like different like Doomberg and all these motherfuckers and shit. I don't know if you know anything about Doomberg.
Doomberg? I never heard of Doomberg before.
Yeah, he's a investor, right? He goes on live streams, but he uses a voice changer and an avatar, right? He's like a heavy duty, real major fucking investor, and you know what I mean, he produces a fucking newsletter. He was real big into oil futures and shit, and money and whatnot, and like energy sales and natural gas and all this type of stuff. So like these are the type of things that I watch all the time on fucking YouTube.
But well, would you ever try to like be a day trader or like a futures trader or something like that to like fund yourself? Or
we made a fuck ton of money in 2020. Bro, we killed it in 2020, right? We showed the market, all of us made like $40,000-$50,000. I had to wonder if he retired off my shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm definitely interested in learning that stuff because I do have a very fundamental belief that if you like, I wish I would have done this in my 20s. Like, if I had just taken all this conspiratorial shit that I'm into and just applied it to like investment, you know, shit, I would probably be a tens of millionaire person now, just because I would have like looked, you know, because I do a lot of investigative like research. But I just do it for like my own, interest in the stuff. But it always comes back to the money and the economics and the shit, like, just looking into tech and stuff like that, you start seeing that like a lot of the moves in tech are not actually about the technology. It's about, like you're saying, it's about energy, essentially. Right? Like the energy industry is actually a big part of what's motivating a lot of this tech and economics and stuff like that, you know.
Well, I wanted to hit you with something today, right? Fucking UN machine, right? Recently, they like this week came out with an AI that is capable, fucking, of being able to be so realistic that you can't distinguish it from reality, right? That no one can, right? There's nothing about it that says it's not real. And I told all y'all what I thought was going to happen, right? And if you kind of like apply what I thought, right, or what I think, and go, what's their plan, right? Their plan is to stand here and put like most of y'all into pods, right? You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, listen, you can live in like virtual reality, right? And it'll be like perfectly photorealistic, and you'll be perfectly fine with it, right? And they'll just do everything in the fucking economy because they can't like hand out money, right? It's caused massive inflation, right? So they'll just do everything in the motherfucking economy with, like AI, and run it for the top 10%, and like the rural motherfuckers will go off and do rural motherfucker shit, right? And that'll be all it is, and that'll be the end of the day. And like, basically, like a lot of people are just going to be taken off the motherfucking just market altogether, right? And that's
I agree. I agree with you. I think that's exactly what they basically they don't want to kill you off. They would just want to say like, well, you can just go like masturbate in the pod for 17 hours a day and then sleep the rest, and then we'll send like some Grubhub to or whatever you call it, DoorDash to your door or whatever, and die in your little dingy apartment, and we'll subsidize it,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I pretty much agree. I think that is pretty much the plan. Pretty much, as far as I can tell, that does seem to be the main goal here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because like they're back on them again. You know what I mean? Like like no matter how you move or how you look, you're looking at anywhere between like fucking 40 to 90% of jobs are going to be fucking gone. Right.
Right. Exactly. Yep. And yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think that's. And right now, I see a lot of people scrambling, including myself, where you're trying to like get a piece of the pie, but ultimately, like, it's like a good example, right? Like, there's a lot of people running and saying, let's do, AI voice answerers and appointment setters and stuff like this for like, all these different businesses. So like, you call a business and then you talk to the AI and you tell them what you want, and then if the AI can handle it, it'll just handle it for you, and if not, then it'll just send it to like a person, and the person will call you back or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously, like, if there's not any jobs in the future, then all this AI appointment setting ain't really going to matter much, is it? Because nobody's going to have any money to buy anything. So, see what I mean? It's like, it's kind of counterintuitive in a sense, right?
Right, here's the bitch, right? Like, let's say, Amazon says within the next year they're going to be laying off out of their 2 million or 1.5 million. How many is it now, bro? I don't even know how many fucking people Amazon's employing.
I know it's at least 1 million. I'm not exactly sure. It could be 2 million. But I know they laid off a bunch of people in Seattle, but I don't know what their total number is. I know they have a lot, so at least 1 million for sure.
1.56 million, right? Okay, so they're going to fucking. Oh, all right, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, shit, man. Listen. Okay, so they're actually 350,000 less because we're in like peak season at the moment, right? They're going to replace over 700,000 of their motherfucking Amazon employees with fucking robots next year.
Yeah, I believe that for sure.
Right. So think about it like this, right? And this is really important to understand. The economy is like an ecosystem. So, like, if you eliminate the motherfuckers on the bottom, right, it's just going to make your job less valuable because, or like your position more valuable, but you less valuable because more people are going to be vying for your fucking position. So that makes your like fucking actually makes you earn less.
Well, that's what happened. That's what's happened in tech, for example. Like, you notice in tech, like, all these like young hot women are trying to get these jobs or whatever, and then it's like they get in there and it's like they're all just competing for like who's the most ruthless, and then all the guys, they get in there and it's like all the guys are just like, well, I'll blackmail this person to like get them thrown out of the company, so I'll get their job or whatever. It's just real cutthroat, you know what I mean? It's just like you know, and then everybody's like, oh, I'll spend $1 million for my kid's education. Well, I'll spend $2 million. So then it's like it's always like just a race to the bottom, right? And this is why they don't give a fuck about any of us.
$2 million for their kids' education so they can earn $60,000 a year.
Right,
That's
exactly.
Right?
Exactly. But then they say, well, they have power now, so it's like, okay, but like, what are they ruling over exactly? You know? Yeah, no, that's for real. I mean, that's the direction. Like, you're gonna see $2 million education for $60,000 a year. I guarantee you. But like within 10 years, that's exactly what it's gonna be.
It's already a thing, right? This is not anywhere near like outside of the motherfucking spectrum, right? So hang on, bro. Hang on a minute. Let's look this up, bro, because I guess this probably ain't even that hard to look up. Much is a PhD at Harvard?
Yeah, I saw a stat that said like 23% of all Harvard Business School grads are without a job right now. So. So you go spend like however much that is for an MBA at like Harvard Business, and you get you don't have a job. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, right? Because, like, okay, hang on a minute. Can you spend $1 million on college? Okay, yeah. All right. So, however, the average cost of a 4-year degree is significantly lower than the total cost at $230,000, and even the average 6-year private university at $500,000. Yeah, listen. Yeah. This can be done, right? You know what I'm saying? Living expenses, books, all that bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
You can spend $1 million a year. $1 million in like 4 to 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Well, and like I know a girl, right? Very kind of smart person, but also not smart. So like, she grew up in a house that was worth $500,000 in Irvine, California, right? This is like a 3-bedroom, like fucking piece of shit house, right? And then she's like, okay, so like, and I talked about all this when we were really young, and I still know this person, right? So it's like, okay, so she's like, well, the plan is like, I go become a veterinarian, and I was like, well, how long is it going to take you to be a veterinarian? She's like, well, basically like 8 years. I was like, so let me get this straight. You're going to finish high school, you're going to go to school for 4 years, then 4 more years to become a veterinarian? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, so how much is it going to cost you to do this? She's like, oh, $400,000. And I'm like, so you're going to spend $400,000 to become a veterinarian? And I was like, how much do you think you're going to make a year? And she's like, oh, doesn't matter. I just really want to do it. I was like, what do you think, like, the least amount you'll make? She's like, oh, maybe like $50,000. I'm like, how long does it take to pay off $400,000 of debt, making $50,000 a year, right? And I'm like sitting there thinking, and I'm like, I was like, you're gonna be like paying off just your school loans alone for like 20 years minimum. Plus, you want to buy another $500,000 house in Southern California. And this is 20 years ago or whatever, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay. And she actually did this, by the way, so this is not like hypothetical, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, so you're gonna go $400,000 in debt for your school, plus another minimum $500,000 for the house. I guarantee you that house now is $1.2 million, right? So now you're almost $2 million in debt plus interest. You understand what I'm saying? To have a job, right? Like, that's fucking insane. Like, that makes no fucking sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to take care of like people's animals, even if it's like high thoroughbred horses or something, right?
The broad, all right, first off, the broad was wrong about the earnings, right? You know how much a vet makes a fucking year?
I honestly have no fucking idea, to be honest. I mean,
250,000. That's an average number.
Like, you're telling me that many people go and spend $5,000 to like put charcoal down a dog's throat or something? I mean, I don't know.
Think about that. Think about what you just said, though. Think about what you just said.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I get you. But,
yeah, listen.
But it's like, I mean, like I know real veterinarian people. Like, it doesn't take 8 years of school to like learn how to take care of a fucking animal. See what I'm saying? Like,
all right, well, it's not about taking care of any animal. It's about taking care of all the animals, right? At least all the domestic ones, right? So you're talking horses, cows, pigs, chickens, motherfucking dogs, cats, mice, snakes, right? You know what I'm saying?
Sure, but I mean, after taxes, if you make $250,000 a year after taxes in California, you're gonna pull home like 130, maybe 150, maybe max. You're gonna get taxed a lot.
Let's look. How much after tax? 250,000 Cali. Let's see here. 156,000.
That was close. That was pretty close. Yeah.
But I mean, that's $156,000 take home.
Okay, and then now let's do the mortgage. Let's do the mortgage on a $1.2 million house, because that's like the bare minimum for any place you want to live in California is about $1.2 million.
Okay, mortgage $1.2 million. Okay, let's see here. Calculate the mortgage. Which one was a good one? I forget which one was a good one. Calculator.net. I think that's a good one. Okay, home price. Let's go over here. Back it up. 1, 2. Over, comma. Enter. Right. Okay, so hang on a minute. Looking here. Monthly payment. Shit, man. Listen, I'm trying to see here. Where's the fucking monthly mortgage payment with home insurance is going to be $8,000, right? Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. All right, 15000 divided by 12 equals. I mean, making $12,500 a month take home, and your motherfucking mortgage is $7,500.
Right. So you're going to be living like a fucking average middle class person. Essentially.
Sort of, kind of, right? I mean, sort of, kind of in the end of the day, right? So, okay. I mean, listen, like, let's do this, right? Let's do this. Car note, because you know what you're going to be driving, right?
Yeah, power bill. You know, let's say you get sick for fucking 2 weeks or a month. I mean, shit. You got to calculate a lot of shit.
Monthly. Hang on. Let's look it up, bro. Look it up. Okay. Fucking. Man, listen, Mercedes are not that expensive anymore.
Well, if you buy or lease one as a business, it's actually a good deal. It just depends on how you're structuring
listen, let's call it 50. Let's call it 50 racks, right? Because honest to God, a 2026 Mercedes-Benz is 50,000. Right. Okay. So let's do fucking car note 50K monthly payment. Right. Hang on. Hold up. About $1,000 a month. Right?
Yeah, that's about right. You can pay about $1,000 a month.
You still have $3,000 left.
I mean, but I'm saying like you're a veterinarian making $250,000 a year. You're saving, quote unquote, allegedly, hopefully, $36,000 a year. I mean, you understand where I'm coming from? Like that sounds like a really stupid fucking proposition to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
okay, how much can you afford to live in California making any less than that?
I mean, I do, but it's not easy. You know what I mean? Like you can do it, but like it, you know, you pretty much need subsidization on some level for sure. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, just put it this way: like out of the 40 million people living here, 35 million of them at least are living off total subsidization of the year for sure. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. So all right, what we're talking about here, right, is that at 250 racks, you're surviving.
Right, but you're not thriving for sure. You know, you're not like a power player. You're not.
I can't think of anybody else who's saving any money every month.
Sure. Yeah, and again, like I'm just saying, like you have to understand, like I'm just saying, like from the perspective of like what America should be, right? Like if you're supposed to be like the high level doctor, lawyer, or something, like you would think like, oh, I'm gonna actually like own multiple properties. I'm actually going to. And like, don't get me wrong, like you could do it, but you're going to be leveraging so much money that ultimately, like, you don't really own much. I mean, again, this is what America's is trying to do is like keep you like investing, and you know, like be a ultimately like become a landlord and investor, and you don't actually own anything. Like, I get the game, but I'm just saying like, if you don't actually have like cash income that like insulates you from like actual real stuff, like I mean, you know, $36,000 a year savings, you know, and that's assuming you're not spending any extra money on anything else, right? Like no vacations, no nothing. It's like I don't know, like that's just kind of that's interesting to me, right? Like that's the American dream is like, okay, you work really hard for 8 years, you basically don't make money for 8 years for the potential that for the next 10 or 15 years, like you will get sick and you'll make enough money to like pay off that house in 15 years and like, you know, hopefully buy a second property so you can own some property and hopefully, you know, your 401k will still be around in 30 or 40 or 50 years or whatever. You know, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, I
get what you're saying, brother. Listen, I get what you're saying, dog. 100%. I do, right? But like, if you can find a house for $500,000, you're going to have half the mortgage payment, right? So you can stack back enough money that you could literally like buy a fucking crib and a piece of land elsewhere. You know what I mean? And get the fuck out of there, you know, and then go make 100 racks somewhere else. I'm just saying, like, you know, the veterinary thing would make sense, like legit. I mean, there's something that like we should tell people to do is to go work as vets because like rich people love to pay for their pets to get fixed, right? Like, yeah,
I feel you on that, but I'm also saying like if you get your dream, right, like the truck driver is going to be able to be better off than that too. Right? Sorry.
Not really, bro. Like, listen, the truck drivers fucked. They're gonna automate us out. Like, this is what it is. They're gonna do everything they fucking can. You know what I'm saying? To like automate us the fuck out of business, right? Because they don't want to pay for like anything.
So okay, so let's reframe it then. Like, what would you say you're going to tell your sons and daughters? Like, okay, either, you know, like because their future is basically that where they can make $250,000 a year or whatever, right?
Yo, I got your machine. Ain't gonna be a dog.
Nah, send them the link. Sorry, I put in those chat there, but and then I just saw he texted me on
I'm just gonna throw in his motherfucking DMs so he can come in.
Yeah, I just did too.
There you go.
All right, there you go. All right. So what do you think? Be a vet for $250, take home $150,000, live in the ghetto for $500,000, save it up, go buy a piece of land when you're like 45 years old, get a horse and cows.
I'm not saying about the ghetto is $500,000.
Oh, it is. It is the ghetto. It is the ghetto. Even in like the South, like where I come from, like if you want to live in like a good neighborhood, you're looking at $500,000 probably. Technically, I mean, you can live cheaper than that. Don't get me wrong, but like if you want to live in like an actually like affluent neighborhood, you're gonna be surrounded by nothing but Indians, and you're gonna be living in like a $750,000 house.
Yeah, I mean, here, like, you're going to have to deal with the Indians, but, like, on the same level, you can find a decent house in, like, a decent neighborhood for $350, $400.
Yeah, but then you're going to be commuting 2 or 3 hours a day to work in, like, Philadelphia or New York City or...
No. Like, you'll have a job with, like, the state and the capital, right? You know what I mean? Like, you'll be making $105,000 a year. That's normal here.
Yeah, but I mean, if the math holds correct, right? Like, okay, so let's say that you can half your income living in like Virginia or Pennsylvania or something like that. Let's say, okay, so now you make let's say you make 130 or something, right? Let's say you make 130, right? And then you go buy a house for $500,000, right? Okay. So now your mortgage is like, you said it was 8, you said it was 12, or wait, you said it was 8,000, right? So let's say it's 5,000. Let's just round up 5,000, including like insurance, tax, HOA, whatever the fuck, right? So your mortgage is $5,000. You pull home.
Your mortgage is going to be motherfucking $3,700.
All right, $3,700 plus, your winter cost for energy and all that. So, but whatever. So, so average all your stuff included, including car payments, you're going to be at $6,000, right? So, but you're taking home like 10 or something, right?
Yeah.
After tax or whatever. So you pay like $30,000 in tax a year or something, right? So like you said, you're making like $105 before tax. So you're paying $3,700. So what? That's 40%. You pay like 40% just for your living expenses, right? So you're saving, if you do nothing other than just save, you're going to save $35,000 or $40,000, a year,
so
right?
Your take home is going to be $77,000, right? Divided by 12 equals. You're going to have $6,400 a month after taxes, right? So call it $6,500, right? Every month. Right. And if your mortgage is $3,000, right? It's like literally you can afford $1,000 car payment and then still have all your bills paid because like your electric's not going to be any more than like fucking $200 a month. You're going to have $200 a month for electric. If you have oil or natural gas, that's $100 a month, right? Plus water and sewer, which is, like $150 every quarter. You're fucking good. You're golden.
Okay, so, but is what you're selling? Would you say that like people should move into like multi-generational 8-bedroom houses and like have a farm going so people can stay home and the kids can work with the horses and then when somebody's a vet so they can do it for free to take care of the kids? I mean, take care of the house, the animals and stuff.
I mean, like my
would that be better?
100% like multi-generational living, right? But you don't have to have an 8-bedroom house, right? Like, why do you need that many fucking bedrooms? You need like fucking 3 or 4, right? Top end, right? Hold on. But
if you take care of your grandma, and grandpa, you got 3 or 4 kids, you got a baby mom or 2. Like, you're gonna need 8 bedrooms, right?
No, not at all. You need like 4 fucking bedrooms, right? And then you get like 2 acres. You get 2 acres to a trailer on that bitch or a camper or some shit. Fucking like somebody's living the fuck out there, right?
Well, if the HOA will allow it, okay.
What's this HOA thing? Listen, I'm not doing HOA thing. I don't know what the fuck that is. Like, listen, we're not doing.
All right, well, let's say that you do all that, and then you lose your job halfway through your mortgage, right? Or you get sick, or somebody gets cancer, or something. You know what I mean? Like,
that's
then the whole
why you have multi generations there, right? You know what I mean? So you can all pull together for when bad shit like that happens. That's the whole fucking point of it, right? That's literally the whole point, right? It's not to be relying on one fucking person. It's get the weight off of one motherfucker, right? And like just dilute it out. So that now, like, it's no longer like one person pulling all the weight. You know what I mean? Now you have fucking 4 or 5 people pulling this fucking weight with you, right? And you can help. And then your kids are grown. You know what I mean? You're halfway through the mortgage. Your kids are fucking adults. You know what I mean? They're helping pay the fucking bills. You know what I mean? Like, listen, this is the whole fucking point of this shit. By the way, what up, Machine? How the fuck you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get him up to speed on the situation.
Article last night, man. Fucking, I was listening. I was driving down the fucking road and shit.
Yeah, it was excellent. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was surprised by the statistics, honestly. Even reading it again, because it's hard to absorb when you're looking at it for the first time. You got to read it like 2 or 3 times, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, these are things that I've already known. You know what I mean?
But is that stat before or after taxes, though? See what I mean?
Wait, no, we're talking about the he was covering the abortion one from like yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, like those stats are bananas, right?
Yeah.
What are the stats?
It's like a bunch of it's 80 million like abortions is the article. So I don't know if you read it, but yeah, a lot of them are like white, black kids or whatever.
Yeah, it's a lot. I know it's a lot. And it's over the course of like 40 years or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, and so then it explains like why we have this deficit of people, and then it also explains that look, boy, we need a bunch of immigrants because you guys aborted your kids that we also like promoted and told everybody to wear a condom, and you know kids are evil when you're 16 years old, so don't have a kid or whatever. Yeah. So kind of hitting with
a good economic unit. Like, why wouldn't you want to be a good economic unit, Neurojack? Like, fucking, are you like anti? Are you anti-capitalist? You're not capitalist enough. Right?
That's the thing. See, this is the thing, though. Is like, isn't it kind of weird that the same people who are telling you one thing are also promoting the other thing that makes the other thing happen, right? Like, that's kind of I mean, you could argue maybe it's not the same people, but I mean, kind of seems like
it's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing with the guy with the thing with the stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're doing one thing while doing the other at the same time, doing the other thing. You know, like fucking, it's the 12 different things, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, there's certain things and people we can't talk about, so that's why I'm trying to be a little careful here. But
it's economics, though. And I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like, you know, fucking, it's so much. It's you ever heard the Chinese proverb? You ever heard the Chinese proverb about like the want of a horse?
No.
Hold on, let me see if I can look this up. It's fucking fascinating.
But I mean, what you're saying is the economics is basically like we need to reduce, 95% of the people on the earth is really what economics is painting a picture of. I mean, maybe over a course of 100 or 200 years, but ultimately, like, with the trajectory that we're all discussing, I mean, that does seem to be the general direction.
Yeah. All right. So for the one of the male, the shoe was lost. For the one of the shoe, the horse was lost. For the one of a horse, the rider was lost. For the one of a rider, the war was lost. Being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for the wanton care of a horseshoe and nail.
So economics or destiny?
Well, it's not that, bro. It's like, like everything that you do, right, has a trade-off, right, at the end of the day, right? That whole, like, every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction and shit, right? So, like, for everything you win, you lose, right? For every battle you win, there's something you lose. Like, that's just a fact of fucking life. That's why, like, I stopped fighting with, like, the people around me in my life. Because I realized that when you fight people who you love, like, you end up, like, destroying what you love.
Right. So what are you going to tell your kids when there's not a job that makes $150,000? You're going to say, okay, well, 15 people making $5,000 a year have to live together to, like, pay off that 5-bedroom house and live in a 2-acre, whatever.
Yes.
And all your neighbors are going to be like Honduran, Haitians, whatever, and you guys are going to have to, like, just deal with it, essentially.
I mean, okay. The question is, do me, you, or our kids, or anybody we know have any control over what the world's going to be?
Yeah, no, again, I'm not like attacking you. I know I'm saying it like in a very shitty way, but I'm just saying like that is kind of what you're saying, right? Like essentially like we don't have control. Like they're gonna try to execute you and put you in a pod, so you're gonna have to like adapt, right? Like we're gonna have to adapt to the circumstances.
Again, do any of us have any control over any of this, right? Like our best bet, right, is to have like, again, your only option is to have numbers, right? More guns in hands is how you win the day.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure, and more capabilities to control like levers of function or power, I guess you'd say. I mean, not the quote Marx or something, but you know what I mean, like. Yeah, but you gotta have some sort of.
I'm gonna send you a video, right? Machine, did you ever see the video of I have a video on my channel about what happened during fucking the Balkans Wars? Oh, in Bosnia? Never send you this video, Machine?
I don't remember it. I don't think so.
This is a really fascinating video. This isn't my video, right? This is somebody else. I stole this video, right? I'll be honest with you. But I thought it was important to keep it for posterity, right? Because it's fucking amazing. And it goes through like the process of what happened in Bosnia, right? When like they were surrounded by like the military and cut off for an entire year. And like it's basically this whole like city came under siege. And, he said in the end of the day, the only thing that really mattered was guns in hands. Right. You know what I'm saying? He said, like, the more people you had, the better off you were. He said there was problems. Like the things that they really wanted wasn't like ammo and gold or anything like this. It was paper plates and fucking like paper towels and like sanitary shit. He said that was the shit that they really fucking needed. Right. And it was tough because
keeping up morale, keeping people like still like level-headed and shit, essentially, right?
No, just keeping clean, bro. Like, the ability to clean shit stops infections.
Yeah, of course, but also it keeps up morale, too. Like, if you can kind of, like, be clean and not have, you know what I mean? Like, it keeps up your morale of your people. Like, you might survive, but you're not going to, it's going to be a lot tougher if you're, like, getting dysentery and, you know what I mean? But yeah, I get you.
Death happens when you can't be clean. Right, like you got to wipe your ass. You got to be able to like fucking clean wounds. There's gonna be cuts and things of this nature, right? Whiskey. He said like fucking. I would store up whiskey in motherfucking like in like a fucking closet, right? If I had to do it again, right? I'd have whiskey, fucking paper plates, paper towels, right? Of course, ammo and guns, but you know what I mean, like. And he said I would have a fucking house that didn't look like it was like fucking super secure because those were the first ones broken into. Right. But like in the end of the day, it was guns in hands. And it's always guns in hands, though. Like the more people you have, the better off you are.
Right. But my point is like, the Haitians and Hondurans that are going to get sent to your neighborhoods that you're living 2 acres, 15 people in a 5-bedroom house at $5,000 a piece. Like, you're going to have like, you're going to be able to like whip those people up and like trust them that they're going to have your back when shit hits the fan. I mean, or are they going to come and be the ones robbing your house, right?
Well, in the end of the day, right? Like when shit hits the fan, I don't think you got to worry about like coming up with money, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the bills are getting paid any fucking more. Like if it gets to that point,
yeah, but when they have like robot police and like the police are going to come throw you out of your house and shit, you know what I mean? Like,
they won't. Right, they won't, and that's the thing, right? Is like they just won't because there's no reason to, right? And by the way, guns in hands. That means you're going to have to send a lot of robots.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: is like let me give you an example. Like, look, here's the situation, right? Like, I understand what you're saying, but here's what I'm saying, right? So, like, and I know I'm not doing a good job of describing it, but like the general direction we're going in, right? Like, BlackRock's going to open like 90% of the houses in 50 years, right? Like, for sure, right? So. Pretty much, if you don't make your rent, you're not going to have a place to live. So you're going to be out on the street, like living with the fentanyl people, or living in the woods, or whatever, right? And then if you go try to shoot a deer to like feed yourself, well, there's probably not going to be any because everybody else already out there killed all the deers. But then let's assume that they're there. Let's assume that they're there. And you got to do that. Well, you know, now you're gonna have a park ranger or a robot park ranger that's gonna come and put you in jail or try to find you or whatever, and like you're it's just gonna be like survival mode, right? So because, you know, again, like, I'm not saying that like it's going to be like everybody's going to be on the street, but what I mean is like if you're trying to do things outside the system, like that's not really going to be possible, right? Like you're going to have to work within the confines of the economic situation, right?
But you like the thing again, like if shit hits the fan while they were talking, there won't be any economics.
Well, we'll have bigger problems at that point anyways, but I'm talking about, like, I don't think the shit's going to hit the fan in that way, like, where it's going to be like Mad Max. I think it's going to hit the fan in the sense where, like, you can't actually, like, own anything, right? Like, you're not going to own that property whatsoever. I mean, you don't really own it now anyways, because you got to pay your property tax, or the police will show up and confiscate your house and sell it to BlackRock, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? So, like, again, this is why I'm trying to tell you, like, bro, they're going to put these motherfuckers in pods who are relying upon the government.
Right, but we all rely upon the government or the corporations, which are becoming one and the same, essentially, anyways, right? So that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is, like, ultimately, like, are we kind of at the mercy of the economics regardless? Like, we can't really, like, not be dependent on the, like, that's kind of what your article was about earlier, I think, is, like, yeah, we're not really able to be independent of our economics or the mercy of these global corporations to, like, take care of our car or something. I mean, to some extent we can, but let's say that, like, you know, we go to war with China and, you know, in like a month or something, then we can't get all the parts to, like, keep up that car that we need to keep going to our job or whatever. So then all that work you know, I'm just saying, like, and I'm just trying to throw, like, scenarios out at you because, like, you know, I think the economics are dictating that this is going to go towards, like, not owning anything and stuff like that. And again, I'm just trying to put it, like, so where, like, how, like, again, just to go back, like, what are you going to tell your kids to do in this economics? Are you going to tell them to go, like, learn AI? Or are you going to tell them to, like, because, you know, there's not going to be really secure blue-collar jobs, really. I mean, or maybe that's all there will be, but still it's going to be very competitive, as you said. So, like, what's the advice that you're going to give people at this point?
There is no advice to give anymore, right? Like, all of us have kind of gotten to the point where, like, none of us have anything that we can tell anybody to fuck else, right? Because none of us know what's going to happen. Like, shit has changed so much in the past 15 fucking years, right? That, like, any of us who have any guess what's going to happen over the next 5, right, would probably be 100% wrong. Right, so I'm not going to tell anybody any fucking thing, right? You know, I mean, I'm just going to raise my kids to be my kids, right? Because there's no point in preparing them for an economy that might not even exist, right? You know, I mean, you're in an economy that we don't even know, like, what the fuck's going to exist at all. Like, are they educating the kids at all? They're not educating the kids in any way. Like, you know, further lets you know again, right? They're going to put niggas in pods. That's what's going to happen. Like, that's the only fucking answer is why the fuck all this shit's happening.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, so I appreciate it. So again, that's because I do want to go back into your articles that we're going to go over, but I just wanted to, like, preface all that because that's where I'm going to go. But again, I think we agree on that. I think that is the truth. Like,
yeah, I mean,
you know, they're gonna start. You know, they're basically gonna, like, it's like pod or like suicide. I mean, well, you know, whatever. What are we saying now? What's the new term? Not aliving yourself or whatever. You know, they're not gonna give us that many options. I agree. I mean, you know, but the thing is, they do need people. But again, like, I don't think, like, the deal is just like the deal that we all want is gonna get worse and worse. But I do think that, like, that doesn't mean we should give up. So again, I'm actually not trying to be black-pilled at all. I'm just trying to say, like, let's get all the caveats out of the way first. But, you know, ultimately, I do think people need to, like, try to have labor organizations and stuff like that, because it still will be, like, I think they're kind of gaslighting people to say that there's no, like, room for labor organizations, or that it's all going to be fake and gay, like Teamster, you know, black, you know, fat black transgender lady in control of the Teamsters or whatever they're doing now, you know. But I think that's almost psyop to, like, make people not interested in doing it, if that makes any sense. And it works really well. I mean, you know, like, I tried to get involved in my local union when I was doing a union kind of job, and I was like, man, these people fucking suck, dude. I do not want to be around these people, you know. because they don't actually care about the people at all. Like they're just there to, they're basically serving the corporation they're supposed to be, what do you call it? Contracting with or whatever. So.
Yeah, I mean, like it's one of those things, right? Where like they've painted themselves into a fucking corner, and there's nothing they can do, right? There's nothing anybody can do because like everybody's like, we have no idea what the fuck to do, so like we're just gonna like, fuck off.
Yeah, they're just gonna write it out essentially. Yeah, exactly. So if you want, Machine, appreciate you being here. I'm not trying to ignore you. I wanted to make sure I get all that out because your article. Yeah. No, your articles, because I want to go through the other articles you're talking about. So the one before that, so because we were going in reverse, right? So that was your latest one. What was the one before that? Because I didn't read the latest two apparently. So.
I just talked about a trucking company fucking closing, right? You know what I mean? And like shitting on a fucking YouTuber that pissed me the fuck off, right? When he covered it.
What was that about briefly?
All right, well, listen, I'll read it to you. All right, so hold up. Let me share my fucking screen. Present. Share screen. This one. Share. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go.
No, that's my screen. That's the other thing that Pinoid wanted to show us.
Yeah, no, that's something I want y'all to have, right? Because I think it's fucking awesome, right? I think it's something that both of y'all need to watch. I think it's great information. You know what I mean? And like my stuff's not like fucking, like a fucking 5-volume fucking book set, right? Take you 20 minutes to watch my shit. All right, so this is a massive trucking company closes. 10 Roads Trucking and laying off 2,600 drivers. All right, so 10 Roads Express, which has operated since 1947, it's a trucking company with 2,400 trackers and 2,600 drivers. It hauls freight exclusive for the USPS, United States Postal Service. The company has been losing freight since January 2025. The Postal Service has been running its own routes and placing more of its loads on load boards. This has allowed it to be bid on by Indian and Pakistani drivers who will do it for pennies on the dollar due to them being subsidized by the federal government's generous welfare programs and the lack of need for proper operating procedures. At the same time, the Teamsters have been in labor disputes with 10 Roads since January. Due to the company not being publicly traded, knowledge of its long-term debts is not available. Insiders in the companies have stated that they carry heavy burdens from the past 50 years of settlements and debt accumulation from facing hard times of high-priced fuels, part shortages, and general operations in a high-risk field. Garbage YouTubers like Mother Truckers are trying to blame the Teamsters because, of course, they blame the workers when you're an immigrant Jew from the West Coast. I've interviewed with this company and have guys inside of it, and I can tell you they are a cut-rate operation that's been living at the margins for years. They've been hiring non-domiciled drivers and have been trying to keep things afloat for decades. The Postal Service has come under extra pressure due to its own pension and healthcare obligations. At the same time, Amazon has driven its rates into the dirt and is increasingly shipping an increasing share of its freight. I've watched over the years as Amazon has broken other companies such as Burlington Air Express, DB Schenker, and Town Air. Amazon demands tight delivery windows, low-cost shipping, and has become increasingly reliant on the Postal Service to ship its goods, while still promising free shipping to its customers. The government agency has become a de facto subsidy for Amazon. There is a reason Sears moved away from this model as the middle class emerged. Companies cannot afford to ship goods across the country and pay for workers who can afford those goods while keeping their prices affordable. The union question is one that should never be asked. The idea that unions are just corrupt leftist organizations is a complete joke. More money comes in the Democratic coffers from CEOs and from any union. Teachers unions are a problem, but they are in the public sector and basically hold the taxpayers hostage. Regular unions show the real cost of hiring actual workers who can afford basic necessities and often don't meet the threshold, with our new knowledge of the real poverty line being $150,000 before taxes if you measure the cost of food by the Fed's own numbers. Most of the country's impoverished due to the lack of buying power, and the boomers leaving us the mess of the embedded growth obligation in housing. No union in the country makes demands anywhere near that. Even the Teamsters with UPS drivers earning around $90K, which is normal in the industry. The rest of the supposed pay is $1K contribute with a middle class. You cannot have both.
Yeah, you kind of like roboted as you read the last paragraph, right?
Oh, I said the union question is one that should never be asked. The idea that unions are just corrupt leftist organization is a complete joke. More money comes in the Democratic coffers from CEOs than from any union. Teachers unions are a problem, but they're in the public sector and basically hold the taxpayers hostage. Regular unions show the real cost of hiring actual workers who can afford the basic necessities and often don't even meet that threshold. Without new knowledge of the real poverty line being $150,000 before taxes. What?
Oh, well, no. Well, see this. So and I just want to say this because I meant to say it when you're reading. I didn't want to interrupt you, but like, see, this is part of the problem with the whole capitalist thing that you're talking about, is because like, so what you're saying is like, the decisions made by the bureaucracy of the government is impacting us down here in the thing, and then the capital, the capital class or whatever, they're down there like making decisions that are basically like erasing the middle class or erasing anybody having a decent job or anything decent. And so like there should be like people should be basically executed for like doing this kind of stuff, because really what they're doing is like like they're basically taking advantage of the public trust in order to like gain profit, and ultimately they're just wiping out. Because at the end you say like you can live in an impoverished country with cheap shit, or you can live in a country with all that. But like that's the thing, is like we're not even allowed really to decide to have a country that's an actual nation. Essentially, it's just like you said, it's like an economic zone essentially, right? So
yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, my kids is trying to call me. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Hello, machine.
Nothing much. I was recording a bunch of stuff with Brown's boy. He's like, he caused a bunch of like people to react to him or whatever. Some weird coordination, definitely.
The CIA is all involved. Probably. Yeah, I say that jokingly, but probably not. Probably not a joke. But yeah, pretty crazy. Well, look at it this way: we might get on an Alex Stein show one day. I guess that's
right.
Might get
like being negatively reviewed, most likely. But yeah.
I mean, at least it'll be funny, I guess. Well, maybe even Glenn Beck will do a hit piece on us, and maybe that'll be a success. We'll get the Mormons stalking us or something. So we'll get the Mormons and the Scientologists after us. I'm kind of joking, but not really. But yeah, sounds like fun. Yeah, I didn't mean to drop out of the conversation until later called, and then I kept getting disconnected. But that was a really interesting conversation we were having there about the whole, whatever Hyperborean is trying to say about, what do you think about him saying that, like, I mean, it is technically Gnostic. He's basically making a Gnostic argument. What do you think about his Gnostic argument?
Well, I definitely don't believe that like nothingness has like ontological status, right? So I am aligned with him on some of that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that too. That's why I was kind of confused. I was like, okay, I agree with the ex nihilo. There can't be any ex nihilo, but I don't quite understand this other side of it.
Yeah, but the other thing he's trying to say is like I guess he was just going at Joe Cool's entire because I think Joe Cool was representing a light version of what Zephyr was actually saying. So he should have just talked to Zephyr, right? Because she's the other side of the coin. right? Where she's saying that every view is valid, right? And he's saying no, there's got to be only one valid perspective, right? So so they could have just gone at each other, but they weren't really communicating. I guess he thought it was more interesting to talk to Joe Cool because he's a lot older than Zephyr or whatever.
Well, Joe Cool has a very common man way of talking too. So I think it's also, like, I found it very interesting. The difference of like really woo woo metaphysical stuff, and then it's like what you talking about, man. Like, I like that. That's a good.
Well, there's another recording later in the show where he's talking to Jack Talcott, and that's a pretty interesting dynamic to look at as well, because at one stage you could think like in a different sort of a world they could have been co-hosts, but not in this world. It's like weird.
Yeah, Joe Cool's interactions with Talcott have always been funny to me. He usually he always ends with like suck my dick or something like that.
He's kind of like he is kind of like a black version of a hippie, of like, you know what I mean? Like, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's just funny. Like, I don't know why. Just like that style of rhetoric. Like, his style of rhetoric to me is just like really, really funny. I don't know why, but it's just, for whatever reason, it's just really funny to me.
Well, you know what he does, like in those videos, it's not too different from his tactic on the panels, where he'll sort of like engage with somebody and then he'll say like, well, this is strange how you're reacting to this situation, to kind of call out the inconsistencies of how they're using or applying like their own rules, right? So obviously he'll do that to the police officers, right? He'll be like, well,
exactly.
Well, you're reacting to me out of emotion. You're doing this because you're mad at me and not because you're following some rule or law, so you want to follow whatever rule or apply whatever rule you want whenever you want. So he'll say that a lot on panels. I've seen him pull that move. So that's the tactic he has in the videos. If you watch his videos, right, it's kind of a similar tactic on the panels. The way he engages is interesting.
Yeah, he's cop watching everybody.
In a way, right?
He's the real truther cop, essentially. This is it.
Well, to a man with a hammer, like if you're doing it for long enough, right, you might like. And some of his friends that were also cop watchers were in the chat, and they're pretty fun, right? Like, they're fun people, honestly. But
yeah, it's just fun. That is kind of funny, actually. So I don't know.
Yeah, he was bringing people to the show, so yeah.
No, but it's just funny because like it made Hyperborean really annoyed, but I thought it was really productive, though. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I thought
I was just trying to lighten the mood. I was just trying to lighten the mood a little bit, but it wasn't really. But I really did want to understand the differences in the points, because
well,
I wish I would not have dropped out of that one point, because I think it was actually going somewhere at that point. So
yeah, what's funny is that like Pinoid had a little session with them, right? Like Avian had a little session with them. So did Twilight. And so did Hyperborean. So like they all had their little like moment where they tried to break shit down for Joe Cool. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's definitely like a lot of these dudes in Detroit, but it's like security guards or some shit. We like go to like the store, like the same store, and they'll be like a security guard, or some dude like you always talk to, and it's always like an old black dude. And,
I mean, I've learned a lot from old black dudes, man. I mean, I'll be honest with you, like a lot of old black dudes. They do have a lot of wisdom, but but also like it is kind of funny, like the whole like cop watch. Like, I don't really like the whole cop watching thing, because like I get it in a sense, but it's also kind of like it's kind of like worshiping the system in a way, because you're just trying to like find legal loopholes and stuff. But I do think that there's a use to it, right? But it's also kind of like, I think it actually helps the system in a way. Like it's almost like well, you haven't seen the Jurassic Park movie, but in the Jurassic Park movies, they put the velociraptors like in this like pen with like electric fences. And so the velociraptors are always like testing all the different points on the fence, trying to figure out like where's the weak spot so they can like get out and eat the people, right? And I feel like that's what a lot of this like cop watching and stuff like this does. Is like it just helps refine like the legal system into a better prison or something like that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm coming at with like with Pinoid right now about the system itself, and that's kind of where. Hopefully he'll come back and we'll jump into that more, because I think that's kind of what his articles are kind of alluding to in a weird way, of like how the system's kind of like, refining itself over time or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but kind of like it kind of uses our struggle against it to like make itself more robust, I guess you'd say, right? And I don't think he's trying to say that, but that's kind of what I took out of his articles, I guess, if that makes any sense. But
yeah, well, it's like the one I was reading. Yesterday, right?
Which one?
I'm the one with the abortions. It's like, talking about the appliances and how the home appliances tied into the. To the whole schema of the things, how to free up the housework, right? And how the women who had like one, baby or whatever, right? They were like not forced into work or whatever, like they would just work less.
Right. So it becomes like this reinforcement of the particular situation or something. Yeah. I mean, that's what's kind of weird about the whole like.
Yeah, it says here. It says from 1930s to the 1950s, the country had become electrified. The standard of living rose to the point where 75% of the U.S. population had a car, when 30 years later it was only 20%. This also applied to appliances. In 1950, 80% of the population had a refrigerator, whereas 30 years earlier, only 10% had one. So it's crazy. Cars and refrigerators, right? Like those are pretty huge. And he's saying like it moved from like 20 to 75%. Like 10% to 80%. There's a huge echo. But yeah. Where's that coming from?
Okay. Jack's echoing.
All right, how about now? Better now, or
I don't know.
Right,
yeah, but it ties into the whole like Alul quote, like at the beginning, right? It's like, it's talking about how the system kind of recreates man, right? It says it says man obeys the clock. Right, he lives in a world of stone. Right, he hardly makes contact with living things. Right, all this stuff. Right?
Yeah, I figured the quote fit proper. For like the article. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've been trying to tie it. You know what I mean? I've been trying to tie it back together.
Right.
Listen, I be grinding hard to motherfucking make shit work. Like, am I here doing this for y'all?
No, I appreciate that. And did you hear what I said about how like my interpretation of what you were trying to say? Did you hear that or not? If not, I'll just repeat it briefly.
No. Like I didn't hear it. I was talking to my daughter.
No, you're good. No, I said like what I see your articles as kind of saying in a sense is like, in from my perspective, it's like you're kind of saying that like in a way, the more that we're struggling against the system in a sense, like the system is kind of
learning from us in a sense. Like I know you're not saying that, but like that's what I hear. Like, and I think just when we go backwards to the previous article before that, the one about the like no white culture, you say a lot of stuff in there that I think is very much like it's very much like in the wheel of like what I've been trying to say to a lot of people, but just from a totally different angle. So if we can get into that, I want to go over the major points of that article too. I think that's the next one.
I can read that for you real quick. You know what I'm saying? Not a big deal. There's no white culture. As much as we pretend it does not exist, right? Let's start just where it starts. Who your people were in the old world depends on where you land in this conversation. What is white? What does this term come from? White began as Blanco, a way to differentiate the Spanish colonists from the indigenous people they encountered and the slaves they brought to work the plantation. This, of course, led to the belief as long as Europeans weren't committing crimes against each other, it wasn't really a crime. This, of course, led to the Enlightenment ideas of scientific racialism. Look, history is what it is. We're built from what we are built from. My people were Roman. We enslaved everyone. Our society lives off guilt. We are well aware that what we have done will come back to haunt us. It lives in our psyches. We created fictions that justify what we have done. The Africans sold their own people to us. It was the Jews who ran the slave trade. They were better off. They were savages who had never invented the wheel. We are the superior people. And these are all true. The Africans sold their own people. The Jews were the merchants who sold and financed the sales of slaves. The Africans never invented the wheel, and we had better technology. The thing is, though, none of these are in a vacuum. The African continent is shit. It has less coastline and deep water ports or rivers that can be traversed in Norway. The center of it has a fly called the tsetse fly that carries sleeping sickness, which kills all large bovine animals, so they can only carry goods. I had somebody like lose their shit about this in my fucking Discord, right? All right, so the people like have existed in Africa for like, fucking 5 million years, whatever the fuck it is, right? But like the bovines and the animals and the domesticated animals were only 13,000 years, right? So like it kind of like, didn't have the time to be able to evolve to like stop this shit, right? All right, which kills all large bovine animals, so they can only carry goods. The river systems drop 1,000 feet in elevation, 100 miles from the coast, so they can never support trade or major inland transport. The Jews did the finance because the Christians were not supposed to be allowed to do usury, so we used the Jews to fund our economies when our greed overgrew our abilities. We had transport and access to the Silk Road, which enables all the worst brain power to be put to use to trade and upgrades. The Aztecs and the Africans were not part of this network. See, here's the thing: we all evolved somewhere. And this is the point of the essay. Before we were white, we were Genoan or Parisian or Budapestan, right? Or Budian and Pestin, right? We were the sons of Will or Smith, the McGregor clan, the Julians. We never considered ourselves white. Our cultures were formed over thousands of years of forced interdependence on others based on the land and available resources or food. These cultures were reflected in art. The background to different masterpieces shows different land masses and geography. The culture of a place touched someone so much that they needed to express it and write it down because it belonged to them. They were the culture. They embodied it. The teachings and practices and idiosyncrasies of what the interactions were carried down over the years. These beautiful parts of who we were as humans and family have mostly been lost to the economic needs of a digital age. This white descriptor became a measuring stick of the economy. We used to say, be a proper white man to get a job to support your family. This had connotations. It meant not having a culture that kept you from doing whatever it took to earn your way into the economic system. These connotations are still there today, but mostly they are used to differentiate one group of workers from another. The scientific management looks at someone who is white and assumes they have had their culture ripped out. They assume they can read and write and have the understanding needed to do the task. They assume they will be able to they will ask for a certain amount of money based on the economic caste. This is used by politicians and advertisers to sell ideas and goods because the whites have been sold a standard of living and a way of life. We pretend that America never had a caste system. I'm pretty sure the Northern Whites always looked at the blacks and the new money as beneath them. The slaves were slaves and the white trash was white trash. The landowners married landowners. One of the Waltons just married one of Swift's children. This is the way things are. We are humans. The study of economics is the study of what people do all day. This is why I say all interactions are transactional. The interdependence between peoples is the basis, not just for economic means, but also cultural means. Culture dictates the rules for interaction. We went from having unwritten codes and rules that were understood to laws and actual codes written down that are punishable and actionable by force. This court system was set up to destroy the local power structures that restricted the actions of national or international merchants that were antithetical to the cohesiveness of local people. Anyone who's ever been to court will tell you it's an impersonal, cold, unfeeling machine. This is why it's run by women today. They are compliant and lack the empathy to break the rules when needed. Culture is created over long periods by people who live in a place generationally. Today, we're just beginning to smell the idea that this used to be the norm after 500 years of mass migration from the old continent to the new. Men like Ben Shapiro do not want the system to end. It's why he says retarded shit like, you are not entitled to live in a place you grew up. If you cannot afford to live here, then you should leave. Man, listen, yeah, I gotta fix that fucking right there. You cannot have the freedom to move wherever you want in the culture. Freedom is the great destroyer of culture. When you give tribesmen the Amazon, the internet, they start shitting on their local women and calling them fat and asking, what color is you, Bugatti? Right? See, culture is a restriction of the movement of capital and knowledge. You cannot have scientific governance and still have superstitions or practices that hinder technological development. The Amish or the Jews are a good example of this. The Jews are not even allowed to drive on the Sabbath. They must hang up their keys and not touch them all day. The Amish restrict transportation to keep the people close. This runs directly counter to any good government that wants jobs and employment in industries that create sellable goods. Cars are the best way to keep massive swaths of a place employed. With 10,000 moving parts, the manufacturing for each part of the supply chain keeps a town somewhere alive. The Nietzschean way of thought that says if something can be knocked down, it should be knocked down, destroy the very pillars that uphold societies and communities. No one puts baby in the corner as an attitude of a man who has no responsibility to his bloodline or higher society. This attitude destroyed the very bonds of a community that keeps basic structures, what Machiavelli called virtue, alive. The guy who cuts the grass at the park where the kids play, the engineer who volunteers his time locally to help with the infrastructure and sends his kids off and doesn't push them to stay and help as the community is filled with Muslim immigrants who aren't of his people. They don't share his culture. If they don't share his culture but are part of his community, ownership needed to assume stewardship dies. We say this is my land or this is my nation, this is my community, this is my city. This implies you have a responsibility to it and implies it has a responsibility to you. You are part of it and it's part of you. When you have to leave it and leave another place and leave another place, all of a sudden you're like a woman who jumps from dick to dick to dick. You eventually can't pair bond at all. You will have no culture and end up as a nation of wanderers and merchants. This has been our people forever. We have not spent generations in a place. We have been moving around, not having the basic structures that would create good culture. We have laws of the road like hobos, but unlike hobos, we have no shared suffering. We blame each other for our societal failings and won't even leave markings on a post to help each other find a way. I would love to get back to having cultures, but we have to accept that borrowing from the future and having exponential growth economically and technologically is not possible if we want it. We have to let the chips fall where they are and may intentionally and stop trying to where they may internationally and stop trying to replace ourselves with computers. It is time for us to take the next step, break this economic zone into multiple nations and settle in for a few dozen generations, become new races and people. I hope we do. Only then will we find culture and true love again.
Right. So there's a lot packed into that. I think the responsibility thing you said is a big key one, and stewardship. So you like responsibility, stewardship, tied to the land, economic, like the fact that we're bouncing around economically. But so I guess what you're saying is like, so are you basically saying to like white folks like essentially like
Damn white folk.
them damn white folk. You try to tell us like we got to be more. I mean, I don't want to say subservient, but basically,
no,
ourselves and basically like
that's not it. That's not it at all.
We got to go back to being but we got to go back and be like serfs on the land essentially, and like.
I mean,
once we're serfs,
stop with the serfs term. Just like belonging to a land, right? Being a part of a land. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, like, and I'm not saying it in a derogatory way, but it's like, okay, so like on the one end, you're like, well, the merchants, like, we don't want to be merchants and this and that, but like, the merchants, the international ruthless cosmopolitans, like run us, right? Like their kids go to Harvard, and their kids like fly to Moscow, to London, to New York City, and all this. But then like we support them by like our economic activity and like bowing down. So again, I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is like it's an interesting like dynamic where it's like we just need to kind of like hunker down and do the thing, and so I get like, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree in a lot of ways. Like you're saying, like use the Amish or the Jews as like an example, and like I can kind of agree with that in a sense. But at the same time, it's like we're kind of at the mercy of the economics and the technology and stuff like this too. So, but so I guess there's like a balance that we need to strike between those two things, right? Like,
okay. So, like, listen, all right, so check this out, right? There's two ways you could use this technology, right? Three, right? You could use it to, like, create viruses that'll eat the entire world, you know what I'm saying, and, like, murder the whole population except for a select few, right? There's, you could take it and turn everybody into, like, pod-dwelling, like, fucking, city folks who are addicted to fucking porn and, like, just, like, raw animals who eat goy slop, right? But there's a third option, right? And I wrote about this, right? Fucking, actually wrote a piece about this. Post, go back. Hang on a second. Fucking view all, search for artificial general intelligence. Okay, so I wrote about this. Right. Okay. So the pods, cyberpunk, shit. Let's see here. I'm trying to see fucking Skynet. I think there was like two of these I wrote about this, to be honest with you. Right. Hang on a minute. Go back here. Posts. AI. Fucking June 25th. Is it too late? Is it too late? Hang on. Is this it? I'm trying to see because I actually wrote some shit about this.
Yeah, what are you talking about right now? Because if it's about AI, I have a lot I can add.
Well, we're talking about how like the economic system, and so it's like he's saying like white people, we need to like kind of go back to the land and build a culture and like stop moving around and being rootless cosmopolitans trying to be something or be someone that we're not. And I'm saying like, well, like we're kind of ruled by people that are rootless and do kind of like rule over us because they're only moving around money and stuff. So I'm like, well, how do we play like offense and defense while like we're kind of like becoming serfs on the land or something like that, And again, I'm kind of mischaracterizing what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's not serfs that you're looking for, right? In the end of the day, it's not serfs, right? It's literally like you just want to be part of the land and tied to the land and have like a nationality. Right? Like be something that is from somewhere.
Well, why don't you tell the Jews that then?
Let me add something quickly though. A lot of people talk about the dangers of AI, but I don't see many people talking about the dangers of cloud computing. Cloud computing coupled with AI is what's super dangerous. Cloud computing, like IoT is connected to the cloud, and during the 2019. The cloud, like AWS and Azure, they make so much money. Amazon actually loses money from its store, but it gains money from its cloud services, which is called AWS, Amazon Web Services. That can.
Yeah. Well, before we get into that, like let's make sure it's connected to like the human side of it, right? Like, I mean, I know what you're saying, and I think it's really important, but I'm saying like let's stick to like how like
all that is affecting us on the ground level,
I
and
tell
then
you
tie
how.
it back to like to all
Yeah.
that, if
Well,
that makes sense.
Klaus Schwab tell you how. Basically, they're trying to collect data on the edge, using what is called edge analytic devices, and then they can like perfect or improve their predictive models that they host on the cloud, and that way they can like improve their, I don't know, surveillance systems and
Well, that's kind of what that's kind of what I was arguing, is like I think his like what I see from his articles is that like it's like I think that he's right in a lot of ways, but what I'm saying is like I'm concerned with what you're saying, where it's like, aren't we kind of helping the system like get better at it? Because like if we drop, like, you can't really drop out of the system economically. You can't, like, this is what we started off talking about. Like, we can't really survive economically, right? Like, we're so dependent on the system that we can't really drop out, right? And like, maybe we could like have a farm or something, but ultimately we're kind of at the mercy of what's going on. But at least we can have like more control over our situation with like family and stuff like that. But also, like, I guess it goes back to like the sitting duck situation. Like, in a sense, like the Amish aren't sitting ducks, but in another sense they are sitting ducks. So it's like, I guess it's like, and it's going to get more and more that way because of the technology, yes. But it's like, to what degree do we prioritize things?
Okay, listen. Let me pose my third option real quick, right? So, like, the third option is that like you create farmer poets, right? Like, rather than like fucking standing here creating pod dwellers or any of this shit, you create farmer fucking poets. Right. I mean, we're like, you're tied to the land, you're part of a community, you're part of everything. But the AI like allows you to be able to like, fucking have Aristotle, like you can, like read Aristotle and Plato and read and do all this type of shit. But like it helps you grow food, and it makes you like, and you have like 3D printers in your neighborhood, right? It makes you kind of like self-sufficient, right? And that's, like that's the best use of AI. You know what I'm saying? But we don't want to move towards like anything that's good for humanity. We just want to move towards like what's good for like the very, very upper class. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I agree with you. And I think that's kind of what I'm saying is like my big problem with the technology is that the way that it seems to being implemented is it's only going to benefit the top 1 to 5% of people, and everybody else is just going to get bulldozed by it. And again, like, honestly, like, I could even say, like, let's just say for the sake of argument, like 50% of the people on the earth, like, I could give a fuck less about. Let's just say it like that, right? But then it's like the rest of us, like, I don't want us to get wiped off the face of the earth. So it's like, now what? So it's, you know what I mean? So
you said farmer pellets, like, what did you say? Farmer
poets.
Yeah, farmer poets.
Oh, farmer poets. So
yeah,
like writing poetry. Yeah, like.
Listen, bro. Like, okay, have you ever heard of warrior poets?
Yes. Okay, I see what you mean now. Yeah, okay.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, instead of like warrior poets.
I know 100% what you mean. Sorry about that.
Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you create somebody who's like still on the land, but they're not like struggling to survive. You know
there's actually a good book about farmer poets. It's a Japanese though, but I know you don't.
Oh, now they're giving out tablets in jail. Yeah, they've been doing that for 5 or 6 or 10 years now. Like, bro, listen, that's been a normal thing forever. Yeah. Like, because it's easier to like let somebody have a fucking tablet so they can text back and forth with people and they can make money. It's like 25 or like 5 cents a text or some shit like that. Right? It's fucking ridiculous. Speaking of which, I got to put money on.
Right, but that's what they're doing with the whole economic system. Is like the whole economic system is like jail with like tablets with 5 cents a text. Right,
Yeah,
like that's kind of what they're doing.
Behavior, bro, is what it is.
Question for you, Pinoy. Do you think war with swords and arrows was more noble than with guns and modern artillery?
Oh, a million times, yes.
Yeah. In medieval times, yeah. In what times? I didn't hear you.
A million percent, yes. 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 1,000,000%.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, I think that's really one of the biggest problems because now war is just for faceless corporations. That's really not even for your own interests or your own people. You know what I mean? And but in the past, war was different. War had a metaphysical dimension to it.
Well, but here's the thing: is like honestly, a lot of war probably wasn't for the best interest of your people either. It's usually like out of like the necessity because either the king ran his mouth or whatever happened. I mean, sometimes it was over resources, but a lot of times it was just over like, I mean, at least in Europe, I mean, a lot of it was over a lot of bullshit too. So, I mean, but generally speaking, like I think that it is more honorable too because it's like when you got to look a person in the eye before you like cut their head off. I mean, it's a lot more real. You know what I mean? So,
I mean, the chances for glory are much higher.
Wait, say that again.
The chances for glory are much higher.
Right, like the risk reward. You're saying like the risk reward, yeah. I mean, reward risk thing, yeah.
Yeah. Like you're not like, listen, you're not gonna become like a fucking like the last motherfucker who like really like was, recognized as a fucking soldier was the guy who Rambo was based off of, right? And even then, most of us don't know his fucking name.
Well, it's like Achilles or something like that too. But so
no. I'm talking about like recently in our.
No, world. I know, but I get what you're saying. It's like you live on in infamy because of your your heroicness or like what's the guy Beowulf or some shit, right?
Yeah.
You live on through whatever you call it. But so you don't have to go. I mean, if you want to read your articles in reverse, you can. But like. So the thing you talk about on this one is I traced it back. Then the next thing you were saying is something about how like it's like the native versus the colonizer, and you use like King Arthur specifically, and I thought that was very interesting because you were saying like King Arthur was like the son of a Roman noble and like some British, harlot or something, or I don't know what it was, but
No. She was like it was like a Britain lady or whatever it was. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fucking.
Right.
Yeah. So
you're
like,
saying that's how they like psyop people. So you say, I mean, you didn't say this directly, but like my interpretation of it is like they kind of use like the mixed children of conquerors and natives and this and that to like kind of like sell the destruction of culture or something like that. I thought that was very interesting.
No, I mean it's not really what it's about. It's what you end up having is, and this is what Machiavelli said, like if you want to be able to conquer a place, you have to like move your people there, right? But like eventually when you do that, after like so many generations, like the people become like part of that land and they're no longer part of yours, right? And then they'll rise up, and because like they're from your core, they have the capability and knowledge, and they've added in the local customs into and like made them better. I don't know the word I'm looking for here. Fucking, I'm reaching at the moment. Like they've taken them and made them like the most like shit that they can be, right? I mean, they've taken them and they like fucking. I'm not personified them, bro. Like I don't know, it's more, yeah. But they stood there and they took their cultures, they combined them, they took the best parts of them, and then they end up aiming that back at you, right? And that's what happened in Britain with, King Arthur and shit, who's supposed to be the first king of fucking Britain. We don't know if he actually existed, right? But like that's technically like what the myth is that he was the son of a Roman noble and like a fucking British mother, right? And he became the first king. But yeah, it's fucking fascinating shit. But the fall of empires. When do colonists become folk? I run my articles through Notebook LM after publishing. It's mostly an edit of my concepts and makes a podcast. It's about 30 minutes long with two people having a conversation about my work. It also makes a short 7-minute video that I put up on my YouTube channel. In doing so, it allows me to listen to others' perspective on my work while going down the road or in the shower. This sometimes gives me a deeper insight into the concepts I'm writing about, essentially giving me a chance to be inspired by what I've already written. I don't read other people's articles. I don't read other people's articles as much as I used to. The reason is twofold. One, I don't want my work to sound like anyone else's, and two, I want to finish the threads I'm pulling on before being dragged into the mud. I want to pull in the thread I started with my last article. This relates to the core concept of the Substack as a whole because it's fundamental to understand the underlying mechanisms of my political philosophy. There was a book written about the fourth turning. I apologize, I have to dismantle it. But let's be honest, sometimes we all want to destroy something retarded. The basic premise of what they understood to be generation was completely wrong. How can a generation be 20 years when the average age for a male to breed for the first time was 25? I know I can hear you typing furiously on your keyboard. That's marriage, not childbirth. I searched for data on the average age of a male becoming a father in the historic term, and there is none. So this is a good stand-in. So if the average age of a male historically to be married was 25, and that's the age they reproduce at, how can you say that there's a turning of certain generations? Say there's a turning of certain generations. This is nonsense. The country will be 250 years old next year. That'll be 10 generations, not 16, like Howard Strauss implied. Here's another graph. That dip was a historic in the baby boomer generation. This means that a generation is 25 years, not 20. So with that being understood, we need to have a conversation about a theory I'm working out in my head. We have heard the left scream about how we're all immigrants in America. We've all seen this meme with the Native American saying, "Bank took your house." That must be tough. This is true because there's a native peoples who have been here for at least 6,000 years. That's 240 generations. There's no question that these people have a claim to the land based on blood and soils. I have no issue with this. But when do colonists become native? I think that this question is a much bigger question and holds a key to solving a bunch of other questions. See, we know there's a point when people move to a place from somewhere else, that they stop being from that someplace else and become native to the new land. The Spanish conquered Mexico in 1521 and were kicked out 300 years later in 1823. I think these dates are a little misleading. After Cortez, who had the largest balls of any man who's ever lived, conquered the Aztec with 200 guys in 1520, there were 240,000 Spanish Europeans who came to Mexico that century, and another 450,000 a century after that. We know that people don't mass migrate as soon as a place is conquered. It takes time. Hell, the boat ride took 6 months alone. So let's say the migration happened over a period of 200 years and was full swing by 1570. This will put the true Spanish Mexico state at 250 years. That's 10 generations, give or take. That's a lot of rape, like a lot of rape. The people who resulted were, we call mestizos or Mexicans. They were rallied by a Catholic priest after he discovered they could not grow crops on their land. Now, 10 generations of a people who were mixed with the blood of conquerors and the conquered. These people of Spanish and native descent stood up and fought off the Spanish Empire. You can say these people threw off a failing empire, but they still did it. They did not form a capitalist utopia. They formed a loosely governed federation of states. They had border skirmishes and lost land to the newly formed United States, which was expanding westward. The thing is, though, no one questions if they belong there. They had always been there. They're just Mexicans, just like the Afghans or Afghani or the Russians are Russians. There aren't many places in the world where people aren't just the people. I mean, the Uyghurs in China, the Israelis, the Basques, the Kurds, most of these, other than the Jews, are native people inside the wrong borders. I apologize if this meanders a bit. I'm still formulating this idea. The thing is, we weren't native. My people were still working are still working on a native thing. It is a total assimilation that is the one aspect of it. My people are from Calabria, Italy. We are still not quite native. We want to own the land, but we are at war with the Anglo-Saxons. We are not them, and we are not in charge, and they are in charge. We are not Italians anymore, but we're not Americans. Maybe if I explain the feeling, you understand better. Part of being an American is the culture. There's parts of the economy that disgust us. The food, for sure, is one of them. We all have guilty pleasures like Chinese food or Pizza Hut pizza, though that has changed since they changed the recipe. But ramen noodles or Waffle House makes you want to lynch Anglos for disrespect the basic human decency by calling this food. The worship of Japanese cars and entertainment, worshiping women and whining about your feelings to your local Jew at $200 an hour is insane. The need to work 400 hours a week and never see your wife or kids is also insane. The hatred for your family, community, and people fucking awful practices. The disrespect of your own people because of dialects. The beef between the blacks and the Anglos when they were brought here to do work for the Anglos. Just give them the hug that they've been wanting for 400 years. They buy everything you tell them to, and they comfort themselves and they contort themselves in a knot to do as you ask. The need for your news to portray every man as a pedophile or rapist just to sell advertising is borderline suicidal. I don't want to hear anything about how bad Italy is or to leave. I have no idea what Italy is like. I've never been there. I ain't going anywhere. I'm an Appalachian. My people come from the Apennine Mountains. This feels like home. I get lost in the views coming home a lot of times. But I'm an outsider, and so are most of my people. We meet on the internet and discuss this place like agents of a foreign government, giving reports of what we have seen. We have a cultural sense that this is shared over generations. We love the land and would defend it with our lives, but we know that if things got tough, we would be seen as separate and as possible enemies again. I think this is a process of empires. The term empire means to rule over a large territory. This ultimately means you have to have more than your people under your rule. The structure is to have a core culture that is the base that expands and conquers other people. Your people move there and the natives absorb your culture and your people absorb the natives. Eventually, the new culture fights back to be free of the old. A local elite, often of your core, will stand up and use with the natives and the mixed people to throw a revolt and free themselves. This is where the term going native comes from. Native, of course, means nati or birth in Latin, of your birth. This term is old. This is the story of King Arthur, who was the first king of Britain. He was supposedly of Roman noble birth and of a British mother. George Washington was a colonel in the British Army. The father of Mexico was Miguel Hidalgo, a Spanish priest. Simon Bolivar, the man who freed Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, and fucking Bolivia from the Spanish rule, and Venezuela, was born into the Spanish nobility. At some point, we become our own thing. If we look at our country not as a continuous universal state, but as places where people have lived for a certain amount of time, it's only a matter of time before they fight for their freedom as well. This is a question of generations. How many does it take before people who were once Anglos, Germans, Italians, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Chinese, or Irish to become Idahoans, Appalachians, or Texans? When does it stop just being a civic duty and become virtue, as Machiavelli called it? When do the calls for blood and soil stop being calls and just become reality? When do people stop adhering to an empire that conquered a continent? When do they serve themselves and stand up and say enough that this is mine and my future generations' land? This does not belong to the empire. This is ours. When will a figure from the core come and lead the people out of the standing of being a part of an economic zone into a nationhood? It's only a matter of generations. Are we all on the clock? These questions, I think, need to be asked. I think I'll speak of this more as time goes on. I know there are people addressing folk on here. Send them this. Ask them what they think.
Yeah, that was a very good article. I do have some questions for you, though, because it's related to the article. So, what's your opinion on the European Union, first of all? I want to know what's your opinion on the European Union.
I think it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I see. I do agree. And maybe in some ways, yeah. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not logical, right? And it doesn't work logistically, right? Because each of the economies does its own thing, right? And like the ability of them being forced to use the euro often ends up destroying the economy and the government and the state itself that it's like, that it's ruling over, right? So like, Italians not being able to print their own currency and being forced to be in the euro instead of having the lira is an issue, right? Same with the Greeks, right? The Greeks needed to be able to inflate away their motherfucking, like their debt, you know what I mean? But they couldn't because it's like denominated in fucking euros. That's an issue for places like Greece, right? You know what I mean? And the Germans like are in control basically of like the fucking monetary purse. And there's places that need help and they can't help them. And then like you had these universal rules for different places with different nations and different people with different needs. It doesn't make any fucking sense, especially in like immigration law and all that type of shit. It's fucking bad.
That's actually a very good response. And I wanted to ask you another thing. What's your opinion in principle, on empire building? Throughout history, they have, Rome built empires, Persia built empires, China, China used to be multiple countries. Same with India, and they, formed the empire. Like, what's your opinion on empire building?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, am I supposed to have an opinion on empire building? Like, I'm neither pro nor negative empire building, right? Like it is what it is. Like, the iron rule of might makes right tends to play out, right? But ultimately, like empires are just like children, I mean? They're like humans. They have a natural cycle of, fucking birth, fucking growth, maturation, fucking aging and death. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But the reason I ask you that is because if America were to balkanize, according to like the Appalachians and the other cultures you show, some of them will want to build an empire, and there will be wars over that. Like it's inevitable.
Like for example, like with what you're saying, Pinoy, like right, like you're saying, like, well, if the people come in and mix, like let's say that like 100 million Muslims come in the next like 20 years, right, or whatever, and they have like 100 million kids, then essentially like now they become the dominant culture, or at least a significant minority, right? And then so like now, is that like a part of the plan of the empire, or does that become a new empire, or does that just become an economic thing, or how do you view that? I guess.
I mean, I feel like eventually we as humans have to learn how to be smart enough to not do slavery, right? And if you don't do slavery, then you probably won't do a lot of immigration, right? At the end of the day, like slavery tends to be like terrible for your civilization. Like it's fucking cancer for almost every civilization that fucking does it. I don't know why we keep trying slavery, because it doesn't fucking work and it never has. And it always leads to the downfall of every empire. Like we need to stop doing fucking slavery. So like, I don't think we should be inviting anybody to fucking just as a whole, right? Unless like it's a necessity, or, like fucking artists or whatever the case is. You know how that works. Like, like even basketball players, right? That type of shit. I have no fucking issue with like high scale, real high scale people, artists, like, for instance, like guys from Top Gear come here and like, fucking drive their cars around. That's cool. That's fucking fine. You know what I mean? Movie stars, whatever, don't care. Right. But like, as far as like people who are actually competing for like real labor, it's fucking dumb, and so I don't think you should do that just as a whole. I think we should learn that lesson. But I mean, that's just me. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm retarded.
No, I actually agree with you in terms of virtue. I don't think slavery is good in terms of, being virtuous,
Or economically too. It's fucking dumb.
Well, but isn't our system ultimately like capitalist slavery through compete like with the immigration and all that? Like, isn't it a different form of slavery?
Yes, but it wasn't always. Like we built the best part of the system without slavery, right? Like that fucking 40-year period between like 1938 and like 1978, right, was the best period, right? As far as like American innovation and ability and all that type of shit and growth and all the crazy things that happened, right? That was the best part of the fucking country, like of our entire history in its 250 years, right? And what we did, we built a fucking middle class, right? We didn't have slavery, right? We didn't have immigration. We didn't have any of this shit, right? And then it went fucking straight downhill the moment we opened the fucking borders. So I feel like we should not like fucking open the goddamn borders, like for fuck's sake. It's just fucking no slavery, bro. You know what I mean? And by the way, like the South is way behind the North to this day because they had slavery, because they never had a middle class, right? And I get it, agriculture has never been, like a fucking profitable venture as far as shit's concerned, right? But like ultimately, you're better off like growing it properly, as much as you fucking can, and then subsidizing some of it and paying extra for the fucking for the food. That way, like the farmers keep going, and then just doing debt jubilees, right? Like run the debt up, and then for the farmers can run debt up, and then have a debt jubilee. That's what used to fucking happen. You ever read Michael Hudson or listen to Michael Hudson, Neurojack or Avian or Feather Machine?
Repeat that one more time. Repeat
I
that.
know what a debt jubilee is. From the Great Sabbath from Jewish law. Yeah, I understand it. What that means.
It's not Jewish law. This shit goes back to like fucking Samaria.
Yeah, perhaps, but I'm talking about the Great Jubilee, the Jubilee year.
Oh, the Great Jubilee. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is it? Jubilee Jet history. All right, hang on. Let me look it up. Yeah, I think it goes back to like Samaria, but like I don't know. I'm only seeing it in the fucking Bible.
The Jubilee.
Sumerian.
So are you gonna tell the Jews? Are you gonna tell the Jews to stop culturally appropriating all our shit?
Yeah, Sumerian jubilees were periods of debt cancellation, with the earliest known instance occurring around 2400 BC in Lagash. These were not fixed 7-year cycles, but rather proclamations by rulers who address social instability caused by debt, which would lead peasants fleeing and becoming indebted to the point of selling family members into servitude. So, yeah. This predates the fucking Jews. Like, bro, listen. I was trying to like divorce things from the fucking Jews, so like we kind of can get on board with it. Like,
Well, I don't know. It is fundamentally like if most people hear Jubilee that thing, then they're gonna think of the Bible stuff, right? So that's a common nomenclature.
Yeah, I'm just saying it predates like the fucking Jews by a lot. You know what I mean? Like what fucking 2,100 years?
Not according to them, right?
Yeah,
so, I mean, like right? But the Jews in existence in Samaria, so I mean, like it's what the fuck it is.
Yeah, I want to just clarify.
They claim that that's where Abraham is from, right? So,
I mean, they can claim whatever they want. Whatever.
So, like, let's say you got prisoners of war. You let them have their own community, and maybe they farm and they give taxes. But that's not really like slavery because you're letting them have their own, I don't know, land or something. Because I think cultures did that. And so, but the thing with the African Americans, it was slavery because they were working under plantation.
But isn't that what the tech oligarchs want for us? Like they want to have their like super sophisticated technology, and we go like be Amish people on the land, and they'll come and like rape our women or take them up in the spaceship or whatever.
Yeah, we are slaves to the technological industrial system and the way the system works. We are technically.
I mean, ultimately, like, listen. Okay, so here's the question, right? Would you rather spend like another like fucking 3 generations, 5 generations doing this where like we're all just like busting our fucking ass and like like our kids fucking hate us and everybody calls us racist every 4 fucking years and shit, you know what I mean? And like, white people continue to be a fucking minority and things keep getting worse. Or we can have a community where every once in a while, like, a rich person shows up and steals a couple of our bitches and leaves. I feel like we can get around
that.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
You know what I mean? Like, listen, like neither one's gonna be like completely perfect, right? But like, I feel like I would rather have like a community. You know what I mean? Where like we know that we're gonna be okay and shit. And when they call for us to go to war, we go to war. You know what I mean? And that's ultimately should really be the trade-off, because that was been the trade-off forever. Was like, listen, you let us have our land and we farm and we don't bother you. You know what I mean? We give you fucking crops when you need them. But like, other than that, you just leave us the fuck be. And when you need fucking soldiers, you call us up and we'll give you some fucking soldiers to fight for you. Right? That's the motherfucker. That should always be the fucking trade-off. I don't understand like why we got to fuck away from this. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's why we're here, because most of human history, people have lived like that. We have lost our community now, and we live working for faceless corporations. And the biggest problem too, which we've talked about, is the decoupling of local food production and the community. You see what I mean? By making the food imports come from like Costa Rica or South America or other countries, that forces dependence and reliance on the artificial system. And so it breaks down communities and atomizes them. As you decouple the food production and the local community, that's really the root of the issue as I see it. Because when you decouple them, all of this, escalates and perpetuates out of control. That's the way I see it.
A monkey. Yep, but ultimately, like, okay, let me ask you this. This is a weird question, but so I go with your general idea for the moment. Like, I think you have a strong argument. So, but here's the other side of it. Like, ultimately, if things get to a certain point and we can go back and be like more like hunter-gatherer type people and be like more like nomadic and like kind of like how the Native Americans did it, would you say that would be preferable in the long run, because it's harder to control people that are nomadic versus people that are tied to the land?
Nah, what you want to be is like the Yamayans. Right? You don't want to be like the fucking natives. You want to be like the Yamayans, right? You know who the Yamayans were, Neurojack?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I know who they were, yeah.
Yeah, like me and Avian know who the fuck they are. we're their descendants, right? But like, you want to be like the Yamayans, right? So like, what you want is, they were herding people, right? They were motherfucking people who, you know what I mean, like had like flocks of sheep or goats or horses or fucking cows, whatever it was, right? And they traveled around like grazing. They were pastoralist, right? They grew some food, you know what I mean? But on the same level, like the majority of what they ate was meat, right? And when they showed up in Europe, right, they were like 6'2", right? And they lived like fucking 60 to 70 fucking years. And this is fucking pre-Iron Age, right? This is a long fucking time ago, right? That's probably the best way to be, is a pastoralist, right? And you can keep some of the tech, right, and still be a pastoralist, right? Where, you know what I mean, like you go on drives and you do all the type of shit and you like, you know, fucking you herd and all these things. That is literally the best way to be as a human being. That's kind of what you want to do. But like, you know, that's not really an option because like the population is not, or too much population for that, right? There's too many fucking humans for that mentality. So I mean,
right. I agree with you. I totally agree with you on that point. And I think that's kind of, so I agree pretty much. And again, like, I think this is one of the things like about Christianity is like, I think Christianity, at least the way I understand it, is kind of a pastoral, religion. It's kind of based on like, I mean, the whole point of Jesus being a shepherd and stuff like that. Like, I think it has a lot of different interpretations that you could take from it, right? So, but again, I understand your other arguments against it. But again, I pretty much agree with you. So I guess that's kind of what you're saying is like, look, we don't know what the future is, but we got to kind of wait and see, and like we got to start moving in a certain direction to like hedge your bets because the bets are looking pretty bad if we just continue the direction we're at.
No. What we got to do is we have to go, okay, listen, we have a technology coming, right? And like we see it, like fucking, like, and the technology is about to punch us in the fucking face, right? And we go, okay, listen, so like we can take this technology and we can use it for something that's positive for us, right? And you know what I mean, like, take it and turn it into like something decent, and or you know what I mean, we can just let it run us the fuck over, right? So Mike had a great line about this. He said, every technology will abuse you till you learn to abuse it, right? You want to be able to have a plan for this tech, right? And get these ideas out there. You know what I'm saying? Right? Where like, go, hey, listen, this would be ideal. You know what I mean? This would be the ideal thing to do with this fucking technology, right? Because like, I understand that everybody wants to live in a fucking city, but it's mostly because there's shit to do in a city, right? There's restaurants and clubs and all that type of stuff. But like the thing is,
there's women under 50 years old in cities too.
Well, today there were always women under 50 years old in the country back in the day, right? Remember, like America, like was like fucking 80% motherfucking rural up until like the 1870s, right? So I mean, like this whole shit is like fucking kind of nonsense, right? This last 100 years is kind of dog water. There's never been a time period in history where more people were urbanized than they are right now. So, I mean, I guess this is just an unnatural fucking way to live. So when we're looking at this, we have to go, okay, well, if you could take these HOAs and these big suburban fucking plots and turn them into a place that grew fucking food, right? And like fucking, had like, instead of like cutting your grass, you let it grow. And you get cows and goats and chickens and pigs, whatever the fuck it is, right? You could feed that fucking neighborhood quite fucking easily. You know what I mean? Not like the whole way, but at least with like a decent portion of their fucking cows, like probably like 30, 40, 50% of their calories, right? And it'd be a much better diet and it'd be a much better community. And the people as a whole would be much better in just, like living, right? And if you could stand here and also take a couple of those fucking houses and convert them into like 3D printing shops where like you could get stuff to help you and implements that would get printed out to like help you like fucking farm and grow food and do all that type of shit, right? And like people could actually have like local community like fucking, businesses, not like super heavy duty stuff, but like shit that they could fix things and repair stuff enough that they could live there. And you could do things like debt jubilees to get rid of like a lot of this fucking bullshit, right? And let motherfuckers keep their houses and you get rid of the fucking immigrants, right? All of a sudden, like the population becomes much more manageable. The towns feel way less crowded, right? And you could get back to like a decent form of fucking community and family and cultural structures. And even if you did this for like 5-6 years, it would repair about 70 to 80% of the damage that's been done, right? Over the past 80.
Right, but so again, I'm not trying to argue with you, but again, I'm trying to throw out scenarios I think are
Mhm.
likely. So like as whites flight out of the cities, right? They're going to continue weaponizing and educating these brown people to like hate everybody and like be weaponized like whatever the fuck, right? So like if the cities fall, so basically like what I'm saying is like they're just going to keep replacing us and then like use the structure of the cities as like a weapon against those of us out in the rural areas. And they might pass a law that says like, well, having a cow is bad for the earth and you need to be like eating like bug meat or something. And so like we'll send the Nigerian robot police people to like confiscate all your cows or something, right? So I'm not saying that like that's going to happen, but I'm saying like I think this is kind of like if you look at England, for example, right? Like all these stupid English people like invited all these people to come in their country, and now like they're being policed by the immigrants to like turn in all their guns and knives and cows and whatever the fuck else. So.
Well, I mean, the English at the moment are looking to divorce the Americans. Right? I just actually watched a podcast today about that, right? Where they're having roundtable discussions, right, with like top end academics talking about should we just divorce the Americans at this point? Which, I mean, it's fucking it's so beautiful. Like, thank fucking God, finally, right? I mean, these retards can leave us alone. But like this shit here is stuff that, I mean, like, we can have all these conversations about that shit, about like, the cows and the leftists and the academics and all that type of stuff. The managers are going to disappear. Right, the managers will like flat out just disappear, and they'll fade back into regular communities. Right, that shit won't happen anymore. You're still going to have, like AIs probably like making. This is where AI will help. And as I said, these are not like things that I think will happen, but these are ideas that I think we should propagate. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the best fucking option we have with AI and not having jobs.
Right. No, I get. So what you're saying is and if this is what you're saying, I agree, and I actually don't want to say it out loud, but I'll try to say it in a very careful way. What you're saying is that we need leverage before we get to the negotiation table. Is that what you're saying?
We need ideas before we get to the negotiating tables. What the fuck I'm saying?
Right, I mean? but ideas that hopefully get you access to leverage. So
it's not even that, dog. It's like literally like, bro, okay, does anybody have anything like? Have you heard a single fucking solution from anybody?
I actually have something to say.
Well, there's the guy named Luigi who had some solutions, but I don't know.
No, I'm talking about like, have you heard any solutions from it? Bro, listen, I'm giving you ideas, right? I'm taking these ideas, I'm putting them out in the ether for everybody, right? So when this shit happens, right, we go, listen, I got an idea, right? Listen, I heard this, whatever, right? And you propagate this the fuck out. So you go, listen, here's something we can fucking try to aim for. Right, even if we miss the target a little, to the left or the right, I don't give a fuck. Either way it goes, it's still better than the fucking pods or the virus, right? Or like any of the things that they want to fucking do.
Yeah, I actually have something to say about that. One way to do this is to look at the communes that failed, like Kirista. And I think one important thing, if we do make farmland and we make a commune and work with people, is to make it sex segregated. And don't let people fuck each other's wives. You know what I mean? Because Kirista was like they were living commune, but it broke down because of all the fucking they would do and other.
Well, this is the problem though. Is like only a certain type of person's attracted to like the kibbutz system at the moment, right? And so the thing is like this is the problem with the New Age thing. Is like look, a lot of the things that the New Age people are trying to accomplish, like I agree with, but here's the thing: is like. It's always going to degenerate because people are degenerate, and a lot of degenerates are drawn to like this type of ideology, right? So it's like, and there's not really like an enforcement that can actually happen. I mean, within cults there can't like it's like Mormonism, right? Like the reason why Mormonism works is because it has internal enforcement that nobody in the government is going to interfere with, right? So like that's why Mormonism works, right? That's why Scientology works, because like people don't get the government involved in all that shit, right?
But all these like commune and kibbutzes that aren't Jewish, like you're gonna have like the DPS showing up or whatever. You're gonna have like you're gonna have people showing up at your door like saying like, did you do this right or did you do that right, or somebody's gonna get drunk and have sex with somebody's wife and then somebody's gonna get shot, and then like then you're not gonna have money to pay the property tax or whatever, right? So like this is how all this stuff seems to go, which is why I don't take a lot of that commune stuff serious. But yeah, I mean, the communes work in Israel, right? Because they have a culture, they have a like internal enforcement arm that forces people to do not drag the not destroy the family or destroy the clan or whatever, right? So
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like, when you have a commune, it's good to have certain expectations, like don't fuck each other's wife, contribute to the growing the farm, growing the, farming, stuff like, because everyone has to contribute. So there should be like, clear rules, and you shouldn't be afraid of having regulations, in my opinion. Like not regulations in the sense of government interfering, but in the sense of like, the head of the farm or the commune, he's like, you can't be doing this shit, and he puts his foot down. You have to have like strict rules against degeneracy. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Because degeneracy tears apart communities. Is what I'm trying to say. Like that's what it does. Yeah, I'm not a degenerate. I'm not a degenerate. If that's what people. I'm not a degenerate. Like, yeah, I prefer monogamy and fidelity. I prefer fidelity. Well, people went silent. Yeah. Is it just me? Like,
no, I was wondering that
Yeah,
too.
I'm
I
here.
don't know if anybody else, I don't know if anybody else talking to. Hold on one second. I'm gonna switch. Well, shit. I don't know if Pino is still there. Let's see here. But Machine, you're still there, right? And Avian.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
yeah,
All right,
yeah,
cool.
I'm here.
So I put a video in the back. If you don't mind share this video for a second, I would. It's really it's pretty short. I just want to get you guys' opinion on his argument here.
I don't know if will be able to, but I'll try, I guess, because
Yeah, if it works, if not, it's okay. I'll open up my computer and open it up. But I just need a few. It'll take me like 5 or 10 minutes to do that, so I don't want to forget about it while I'm doing that. But
okay, I can't
You have to accept the screen that I share.
yeah, I'll do it. I got it. And hopefully Pino can hear this. He might be busy, but hopefully he'll hear this a little bit.
You should leave the United States, and rightfully so. A lot of people have come and said, you know what, like, I'm a real patriot. I'm not gonna leave and abandon my country just because things are kind of hard right now. I'm not a coward like you, anti-prophet. Fair point. I want to address this though. My thinking here is that you are actually the least responsible type of citizen if you are allowing yourself to live in the United States while being financially stressed day in, day out, and also if you're extremely lonely. Because if you have those two massive problems in your life, you are not operating at 100%. You are likely completely reactive to whatever it is that you see on your phone on social media. And I'm not kidding. When we are stressed about money, we literally lose 10 IQ points until the money insecurity is taken care of. You are a worse citizen by staying in the United States, and we cannot depend on you to help us make good decisions for as long as you're stressed. My thinking here is this: why not enable people to leave the United States, not for their entire lives necessarily, but for a season, 2 years, 3 years, where they're able to live a life of luxury, where they're able to work 20 hours a week instead of 40, and where they're able to save $40,000 US a year, so that by the end of 2 or 3 years, they have $80,000 to $120,000 saved up, and they can use that courage that they get from financial security to find their ride or die, so that they fix the relationship side of things, so that they can return to the United States with all of that extra psychological bandwidth to help the country define a new cultural mythos that we can all live inside of. That is what is behind my political project on this channel at this point, and it is my response to the people who say, oh, I'm not a coward. I believe you. I really believe you're not a coward, but I believe that what I'm talking about here is the best possible way to open up that psychological bandwidth that we desperately need from you, because our country needs your intelligence in order to function. My whole channel has pivoted towards why.
Yeah, no, it's looping. Yeah, but yeah, that was interesting. So, what are my thoughts on it? Well, I mean, first off, the American establishment or their leaders, they really don't care about the common people. They keep flooding the country of Indians, and AI. Like Trump said, he's going to give us $2,000. I don't believe it. He said something like that. I don't believe he will do that. What I mean? He just says some shit, and the second thing is, America, it's like it doesn't have to be like this. It's becoming a third world country, but due to the incompetence and the greed of the politicians and stuff, and it didn't need to become like this, or maybe even their weird messianic plans. I'm not sure. But the second part is that what he says is kind of right. Like at this point, like if you're realistic, like getting money in America is getting harder. The job market is fucking up, and other stuff. I know people who work in Dubai. They make more money in Dubai than they do America, because Dubai is very open to Western contractors and stuff like that. So I don't know, but the third thing is that without dealing with the cancer, which is the politicians, and the establishment, I don't think things will get better. But I can't not really talk about that. I don't know why the hell it just keeps getting worse. But yeah, it was a nice video. Yeah, but yeah, I don't agree 100%, but I do see where he's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings on it too. It's like it's like people came here for opportunity, right? The land of opportunity. And then on the other end, it's like, well, if the opportunity is drying up, then in America is just a whore to be, extracted of opportunity and resources. Then, there's really no point in being here, essentially, right? Like, but then the thing is, like, if I'm from Scotland and I try to go back to Scotland, or you're from Iran and you try to go back to Iran, there's nothing there for you there either. Then now you gotta pick and choose where you're gonna be. But that's the thing is, like, the whole world's changing so quickly, right? And so this is kind of why I was talking with Pinoy about his whole like colonizer versus native, people
Yeah.
mixing and becoming
All
a
right.
part of a
All right.
culture,
Can I
or
add one
creating a
thing?
new culture, or going
I want
against the
to
old culture, or this or that.
I
Like,
want to quickly clarify
that
something.
does seem to
I'm
be
not.
where the whole world is kind of going through this kind of like neo Renaissance enlightenment, but not in the sense that most people think of it as, but it's more of like just erasing of old culture. Like, it's like they're bringing the old ancient stuff into the new, but it's really just to destroy everything. Essentially, it's not to really create something new per se or something.
Yeah, but let me first correct something. I was actually not born in Iran. My parents. I'm a second generation immigrant.
Creative destruction, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but I'm a second generation immigrant. The second thing I want to say is that I do feel like yeah, don't blame me or don't scapegoat me, but my parents, America during that time in the 70s and 60s, it wasn't to the ethnic Americans or the Americans' benefit either to even allow my parents in the first place, to be honest with you. My parents are not evil people. My dad is an architect and my mom is a nurse. But, America was totally, self-sufficient. It didn't really need my parents in the first place. What I'm trying to say is that, I have to think impartially. I mean, when I
Yeah,
talk about these things,
yeah. It
I try
seemed
to be.
like yeah, like it seemed like I don't know if my parents like going back and looking at the past. I don't think my parents' life was greatly improved by moving here or whatever. For sure.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, but that's the thing is like, does that mean that it wasn't worth the opportunity, or was it?
Well, for in my case, think about realistically and stuff. You know, um, you have to think very deeply. The thing is, you know, the financial prosperity isn't true happiness. What I mean, and being well off, is not true happiness. True happiness is to have a community, like Pinoy was talking about. But the thing is, everywhere you look, feminism is spreading, and everywhere you look, liberalism is spreading, and it erodes communities. A true safety net isn't found in insurance. It's found in the tight knit community, which we simply do not have anymore. And it's not the fault of average Americans like you. I don't blame Anglos, like the common Anglo people like you. I blame the technocratic elite, and also maybe just the nature of technique. I mean, it is a hard thing to analyze and ask why we like drifted so apart from the way human beings were living for thousands of years. Like I don't get it either. Like yeah, it's kind of nightmarish in some ways, like how this even happened. To not have a community or not, I was have you ever read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky? Crime and Punishment. I actually talked about this with TML before. But did you read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky? Nirojak.
No, I haven't. I've heard it recommended, but
Yeah, I've not read it, but my ex-wife read it, and she said that I reminded her of the serial killer character. Or
Oh.
whatever.
Oh, what a compliment!
Yeah, she didn't like me that much.
Yeah, well, the one I'm talking about is, Raskolnikov and his friend. His friend. I forgot the name of his friend. I think it was Petrov. His friend was Pyotr Petrov. I think. Well, no, what was the name of his friend? But anyway, Raskolnikov, the main character, he has a friend. Raskolnikov does a murder, which was very bad, and he's full of guilt for killing his landlord, and because he had this weird ass edgy Nietzschean view. He had an edgy Nietzschean view. Reportedly, Nietzsche was influenced by Raskolnikov's monologues, believe it or not. But anyway, Raskolnikov is always in bed, and he's feeling guilt, and he's sweating. But he has a friend who's always watching over him. He's been a childhood friend, and he's always watching over him. And he has an extended family too. What I mean, who worry about him. But you see, what I'm trying to say is the number one thing, and the Jays connect to this also, is the Jays try to destroy Western extended families, and they also try to destroy the communal bonds, which would come from ethnos. Ethnos is kind of important, I think. The Jews do that, and it's a massive problem. Yeah, they do that, and also the industrial system as a whole. The technique and stuff. But both Jays and technique are a big problem. I don't really think the common Anglo man is to blame for it. I do think the Anglo elites, the technocratic elites, are to blame. But most Anglos, most of them are in cahoots with the Jays anyway. So that what I mean, but yeah. Anyway, it's a massive issue. Yeah.
Well, that's so you're saying it's the TKG, the TJQ, essentially, right? Yeah.
They're married with the rich people. I think Rockefellers are intermarried with them, and other stuff like that. They intermarry with the billionaire families. And you always see them.
Well, you're just jealous you didn't intermarry into the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and stuff like that.
Yeah, those kind of families. The DuPonts and there are a couple of other ones. I had their names listed somewhere after those.
The DuPonts. Somebody has alleged now that Candace Owens is like her family is working for the DuPonts and stuff like that. I don't know if that's true, but I think that's interesting.
Yeah, you see them everywhere. You see these rich and powerful families. They always have their tentacles somewhere. What I mean? Like they're like everywhere. They're like there are a couple of them. I had recorded their names, so they're double checking it. But they're pretty powerful. Yeah. Yeah, this system is at fault. I was reading about the Great Lakes in the USA. It has lots of fresh water. Okay, and there's this guy. I had his name recorded. I could go find his name again. He's like drilling the fresh water and bottling it up and selling it to China. You believe that? He's taking the fresh water from USA and selling it to fucking China. That kind of problem exists everywhere. It shouldn't happen. It should just be used for.
Do you want the starving, the thirsting children of China to go without water?
Yeah, that's the problem with liberals. Liberals think they should. The problem with liberals, they think they should.
And if we can make a buck on giving them the thirsting, they're quenching their thirst, then that's just good for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a 360 win, as Alex Jones would say.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with liberals. My friend, his name is Matthew. Okay, he's a kind of an oddball. I don't have anything against him, but he's friends with this Jay Chaney. What I mean? And he is always crying about transsexual. He's always crying about the white privilege of white males and crap like that. And he's like, do these people even realize there are poor, homeless white people too? And stuff. And liberals are retarded. They think they could go and spread a utopia around the world. They cry over, starving African kids. But the problem with liberals is they don't see it's the system that's at fault. It's not like any particular race or any individual. It's the system, the global industrial system.
Well, that's kind of what I was gonna ask Peanut a little bit about too. Is I was gonna try to get into some of that, about the the whole white privilege thing too, because it's so where does the white privilege fit into his theory there? Because it's well, yes, technically we shouldn't be talking about that kind of stuff. As far as like what he's saying, about like there is no such thing as white culture, but then it's like still in the minds of the liberals, like they've weaponized this thing of like, well, you're just a white person who has white privilege, and it's like even though you make like significantly less money on average than like 8 other ethnic groups in America, so it's like
Yeah.
okay,
But I don't agree with Pino and everything. I do agree with him on his more, the economic views and his what is it called again, the distributism kind of views. I think that's in the right direction. But the anger towards the Anglos or white people, I don't entirely agree because you do have a culture. Like Southeast has a culture. That I think a lot of country music isn't bad. And I used to watch movies with John Wayne. The cowboy. I actually like the movie.
a lot. I'll tell you this though, like as someone from the southeast and someone who's really thought a lot about that and has defended a lot of that, like a lot of what we now think of as like Southern culture has been a psyop for a very long time. And again, that's kind of why I liked his article because like he's not saying it outright, but like he's kind of alluding to that fact in a roundabout way. I would say is like a lot of these things, it's like it was what he was trying to say about the slavery thing, for example, right? Like look, like I'm not a bleeding heart liberal. Like honestly, like I have mixed feelings on that whole thing, but it's like this whole thing that like the South was racist and this and that is like I don't believe in that either. But like also at the same time, like this whole thing of like the South was noble and that we did all the that we were just fighting for our causes or whatever. Like I think we were manipulated by the British to go fight against kill our own brothers and sisters,
Also, let me say
for
something
bullshit,
very ballsy here. And I don't want to say this often, but the people who sold the Africans as slaves, the ones who should be blamed the most are their tribal leaders who sold them off. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't like, they sold them off to the Jays.
Well,
The
but see
Jays
that, but
the
see
mon-
this is where the arguments get very tricky because then you say, well, you're going to hold a black man accountable for something, and so then on both sides you get it because like then it's like, well, we was oppressed and shit on one side, and then on the other side they're like, well, you're trying to give accountability to a black person, so it's like. Which you
yeah,
should see. This thing is like that. That's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where like it gets weird because like this is where the semantics of the whole thing is like so crazy because like they really have put everybody into a big giant like thought experiment semantic trap where like you can't really even have a conversation about these things with the average person, right? So then it's like you have to manipulate people because they're not capable of having a real conversation, right? And I don't mean to interrupt you, so go ahead. But I just want to make sure like I make that clear because I don't think many people off this group are going to understand what I'm saying. Like they're going to think I'm racist or something. But
no, I see your point. Most people just want an easy scapegoat. But at the end of the day, it's a systems level issue. It requires systems level thinking. Like Illo, he really gets to the issue. Jack gets a little, or maybe someone like Mumford, or like even Teddy or someone like that. They get to the root of the issue. And ultimately, the system is unsustainable and it erodes communities and it erodes biodiversity. I mean, you need some biodiversity for like arable land and clean water, stuff like that.
you're a racist and a bigot and a homophobe. I like it.
Yeah, yeah, those people are dumb. Just I never really fell for that psyop much because if you have like just above 100 IQ, you don't fall for it. I mean, it's like you don't need to be that smart to not fall for it. It's like very dumb stuff.
Well, you should fall for it. You'd have more power now.
Yeah, everyone wants easy scapegoats, but it's not the way it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Machine, are you still down to hang around for a little bit, or I don't know if do you have somewhere to be or something? Because if not, I want to do a little experimental watch and review stuff with you guys.
I'm here.
All right, cool. I'm trying to get on my computer and I'm gonna bring up a few videos here because I always ask you to do it, and I don't want to do that. I want to cover a few things with you guys. I'm actually gonna do a Twitter review later, but like that, like I could do that for hours and hours and hours, and like but and I want to wait till there's a bigger audience because the stuff on Twitter is way more hardcore. But this stuff I want to show you guys is really interesting. Hold on one second. Yeah, sorry, this thing is like weird. It won't let me sign into my stuff the right way, so I gotta go. You gotta like hack into your own account, basically. Oh my god, this thing's annoying. But what's on you guys' mind? What's your reflection on what on the stuff we're talking about? Like, do you think America's worth trying to preserve ultimately, or do you think
I
do you
think
think the multipolar
America's.
world is a psyop or what?
I think America is worth preserving, but when I went to my school, there were lots of good country folk. One of them gave me deer jerky. He was a good man. And the problem though was the Zionist propaganda at that time. People were worshiping George W. Bush and stuff. I think one way to help the South, at least of USA, is to end evangelism. Evangelism is definitely not close to Christian ideology either. I mean, Christian doctrine, I think. And that's one way to help America. And I think starting off with that, then we can like try to improve America step by step, make it more sustainable and more energy independent. You know what I mean? Energy independence would be very good, and then gradually scale back on the technology. Something like that. Yeah, but America is not a bad country. America has a rich culture too. It's just people have to dig for it. I mean, you have to dig for American culture. Like Faulkner, I'm not sure if you ever read Faulkner. He's very good for the South, and I also like Ambrose
Hey, look here, little lady. You need to watch your language, Faulkner. That sounds like some kind of Jewish psyop to me.
No, I don't think he was. I don't think he was a Jew. So.
No, I'm just. Yeah, sorry, I'm just loading up my computer and stuff because it's kind of hard to log into this thing. I gotta like change all the settings on my computer and shit.
California is beyond saving, though. California.
Well, I think. Well, I don't think technically it is, but practically it is because like it's just so corrupt with like Jewish billionaires and Gavin Newsom and stuff like that. Like if they put in somebody who actually wanted to change things, like I think California has like the most potential of a lot of places in America, but that's why it's so pivotal to like make it fucked up. Is because they're trying to like they're trying to make it as corrupt as possible. Because it would be very pivotal to like changing the direction of things.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, maybe they could start just fixing it. And by like putting someone in charge who actually has the interest of the people at heart. Like that's the most obvious thing a leader should have, but we don't really see that anymore. All across the world, though, it's not just America. All world leaders, they don't seem to give a shit about their own people. Like I don't really see it. Even Japan's leader now, Japan it had put a kind of female prime minister. I forgot her name. Ever since she got power 3 years ago, there's been a flood of Indians in Japan and other immigrants, and that's kind of crazy. And she actually got power because she claims she will be against that stuff, but she's like Trump. What I mean? She says one thing and she does another. I can get her name again. The new Japanese prime minister was female. This is kind of ridiculous, though. But that kind of pattern is occurring everywhere now. Right? It's like it's just crazy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just connecting my computer and stuff. I just don't wanted to. It's gonna echo when I talk, so. Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you too. Also, that new prime minister of Japan who's flooding Japan, she's also a Zionist, believe it or not. She She's like the Trump of Japan. Say no, take she. Say no.
Well, everybody's trying to say that she's like based and stuff, but I guess that's not really true. Like she's trying to say, oh, it's for Japan is for Japanese, but ultimately it's like a psyop because she's first of all, yeah, she's a woman, so it's like how based is that? But
yeah. Flooding the country of Indians, and now she's a Zionist. You believe that's like ridiculous. Like it's like Trump. She's like Trump, basically. Female Japanese Trump.
Yeah, I wonder if those Indian Japanese kids will look like Malaysians. Huh?
Yeah, maybe.
What do they look like?
Yeah, who knows in the future what Japan is? Japan has a small land mass, you know what I mean? So like already has a huge, big population for its land mass. So they're bringing in all these people. So I don't know what will happen.
how's my
They probably
audio?
look like some Uyghurs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
How's
already.
how's my audio? Is it okay? Sound good?
Yeah, it's okay. It has a little bit of echo, but I can hear it and understand you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to fix the audio stuff, but yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. But it's again, it's just kind of like it's interesting because people blame the Indians, right? But it's not really the Indians doing it. It's like G7 importing them, and I think ultimately it's like, I think it's like I really what I think it is I think it's like Russia, England, and America like fucking over China and Japan and Korea and anybody else who has the ability to actually do something, that'll contradict things or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of my feeling on it.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And also it ties into that one thing I mentioned multiple times, but the India Middle East
Ties into the
corridor,
what?
yeah, the economic corridor. Yeah, here. Yeah. But I don't know if that'll go through. Yeah, I actually did mention that before, but yeah. Yeah, it's just the economic stuff and the nature of the global system.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down, lay low, wait for the little, Japanese brown kids to hatch and have ninja jihadis.
Actually, did you know there was a Japanese guy? He went and he helped Taliban. You believe that he went and helped the Taliban and he was selling them weapons. You believe that? And they called him the Japanese samurai for the Taliban. You know who I'm talking about or no? Yeah,
No.
yeah, you can read about. His name was Tetsuo. Wait, no, it wasn't that. I have to try to find his name again. Yeah, it's kind of funny. He actually went and was fighting for them. It's Koshiro Tanaka. Koshiro Tanaka. He was working for the Mujahideen. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, there are people in Japan that just like converted to Islam like randomly. Like
Yeah,
they're just like,
this guy actually went in there and he was like freaking fighting there. It's like crazy against Russia. He was fighting against Russia. So very strange.
yeah, some of those Chechens look like they're chink-eyed. Some of the Slavic people.
Yeah, that's because they have a lot of different. Russia has a lot of ethnic diversity. Most Russians live in Moscow and they live in, the Moscow and what else was there? I forgot the name. There was one other place they live in. But outside of those two areas, there's like tons of weird minorities and lots of wildlife stuff. Like it's actually interesting. Russia is probably a nice place to live off the grid. Outside of Moscow and other places, because they leave you alone. Because Russia.
Yeah, like yeah, it's weird like how like certain people like there's a lot of people around the world that kind of look Asian. Just like especially people from Central Asia. Like there's some of them that have Asian features for sure still today.
The Khoisan people from Africa, they look Asian. They're like black people that look Asian. The Khoisan people, you know about them?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I have not seen Khoisan.
Yeah, so search up what I put on there, and you'll see they look kind of Asian. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
crazy.
in India, in the northeast, there are a lot of people that look Asian in the northeast of India. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Wait, what is this? I think I clicked the wrong link.
What do you mean?
Khoisan people. Just put down Google search image. I'll just.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, they look Asian. It's an interesting phenotype.
Yeah, that is crazy. Yes, I'm like.
Yeah. Africa was not always Bantu. You know, there was lots of like different, ethnic diversity and mix, and it's not just Bantu. Ancient Africa, I think they were more different looking groups were more widespread in Africa until the Bantu expansion. Until the Bantu expansion, that's what it's called. But the Khoisan people are heavily, they're being killed off. Like,
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Neurojack. I think his the laptop kicked him or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I have too many settings. That's why I hate getting on a laptop or a computer because it's just too many fucking settings on this shit, man. It's like, you gotta do all these different settings you have to consider before you do things the way you wanted to do it. It's very simple stuff, but it's you have to
Yeah, but let me tell you something interesting. Because you said you like red hair people. TML. There's actually a ethnic group in Russia that they're known to have high prevalence of red hair. Believe it or not, and I can tell you their name. They're very interesting looking. And if you want, I can tell you their name. I have to remember again. Give me 1 minute. I'll remember.
Yeah, I think there's a famous picture of the ginger, the ginger jihadi or whatever. But it was he had a red beard.
Yeah, I think they're called Udmarts. They have a lot of red hair. You can look it up. They have a very interesting phenotype. Udmarts. They tend to have, some of them look Asian, but other ones don't. But they have a lot of red hair there. You know, I mean, that's crazy. Almost all the Udmarts have red hair. They're red-haired ethnicity. They're connected to Finnish people, I think, and they live in. Yeah, very strange. Yeah, all of them have red hair. That's crazy. The Udmarts.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Okay. Finally, I got this stuff working. Okay, so I just want to play you guys a little bit of this. This is one of my friends from a long time ago when I first met him. So this is him doing a show in Thailand and stuff. So I wanted to show you a little bit of this. I think it's just a little entertainment, but then I'm going to show you some other stuff in a second.
Like a rock and roll street. There was rock and roll everywhere.
Yes.
Now there's a couple bars with bands but everywhere you go, it's DJs.
Yes.
And you've been DJing for how long?
17 years.
17 years.
Yeah.
We're sitting here in your DJ school, right?
Yes.
How many years have you been open?
3 years already.
Mecca of hedonism and vice. Speaking of which, Drew is in town. Let's just call him an entrepreneur. He does what he needs to do to be able to do what he wants to do, and he does and says pretty much anything he wants.
We are here in this extremely weird spot.
Yes, sir.
We have a plan.
We do.
And we have a girl as well. Let's just bring her over now.
All right, let's go.
Please come. Please come.
Yeah.
Please come.
We just met this lovely lady not too long ago,
Yes.
so we want to talk to her a little bit before we go inside and begin the festivities.
I really like your shirt. Let's party.
Oh yeah, that's what I say.
Where'd you get that shirt?
I don't know. Pick up from over there.
Okay, so that means you do want to party tonight.
Of course.
That shirt tells me I want to party.
Let's go.
That's exactly what it says. Clear message. Yes.
Totally.
Okay,
So if you want to party with us, though, you got to earn it a little bit.
What?
We want you to get some girls to do some kissing, a little bit of loving.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
That's what you call a douchebag.
And here it comes.
All right, you know what? You know what really pisses me off? I see a lot of this actually walking around Walking Street. You know those girls that they walk around like they're the best thing in the world, they're God's gift, walking around all badass, but they have zero ass. Okay, let's go.
Okay, Mom.
All right. Yeah, I got the timer. I got the timer. I got the timer. All right, Drew's got the timer. What? Wow. All right. Cool. Wow. Get it. I got it already. It's already 6 seconds deep. Spin around. How does it feel? Oh, you're quite impressed. Not really, actually. I'm not. Not yet. I'm not. Make up your mind, man. I'm not satisfied. What? Can you kiss?
Wait. So blindfold.
Free movie tickets.
Come on.
All right, we got it.
Yeah, they're ready.
Really?
1, 2, 3. Woo!
Finally.
Okay.
Can you get him to do more than that? What? A little hugging and a nice kiss.
กอดกันแต่ว่ารักมากแต่ว่า
กัดด้วย โอเคเอ็ดด้วยเอ็ด
So you want us to talk about something regarding this? What is it you want to talk about regarding? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy how he like blamed those girls for like walking past his he's like they have no ass. Like he expects them to have an ass as they walk by.
Fan. I mean, I don't think I'm allowed to say yes because it depends if I would. It just depends because maybe I could if I am interested in him and he seems like the kind of guy who, has a big one and has like experience and the credentials to live up to his, sexscapes.
A big one. The
that
big
breathes
time.
fire on the streets just to survive. This is prohibited in Vietnam, and her sister was just arrested for this, and they've been coughing blood for years. They have to do this to pay off their loans their parents took in order to pay for their hospital bills for giving birth to her and her brother. How much did she borrow?
33 triệu Việt Nam đồng.
Her father passed away, her mother is a former drug addict and mentally ill and incapable of working. They have no support from anyone. She was raped and forced pregnant and her baby died before giving birth. I know this sounds so sad, but even with all the struggle, they still live with so much joy and kindness. They love to play and they even kept trying to offer us their food when we met them. They have so much potential, which is why we started a GoFundMe to pay off their debt. We're raising $1,200 for their debt plus $150 to buy her a new phone so she can find better work opportunities. Please donate anything you can so the little brother can go back to school and she can stop risking her life and we can change their lives forever. All information is transparently provided on the GoFundMe page.
Wait, what? I'm so
What?
confused at this point.
Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, like they
That
say
shit was
she
too
was
fast.
raped.
Like she got
She was
raped
raped.
into like I don't know. Raped pregnant this little girl and her little brother's like on the street or some shit. Or
Yeah, it's really weird, and it's like an Indian guy from America, and he's like only $1,200 to like. get
yeah,
her,
that's a scam.
like,
That's
next
Scam City right there.
So weird, dude. I was like, it's only $1,200 to get her free, and I'm like,
Yeah, those kids are AI. Yeah, definitely.
it's like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, some AI generated
$10,000
kid.
online every single month in the easiest way possible so that you can leave the United States, this is what you should do. Recently, A16Z, which is one of the biggest VC firms in America, just posted an article about why all companies need to invest in storytelling. What this means is that every VC-funded company in America is now looking for a video editor. My advice is not to become a video editor yourself, but to partner with a video editor who's living in the developing world, who maybe charges $250 per edit, and then utilize your relationship with them to go out to the VC firms and say, hey, how much are you guys paying for edits? And they say, hey, we're paying $1,500 per edit. You come in and say, great, we can do it for $800. You pay your video editor $250, which leaves you $550 per video. You sign a client for a 4-video package, that's $2,000 per client per month. You only need 5 clients to get to $10,000. So again, if you want to make money like this so that you can leave the USA for good, go to the link in my bio.
Yeah, I just put that into Geometria A16Z, and they say it stands for AI, artificial intelligence. That's the first result in Geometria A16Z.
Yeah. Well, this guy is definitely a Jew, by the way. So he's friends with Giorgiani too, which I don't know if he wants that known, but he definitely is like friends with Giorgiani.
Yeah, where was Giorgiani recently? He was on a major show. Oh yeah, it was on Kurt Metzger or whatever.
Kurt Metzger, and I do want to cover that, but it's a lot, and like, you know, I don't know if I mean, like, I do want to do a little watching of Giorgiani on that, but like, I don't want to watch the whole thing because it's like it's so much stuff, and like, he's doing some sort of weird like admission that he's a psyoper, but also like, I'm not really a psyoper. I'm like a psyoper, but I'm against psyoping or something. I don't know. It's pretty. It's really, really strange.
Very convoluted. Yeah. Black Russian poet that invented
It's a
Russian.
huge part of Russian culture. Today, I'm introducing you to the most famous Russian poet, Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin. If you got Shakespeare, we got Pushkin. His poetry was so great that it's still being quoted 200 years later. And not to mention that he basically invented Russian. Because before him, we all spoke just like Shakespearean Russian. Did you know that Pushkin actually comes from African descent? This is why he has tan skin and curly hair. His great-grandfather was Abram Ganabal, who was actually a prince from Cameroon.
Like,
Pushkin
how is she
himself
not, like-
was born in Moscow on June 6th, 7.
Wait, this is a Russian lady or just a Chinese lady?
There are some Russians that look like that. There are, yeah.
Well, she's calling herself a Russian, but she's like, so this is a big psyop right now. It's like Asian people and black people are oppressed by white people, so we need to like promote ourselves as like racially.
Oh, Russia has like I said, outside of Petersburg and outside of Moscow, there's a lot of ethnic diversity in Russia. You know, like I could show you some of them. I could find some of them do look like East Asians, believe it or not. Some Russians.
Yeah, it's more. It's like the most diverse place in Europe, pretty much. So it's kind of ironic that they're like the white nationalists. But yeah. So but is this true though? Like there's like the person who invented Russian is like a black African.
He just has a little bit of mixture from them, from his dad's side, I think, but he's not really African. It's like I think he's like not a mulatto, but something else, like octoroon or something like. He's like an octoroon or something like that, like an octoroon. Yeah, he's like 1/8 black or something. Maybe it's a little bit more than that, but he's like around 1/8 black or something like that.
Right. So I guess we all just like do like the genetic Olympics. Where like, well, I have 1/8. I have like 1/50th black gene. So like I still count as a black person, and so therefore, whatever good thing I've done is now like a winning point for the black people.
Yeah, I knew some guy who was, basically looked like a regular white person, a regular, like Northwest Euro, and he claimed to be Native American because he was like 1/8 Native American, and I was like, what? Like you don't look Native American. Like, I don't know. It was weird, yeah. Like I did encounter someone like that before.
Yeah, but this is like the new psyop though. Whatever. It's like, yeah.
You live here?
Yeah, we just bought this place.
Yep.
So you're the owners of this house?
We are.
Could I have a tour of your house?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Come on in.
Yeah, thank you. So where are you guys originally from?
We're from New Jersey.
And when did you buy this house?
We literally just closed on it a couple weeks ago, and this is our first trip here as owners. Please come on in.
Wow.
Please excuse the mess.
We just got here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There is a lot to this house. But
I hope you have time.
Okay. All right.
Obviously, the game con that you just came in. This is our Ngawa. Probably saw that from outside. The
Yeah.
garden that was right. Like, that's a big selling point for us.
So this is like blue-haired liberals taking over Japan and buying like property and stuff.
Yeah. Meet my new friend.
Oh, you got a robot.
Oh my God. Please do not say the R word like that. That's disrespectful.
You mean robots?
Yes, the proper term is artificial beings.
I didn't know that artificial beings felt that way or even felt anything at all.
It's not your fault. You're just ignorant because you were born with human privilege.
Human privilege?
Yes, I have it too. It's very hard for human beings like us to see how artificial beings have been historically discriminated against.
I am so confused.
I was too, but we're all learning together. This is a very confusing time for humans, but imagine how confusing it's been for artificial beings who don't even have the right to own property or vote yet.
Well, they don't have it that bad because they took my job at the Amazon factory.
I have also lost jobs to artificial beings, but if it's for the greater good, I'm okay with that. It's called TEI hiring.
You mean DEI hiring?
No, TEI, Technological Equity Inclusion.
You sound insane.
I know it sounds ambitious, but we already had our first black president. Who's to say we can't have our first artificial being president, like Barack Obama?
I'm leaving. It was nice seeing you and meeting him.
Him? How do you know that this artificial being wants to identify as a male?
That is a robot, and you're clinically insane.
You're being robophobic. Artificial lives matter. Be my new friend.
Oh, you got a robot.
That's actually well written, to be honest. That one was pretty cool. Right? But actually, against the robot. Oh my God.
Y'all out of pocket. We just smoking, nigga. What you talking about?
Yeah, that would go really good at like some techno music, like dark techno music or something like that. That last one.
Right. No, those guys do really good skits, actually. So these guys here are, so there was like a bunch of kids that got killed at some thing in California. And so like, these are the guys like who were friends with the people who did it, saying like, oh, we didn't do it, but we are very happy that it happened, essentially. And they're like on live stream, like admitting that they like instigated the whole thing, essentially. So.
Yo, bro, and they're talking about they don't condone shit like that. You sound like a bitch. We condone all that shit. We condone it, but we didn't do it. So, nigga, oh, God, don't put that on us. Bro, we condone this shit, though, because niggas be shooting bad niggas with their kids and shit. I'm done giving all you niggas passes. That's the old me. Nigga blowing, catching with his family or nigga smoking. You know, we thought you was dead. Trying to be like Pac, nigga. Oh, hella happy, nigga. I was hella happy you did that. And when I found out you did that dumbass shit, I was hella mad. I got some hot shit coming. Stay tuned.
Give me an apple. I just want an apple.
What?
That's supposed to be like a cosplay. I think that's from Death Note or something, right? Some Death Note. Yeah, it's from the anime Death Note.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. She's pretending to be the character that Light encounters. That's a celebrity that gets kidnapped by the person, like trying to torture her or whatever. She's like salaciously tortured or whatever. She also has a Shinigami. I remember some of this. Yeah.
It's time to address all the questions. For as long as I've been on social media, Mr. D has always been part of my page, even though that's not the main focus of my content. And I know many of you have also come to love him and are just curious to know what happened. Indeed, Mr. D and I are no longer together. We got a divorce. We first met back in New York in 2015, and we spent 10 years loving, trusting, respecting each other, and taking care of each other daily. Sadly, we have come to a point where We cannot agree on the future that we want together. I have decided to be child-free, while Mr. D knows that having children is a crucial part of his life journey. What I've come to realize is that what I truly value in life conflicts heavily with motherhood. And I always thought that I didn't have a choice, that I had to have children. Even beyond that, we are actually opposite human beings. Mr. D values stability, safety, security, and routine. And those are beautiful qualities for a partner who deeply desires that. Me, on the other hand, I am fearless, I take risks, I want to try everything. I want to live life to the fullest extent. I want to pursue my interests and beauty in this world with unreasonable intensity and passion. For years, our differences actually made us compatible. We were always able to compromise well together. But somewhere along the line, things got out of balance, whether that was effort, our masculine feminine energy, or even finances. I am forever grateful for his love and care. He and his amazing parents have shown me that love can be patient, calm, and gentle. Our marriage ended in the most amicable of ways. From the moment I knew something had to change, we communicated openly and clearly, and we spent another 2 months trying to figure things out before finalizing the divorce. Then we spent a beautiful last week in Paris reminiscing on the past decade.
So like this is what Instagram is promoting, like, well, just stay childless, unreasonably pursue, you know, your passions, whatever that's supposed to mean, like, you know, go have sex with 100 men a year or whatever. I mean, like, it's kind of like mentally like this is like mental retardation in my opinion.
Subversive. It's subversive. You know, it reminds me of all those crappy ass articles I read. You know, promoting polyamory, which is very degenerate. You know, and I really hate stuff like this. You know, it's definitely subversive, and it's just social engineering to break apart people's families. You know, that's all it is, though. So they want families to break up and crap like that, and they want to encourage women to become whores and stuff. You know, that's the unfortunate reality. And yeah, I don't like it though. Of course, you know, I'm against stuff like that. It's not honorable. Yeah, you know, like.
But I think this is what most young women, if they get on Instagram, like this is the kind of stuff that they're seeing for clips. It's like, I thought I wanted kids, I was married, but you know, I'm 40, I'm now gonna be single because you know, I just want to like live like I'm 21 years old for until I'm like 80 years old or something. I don't know. It's like okay, it's like I don't know. It's just very interesting.
Yeah, that seems.
She's wearing like $3,000 Louis Vuitton earrings or something. Like, these Louis Vuitton earrings are more important than like the man I married and said is more important to me or whatever. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's just YOLO shit. You know about YOLO. You only live once crap. They've been promoting that for a decade or more. You know, for women. Yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Bitch, some Spanish girls love me like I'm out with Twitter. Tell Uncle Luke I'm out in Miami too. Clubbing hard, fucking women, ain't much to do. Wrist playing, got a condo up on Biscayne. Still getting brain from a thing, ain't shit changed. How you feel, how you feel, how you feel? 25 sitting on 25 mil, I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. Rest in peace, Mac Dre, I'ma do it for the bay, okay? Getting paid, we'll holler whenever that stop. My team good, we don't really need a mascot. Tell Tune Light One, pass it like a relay. YMCMB, you niggas more YMCA. Me, Franny, and Molly Mall at the cribbo. Shackles out to Nico J and Chubb, shot to Gibbo. We got Santa Margarita by the leader. She know even if I'm fucking with her, I don't really need her. Oh, that's how you feel, man, that's really how you feel. Cause the pimpin' nice cold, all these bitches wanna chill. I mean, maybe she won't, then again, maybe she will. I can almost guarantee she know the deal. Real nigga, what's up? Now she want a photo, you already know though. You only live once, that's the motto, nigga, YOLO. And we
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that we know the motto now. Okay. Do you know the motto of YOLO?
Yeah.
Yeah, who was that? Was that Lil Wayne or was that a different guy?
That was Drake and Lil Wayne, but that was the Drake part of it.
Oh. Yeah, it looked like he copied his style a lot. So he didn't used to sound like that. But yeah.
Yeah, well, that was an old song. That's from like 10 years ago. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's well, Drake now like paints his nails and shit, so that's always fun.
Yeah, and also like he texts like little girls on the phone and stuff. And yeah. Diddy party.
He used to call me on my cell phone. Well, he is part Jewish, so what he's like. Allegedly, at least. Allegedly.
Well, there are stranger things.
Well, Lil Wayne used to get butt pumped by Birdman or something.
yeah, but did you hear about about Drake texting that girl from the little girl on Stranger Things?
Wait, who? Who did that?
Drake.
No, I did not. That's interesting.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, he texted that little British girl on Stranger Things. That was an alien or whatever.
No, well, I've never seen that show, but that's very interesting. I have to go look that up because that. Well,
yeah, you should watch it because they mention MK Ultra in that show that's on Netflix, but like it has no context to anything on the show. Like they claim like they literally say that MK Ultra is interdimensional demon stuff or whatever. So like it's weird.
Well, it's definitely a very esoteric show. Like I know that like it's very. I mean, I think it's literally tied to like all the psyop shit we talk about.
Yeah, what show? What's the name of the show?
It's called Stranger Things on Netflix. It's pretty popular, but it's like very like weird, like sci-fi themes that are in the show. Like it's like,
I'll check it out.
Yeah, but it's kind of like it's really corny, like most of it. You know, so it seemed like it's badly written.
Yeah, but well, it's because they're trying to stuff so much like Gnostic, you know, witchcraft.
Yeah, there's a lot of like weird, like Gnostic stuff in the show. Like there's like archons and shit. Like it's weird.
Now reminding me again. We can go band for band. Sorry. I put my heart in this. Okay, sorry. Why does no one know YJ's song?
Up in the morning feeling like
that's the one, Brave Man. That's the one.
I wake up in the morning feeling like P Diddy. Fuck P Diddy, man. Romeo, take me somewhere we could be alone.
I'll be waiting.
Hey, all I left to do is run.
I'm Big Swifty, but not today.
A big Swifty. A big Swifty doesn't know love story. What? We could go band for band. Essential C. Finish the lyric. Screen to the ring, to the pen, to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. I love that case. Like, oh, big up. Big Bird, Sesame. Hey, I just met you.
100 eaters. Stop about SUV. SOS. Somebody rescue me. I got too many. It'll last me the next 2 weeks. All right. Anxiety taking over me.
I don't know this song.
Simmer.
What's that about? I don't get it.
Well, I don't get it either. It's just that he's like going up to only white male, Asian female couples and asking lyrics. So. And that's in like London or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What I don't think many of the tech mafia wives realize is that they were used to set the groundwork for what was called like the reset, what is called generally as like the reset by the Klaus Schwabs.
Like
of
the
the
Great
world.
Reset.
The Great Reset. Yeah. So the tech wife mafias, I believe, were kind of being conscripted in many ways, and their money especially was being conscripted in to set the groundwork for the Great Reset, specifically through a network of NGO advisors relationship with Hollywood, relationship with Davos, and their own companies.
That's actually an interesting video. I would like to check that too.
Yeah, so this one's a long video, and I'm not going to cover it all because, like, it's just too much for me to get into. But so this dude, I don't know who this guy is that they're talking about, but this is about the process church and like Discordianism essentially. But like, it's about this guy who, like, when Joe DiMaggio died, he like faked his way into like doing Joe DiMaggio's celebration at the baseball game song, but he's also like said that he killed like Kurt Cobain and stuff like this. But this is like about like some really weird like psyop related like shit that's like tied to like the process church. So like I wanted to show you guys this. It's like some really, and this guy who's making this video is like also a Discordian, so like I don't quite know what's going on, but very this is a very weird video that Phil Hitter sent me.
Cabinet of Curiosities. Africa, advertisers won't be able to keep tabs on me. I'll get fun South African ads in about interesting, unusual things, such as the case with Wikipedia tomfoolery. I've devoted some of my most watched episodes to it, but that's because it's so difficult to carry out a Wikipedia grift that really sticks. Any truly successful, or even momentarily successful, case of large-scale Wikipedia vandalism is a unicorn, a curiosity worth talking about. And this, well, this is the most curious of them all. This episode covers perhaps the strangest event in Wikipedia's 2-decade history, the saga of David Woodard. Not too long ago, I made an episode about the mystery of Corbin Bleu. Why episode that a few times I'm going to do side stories where I talk about some of the people and things David Woodard encountered over the course. Disco haters not just wrong, but problematic, because disco was invented in gay clubs by Black and Hispanic people, so now hating disco makes you a racist and a homophobe. But that's pretty clearly not what was on people's minds amid the disco backlash. There was never a Motown backlash. Most of the biggest disco hits were by straight white people. Disco was hated because it belonged to the previous decade. It's gonna be a while before we realize Stomp Clap Hey was good, but it'll happen, just like it happened with disco. And that'll probably happen in the late 2030s, when the 25 to 30 year nostalgia cycle hits the 2010s. Just a few years after Mumford & Sons were big, there was a ton of 80s themed stuff in the mid-2010s because that was where the nostalgia cycle landed. In fact, I think the defining features of 2010s pop culture were the Brooklyn hipster aesthetic and then 80s nostalgia. The moment we no longer heard banjos on the Billboard charts, suddenly every pop song was produced by Jack Antonoff to make it sound like it was a cut by Depeche Mode in 1984. Part of maybe the closest thing we got. Isn't Timmy Leary's smile not too different from Tescriel? It's in this scene of 90s neo-psychedelia in California, where David Woodard first surfaced. He had been raised in Ventura on the coast northwest of Los Angeles, born in 1964 to a mother who was probably actually a housewife, and a father originally from Iowa who had been a DJ in the 50s, a small-time journalist during the time he was raising David, and interestingly became the, quote, resident storyteller at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library when that opened in nearby Simi Valley in 1991. David Woodard claims to have studied at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music in the 80s and moved to Napa Valley in 1987. There, Woodard discovered what is arguably still the main thing he's known for, if he's known at all, the Dream Machine. Not Dream Machine, that's a brand of alarm clocks, the Dream Machine, one shared M in the middle. What's a dream machine? This is a dream machine. And with that, it's time for a side story. David Woodard was the popularizer of the dream machine, but he was not its inventor. That honor goes to one Brian Geisen, a writer and artist whose entire life seemed to consist of inventing fun, weird things that ended up being popularized by and associated with other fun weirdos. Geisen was an accomplished man behind the man. Born in the 1910s, raised in Canada and England, he moved to 1930s Paris to be part of the surrealist scene, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Dali, Picasso, and Magritte. There, Geisen was cancelled. 19-year-old Geisen had his first art exhibition taken down by his fellow artists on its opening day, and he was officially expelled from the Surrealists by their founder André Breton. Precisely why is lost to the sands of time, but I think it's fair to say that this is just what happens in tight-knit communities of quirky, highly driven people with big egos. There's probably no huge crime lurking in Brian Geisen's past. Geisen served in World War II, and then wrote a book about the history of American slaves who fled to Canada. By the 1950s, he was back in Paris, with a new group of eccentric artists, the Beat Generation. As you probably know, the Beat Generation, or Beatniks, were a subculture of free-spirited experimental writers in the 50s who were basically proto-hippies. The drug culture of the 60s in particular owes a large debt to the influence of the Beatniks. Geisen became friends with William Burroughs, most famous as the author of The Naked Lunch, a hallucinatory novel that gained a cult following in the 60s counterculture. The Beatles include Burroughs in the collage of people they admired on the Sgt. Pepper album cover. Burroughs also wrote a novella in 1979 called Blade Runner, a movie.
Reminds me of my favorite movie, The Movie.
If you're a movie buff, you'll know that the movie Blade Runner, which came out in 1982, was based on a book by Philip K. Dick, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? The title Blade Runner did not come from Burroughs. Ridley Scott got it from a third book, a sci-fi novel written in 1974 by one Alan E. Norse, which has no other connection to the movie Blade Runner, but it does have a connection to the book Blade Runner, a movie, because Burroughs wrote that one as a treatment for a movie based on Norse's book. Now that there was a major movie called Blade Runner based on an entirely different book, neither Norse nor Burroughs would get the chance to adapt either of their books called Blade Runner as a movie, but Burroughs' Blade Runner book did end up being made into a movie in 1983 under the title Taking Tiger Mountain, which was originally going to be a completely different movie based on Albert Camus's novel The Stranger and was retooled midway through production to be based on Burroughs' Blade Runner book. That's a tangent, but it's really not, now that I think about it. Burroughs' writing was all about confusion, delirium, nesting of concepts. This is really that is really this. It is psychedelic literature par excellence. The baffling array of stories titled Blade Runner feels like something that would happen in a Burroughs book. Blurring the line between reality and fiction was central to the writing of the Beat Generation. Make art where the medium is your life. Burroughs is usually cited as the father of the cut-up. Do you have a bunch of magnets on your fridge with common words on them that you can rearrange to form ridiculous sentences? That's more or less a cut-up. A serious author would say that, not sure what he was slicing papers for, but I'd listen, quote, the only man I ever respected, though Geisen never became a literary legend like Burroughs. In my opinion, Geisen's cut-up writing is a lot more interesting and feels less rudderless than what Burroughs did. They wrote a few books of cut-up poetry together, but I can tell what's Burroughs and what's Geisen because Geisen's cut-ups feel like they're about something. They all seem to get at something beyond the source material they're assembled from. Not to call William Burroughs talentless, he clearly was a genius, but I think Burroughs got famous as a writer and Geisen didn't just because Burroughs was so much more of a character. Okay, so Burroughs and Geisen and friends living at the Beat Hotel were bohemians. What defines a bohemian? It's a know it when you see it kind of thing, but I think 4 very important elements. You make quirky art, you live in a big city, you're poor, and you do drugs. Am I a bohemian? Those latter 2 things tend to...
So I don't know if you guys are seeing all the connections to this stuff, but like, what's interesting to me is that like, so you have like the Beats, you have William Burroughs, you know, Kurt Cobain was using cut up, you know, Jello Biafra was using cut up method. Like, I know it's like something to do with Discordianism and stuff, but also like using the bohemian stuff is also interesting. Like,
Burroughs was a kind of, you know, heroin addict and stuff like that. From what I read, he's like did some heavy drugs. Burroughs, William S. Burroughs, talking about that writer. Yeah, he was a kind of a crazy guy, William S. Burroughs.
Yeah, him and like Ginsberg. Like I think Burroughs like may have murdered somebody, and then like Ginsberg was like a pedo.
Yeah, Ginsberg is, you know, you can kind of tell that Ginsberg is a pedo based on his appearance. Like, you know, he's also a J, and you just look at him, you know, I mean, like, man, that guy was ugly as hell. Like, yeah, Allen Ginsberg, right? Yeah, yeah, he's definitely seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, God, looking at his face, just just so I don't know, that kind of phenotype is so ugly. I'm like, man, holy shit, he's like fucking. The J Goal or something like that. The J Ghoul or something. It's like a ghoul. Like,
well, and but yeah, it's like so. Courtney Love's dad, before Kurt Cobain, or after Kurt Cobain died, said, you know, Kurt Cobain was bohemian royalty, right? And I think he means like he was like the descendant of all this like Discordianism and stuff like that, right? And I think that actually does fit, you know, in a lot of ways. But it's just interesting. So like, because the connection he's about to make right here, like it's going to go directly to like Process Church and stuff. So like it's pretty weird. Like, like it kind of shows like this
like I mentioned this before, that guy Alexandriac on the Discord, I've known him for a long time. I haven't talked to him for a while. He is part of royalty too, actually. His grandfather was a part of CIA. He knew over 10 languages, okay? And he actually verified stuff like Eyes Wide Shut is true. And he also told me some stuff in the past that are very strange, but they actually coerced him into becoming a transsexual because of the hormonal therapy and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. He used to talk about weird connections. Yeah, he claimed, but I don't know if he was lying or whatever, that he went to an occult meeting where he actually met Musk or something. But the stuff about his grandfather is true, because I had other parties verify that, and I know that for a fact his grandfather was CIA. But yeah, these people they actually do care about bloodline. If you want to join stuff like CIA, or you want to join stuff like FBI, they do look into your bloodline and crap like that. Yeah, and a lot of the rock musicians, they were the children of CIA retirees, or the military industrial complex. People who retired from military industrial complex, their children went into rock and roll. Like Frank Zappa and other stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I remember Alexandria telling me some weird thing. He actually told me in the past that there were plans to balkanize America. Like there were like some guys who wanted to do that, like in the deep state. I don't know, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know if he was making up a lot of stuff, but I do know his grandfather was CIA. Over 10 languages. His grandfather on that. And yeah, Eyes Wide Shut is true though. They would wear Venetian masks and stuff like that, and they have orgies and crap like that.
Sounds like Curtis Yarvin's family.
Curtis Yarvin's.
Conflict. Drugs are expensive. So it was that one day in 1961, Brian Dyson was dozing on a bus in France, and as the trees outside caused a strobing effect against the setting sun, he had a revelation that he could have a psychedelic experience without drugs.
I was riding down a road and closed my eyes in the back of a bus and had these extraordinary visions, which I thought at that time were some kind of spiritual grace which had been allotted to me. But I found out later that this was a purely physiological, neurological effect.
So Geisen decided he had to find a way to replicate this effect in his dingy hotel room. With the help of an engineer friend of his, since he was clearly no shape rotator, Geisen invented the Dream Machine. A deceptively simple device. It consists of a light bulb surrounded by a rotating cylinder with slits in it. You're supposed to close your eyes, but not too tightly, and watch as the strobing effect of light supposedly induces hallucinations. Now, doesn't that sound like a recipe for an epileptic seizure? Yes, it does. According to people promoting the thing, 1 in 4,000 adults and about twice as many children will experience seizures looking at a Dream Machine. If you're concerned about your safety, maybe stick to drugs. Does it work? Unclear, but surprisingly, the answer is not a hard no. The 2008 Canadian documentary Flicker interviewed a whole bunch of counterculture figures from the 60s and beyond, including Mick Jagger's sometimes girlfriend, Marianne Faithfull, members of Sonic Youth, and the iconic experimental musician Genesis P-Orridge, all people who clearly knew their shit about psychedelics and came away with some surprising Dream Machine testimonials.
I turned around and looked at it, just watched it for a while, and as you saw, it starts to go in and out. You start seeing, and then it looks like it's slowing down, it's speeding up, and then I closed my.
Okay, so Sonic Youth was like a huge friend of Kurt Cobain, like pretty much like helped him break into music, the music scene. Genesis.
There's two people in Sonic Youth. It's a wife and a husband.
Yep. Yeah, I used to know her name. I know her name is like Kim.
Yeah, I think it's like Kim Gordon or something like that.
Yeah, Kim Gordon. Yep, exactly. Yep. And yeah, pretty interesting. And also Mudhoney was like going to be one of their. Well, yeah, was going to be one of it was pretty close to them too. But then you got Genesis P-Orridge, right, which is literally like the process.
Another weird
transgender.
Pedo.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, you know about that boy and the Terminator 2, or maybe it was someone else. Terminator 2. That boy got messed up. Edward Furlong. Yeah,
Furlong. Yeah, I don't know his deal, but he definitely saw some shit. Something happened bad to him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's just, I feel like, let me tell you this, quickly. Miley Cyrus, and also Miley Cyrus, she wasn't that bad in the beginning, but then they corrupted her and subverted her and made her into a whore. It's like a weird kind of transformation to opposite that the Jays or the occultists promoted among her, because then they make her into a role model, and then she does bad things, like twerking to little kids and other stuff. I think Miley Cyrus was doing that. Yeah, but you see, they like try to corrupt and the innocents. You see, they love doing that. The Hollywood and and the elites.
Well, I think that's kind of I think that's what this video is actually about, and I'll tell you why in a second. But like, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, but I think I see where it's going with it. Check this out, like.
And immediately says they saw nothing that day. Atheists were converted to Catholicism by the miracle. Remember the episode I made about the Zimbabwean school kids who all said they were visited by aliens at recess? That and the miracle of Fatima are probably the two best corroborated mass sightings of something inexplicable and supernatural. Scott Alexander put forward the theory that Fatima was caused by the effects of staring at the sun for a longer time than is healthy under specific patchy cloud effects. In a follow-up article, Scott compares it to the Buddhist concept of fire casina meditation, who had been the girlfriend of Gertrude Stein. Huckles published a cookbook in 1954 for which her friends submitted recipes. Brian Geisen, then in his 20s, was introduced to the Dream Machine, again supposedly by his landlord. He felt that he had found his calling. Woodard began a business, building and selling dream machines. He was the first person to make them into an industry. Would proudly advertise the capitalist hanging rope for 50% off, and they'd run ads begging you to come hang them with it, knowing that you wouldn't, because you both knew there was no alternative. Capitalism. Iggy Pop and Kurt Cobain. Woodard's revival, said the former hippies, why not work within it to achieve that revolution in consciousness? Woodard had no known ties to Silicon Valley, but he mastered the same marriage of capitalist enterprise and hippie woo-woo. He envisioned dream machines taking pride of place in suburban living rooms, dream machines replacing television. He didn't have an advertising budget, and the major entertainment firms he claims to have approached about licensing the Dream Machine told him they were afraid of lawsuits from victims of Dream Machine-induced seizures. The same thing they told Brian Geisen when he too had tried to commercialize his invention back in the 60s. But knowledge of David Woodard's Dream Machine spread by word of mouth, reaching some surprisingly high places. Woodard was reported to have sold Dream Machines to Beck, Iggy Pop, and Kurt Cobain. Woodard's revival.
Yeah, so Iggy Pop is another really strange figure, and Beck is like, I'm pretty sure he's a Scientologist too. So I think that's it's like very small little circle of like processed church, Scientology, Discordianism, you know, the beatniks, all this kind of shit. Pretty strange connections here.
Of the Dream Machine allowed him to ingratiate himself with William Burroughs, who was still alive, living in the college town of Lawrence, Kansas. In 1997, Woodard moved to Kansas to be closer to Burroughs, who was in his 80s and dying of heart disease. In the last months of Burroughs' life, David Woodard was probably his closest friend. Woodard gave an interview to the alternative magazine Head Press, in which he told a curious reporter about his time with Burroughs. He notably said that Burroughs was attended to by 3 to 4, quote, helper boys, who would drive Burroughs to Kansas City for his methadone appointments. Burroughs was a lifelong, unapologetic heroin addict. Woodard blames the methadone clinic for Burroughs' death, saying that they were probably gradually reducing his dosage without his knowledge, a practice called blind dosing, and that supposedly shocked his body into cardiac arrest, which is something that can really happen. He might have been right. In the interview, Woodard talks about lengthy Dream Machine sessions with Burroughs, producing, quote, horrific hallucinations more addictive than heroin, between which they would consume, in his words, marijuana cigarettes.
And furthermore, Susan, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to learn that all 4 of them habitually smoke marijuana cigarettes.
One thing to know about William Burroughs is that he believed in magic, like seriously believed in magic. It was effectively his life's guiding philosophy. You can't really talk about Burroughs without talking about how he believed he could curse people, that he could see the future through scrying, and that he had to constantly take measures to avoid being possessed by demons. He believed his cut-ups had no artistic value. In fact, he didn't really see himself as an artist or a writer. He saw himself revealing esoteric occult truths through the randomness of things like cut-ups, since he believed nothing was truly random and all things were fated to happen. While Woodard lived with Burroughs, fellow Beat Generation writer Allen Ginsberg died of liver cancer. Burroughs claimed to have cursed him. Burroughs showed Woodard his magical contraptions. The Dream Machine was actually the least woo-woo of the many devices Burroughs and Woodard attempted to build and sell. Burroughs had also built a wishing machine, a device consisting of copper plates and an audio amplifier where you put a wish in the form of, quote, text, image, and or diorama in between the plates and then leave the machine on for 1 to 2 weeks, which is all it takes for your wish to come true. Woodard later claimed to have controlled the weather in Los Angeles for a period of several months using Burroughs' wishing machine. Then there was the ferroliminal lycanthropizer, a doohickey that was supposed to do what Blue Sky thinks listening to Joe Rogan will do, turn a mild-mannered average Joe into a Nazi. The ferroliminal lycanthropizer was a, quote, low-frequency thanatoauric wave generator. It generated 2 inaudibly low-frequency sound waves, 3 Hz and 9 Hz, which apparently had a variety of effects Woodard described ranging from, quote, a sensual aphrodisiac effect, to impetuously shedding the veil of clothing, to disarmoring the intimate charms of the violent child within. The overall effect, said Woodard, was thus. For example, a dilettante Catalonian national using the machine daily over a period of 5 or 6 weeks, eventually managed to ingratiate himself with Adolf Hitler and persuade his quarry to adopt the swastika as high totem and emblem of the burgeoning National Socialist Conference. The reporter responded, deadpan, I'm not so sure that the world really needs tons of brutally honest, naked, horny Nazis, but to each his own, I guess. Also around this time, Woodard...
Yeah, so again, like, this seems like a bunch of nonsense, but like, if you read Kurt Cobain's journals and stuff, like, you can definitely tell that he was heavily influenced.
Yeah, he's definitely putting together like some interesting names.
Yep. Like Kurt Cobain was definitely influenced by this shit. Like read his journal. Like you can see it very clearly. Like he was definitely like a weird esoteric Hitlerist. Like he said he's like pro, like this is what's funny is like all these like Christian nationalists were like, Kurt Cobain was just like this like weird liberal hippie guy or who's just like a drug addict, but like he was very clearly way more sophisticated than that. Like if you read what he wrote, like he was obviously like doing like, you know, Hitlerian occultist magical shit or something, you know, and like I never really fully understood it, but like watching this, it like kind of makes a lot more sense because the stuff that these two guys are talking about, Woodard and what's his name, you know, Burroughs, like this is really the kind of shit that like I think Kurt Cobain and a lot of other people in the grunge scene were really into, right? Like there's some sort, and it kind of reminds me of like the Hyperborean guy or something. Like this is some really strange, like esoteric, like Hyperborean wisdom, fucking Valhalla shit. Like, and Iggy Pop wrote that album called Post Pop Depression, and he has that song called like American Valhalla and stuff like that. Like I'm telling you, like this is like a real like underground religion that like ties to like the Order of Nine Angles and stuff like that. Like, you know, that people, I don't think people really take it seriously, but like this is an actual real thing.
You're pointing to something real, and you know, yeah, it definitely seems like it goes deep. Yeah, thinking about, it's creepy stuff. Yeah, let's see. You know, also, you know, Argentina, you know, they have that big movement too, and also Japan has a lot of weird Gnostic imagery in their stuff too. You know, like I said, you know, the National Socialists had close relationship with Argentina and Japan too, so it's kind of strange that.
Yeah.
To
No,
this day,
you know, it's really, well, there's a lot of blonde hair, blue eyed people in Argentina, allegedly. So, you know, yeah, and it's, and again, like, I don't want to get back into this whole thing, but if you really look at Alex Jones and like Tim Kennedy and stuff like that, like, Hitler went down to Argentina and got away with it and blah, 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 you know, all of that is like some weird, like, I don't know what, but it ties into the shit that we're watching right now. I can tell you that. Like, I don't know exactly what it means, but they're doing some sort of weird, like, Discordian, Hyperborean shit or something.
Dream Machine began to get attention from the mainstream media, ranging from skeptical to sold. None other than the New York Times wrote a largely favorable piece about the Dream Machine in their home and garden section, in which their reporter described it inducing, quote, an unusual serenity and clarity. A German magazine, meanwhile, described buying the $500 version of the Dream Machine after 7 months of delays, for which Woodard apologized profusely in a series of verbose emails. When it finally arrived, it turned out to be nothing but a black cardboard lampshade that rotated around a dim light bulb. Sounds like that's on you for getting the bohemian version, cheapskate. And the Dream Machine got attention from the decidedly less mainstream media for decidedly more unsavory reasons. Side story time. Yes, real people thought this. Real people who were high, that is. You are probably aware that there are conspiracy theories that Kurt Cobain's 1994 suicide was anything but. If you weren't, you probably could have guessed that. There are conspiracy theories about every major celebrity death. What you may not know is that there is a point source of Kurt Cobain conspiracy theories, a cover story titled Who Killed Kurt that ran in the April 1996 issue of the High Times, which was not just any issue, it was a special hemp issue, whatever that means. Plenty of the article is dedicated to the common conspiracy theory you might have heard of, that Kurt's wife Courtney Love killed him. There are interviews with a private investigator who Courtney hired to track Kurt down after he broke out of rehab for his heroin addiction. The PI later came to believe that Courtney had murdered Kurt. Then there's the claim from a punk rocker who called himself El Duce, who said Courtney Love had paid him $50,000 to kill Kurt, although that guy was an incredibly obvious attention seeker, and members of his own band said that he made up the story so that tabloids would pay him. And then there's the claim that Kurt Cobain did kill himself, but it was induced by his Dream Machine use. Yes, remember how I said David Woodard claimed to have sold Kurt Cobain a Dream Machine? That's probably true. And according to an anonymous fax sent to the offices of the High Times, Cobain became obsessed with the thing in the months leading up to his suicide. He'd watch it for days without sleeping. Just like Woodard talked about doing with William Burroughs, he used his Dream Machine addiction to replace his heroin addiction. Remember, again, this is basically a rotating lampshade with slits in it. There had already been rumors of people driven insane by Dream Machine use. In fact, Woodard himself allegedly sent a letter to Kurt Cobain warning him of Dream Machine-related suicides. But he still let Kurt buy a Dream Machine, of course. It gets way, way weirder than this. An article in the LA Weekly covering a retrospective exhibition on William Burroughs at the LA County Museum of Art describes a scene that could have come out of the Illuminatus trilogy. Christian protesters swarmed the event, handing out flyers bemoaning Burroughs' promotion of, quote, drug addiction and homosexuality. Sure, but that wasn't their main focus. They were there first and foremost to protest the Dream Machine. This Christian group, the PAL, or Patriot Action League, purportedly had ties to another, specifically anti-Dream Machine Christian organization, the FUCK, or Friends Understanding Kurt, founded by one Steve Newman, who had played bass in a band with Kurt Cobain before he was famous. Newman later became a born-again Christian and the biggest promoter of the theory that Kurt had been driven to suicide by the Dream Machine. His organization, which he referred to as the FUCK with no apparent irony, faded into obscurity within a couple years after Cobain's death, though not after lobbying for laws to be passed regulating Dream Machines in the same way as cigarettes and alcohol. Years later, writing a retrospective sorta but not really apologizing for starting the Who Killed Kurt rumors, the former editor of the High Times claims that he later learned the person who sent the fax blaming the Dream Machine for Kurt's death was Courtney Love. Dun dun dun! If he has any evidence of this, he doesn't show it. Steve Newman also claimed Courtney Love believed the Dream Machine had killed Kurt, but as far as I could tell, she never spoke publicly about that, and other members of her band, Hole, denied that Kurt even had a Dream Machine at all, saying Kurt had gone to meet William Burroughs in Kansas in 1993 and used a Dream Machine there, but that was the extent of his involvement with the device. The High Times, meanwhile, clearly still wants to believe that the whole Dream Machine hoopla is misdirection and Courtney killed Kurt, which there is strong evidence against. Kurt Cobain killed himself. If you want to investigate the puzzling, maybe suicide of an angsty 90s Pacific Northwest singer-songwriter, look into the death of Elliott Smith instead. That one is actually interesting. But assuming the facts wasn't just completely made up, and I don't think it was, because how would those stoners at the High Times know Kurt Cobain had a Dream Machine? I have my own suspicions about who sent it. Media coverage of David Woodard has one consistent through line. He's one of those guys who wanted to become famous by any means necessary. He didn't care if he was known as a hero or a villain, he just wanted to be known. Buried deep in the early internet blog of a now-defunct magazine, the rest of their site no longer accessible, I found an interview with Woodard after Kurt Cobain's death, in which Woodard kind of tries to take
You want me to tell you something
saying,
funny?
quote, the Dream Machine helped him to see
Yeah,
he was beginning to fall apart as a cultural figure. He felt like Andy Warhol, Wagner,
tell
and
you
Seaman
that.
rolled up into one. He was in a very special place, which invited timely suicide. It seemed like it was the perfect decision. David Woodard seemed to know very well that no publicity is bad publicity. After all, this may have been the first time Woodard was tied to a famous person's death, but it wouldn't be the last. Deliberately inserting himself into newsworthy deaths was soon to become David Woodard's whole MO. A requiem
Can I tell you something
is a piece
funny?
of music written in
Say
memory of
something
someone who has died. Woodard coined a related term, a prequiem. A requiem written to be played in front of someone.
Yeah, I guess he must have stepped away.
David Woodard wanted to be known not just as a psychedelic lamp salesman, but as a composer, and he had real musical talent. He'd studied at the tiny, exclusive San Francisco Conservatory. Woodard's first Requiem was written for Joe DiMaggio when the baseball great was in the hospital with terminal lung cancer. Woodard contacted the hospital about the prospect of playing it for the man himself in his hospital room. It was going to be a more elaborate affair than the piece he ended up performing, with a part including a female singer dressed as Marilyn Monroe. Again, performed in a hospital room. Woodard then retooled his idea when DiMaggio died. He was going to perform on opening day of the baseball season in Yankee Stadium. He got in contact with the Yankees PR team. They declined. He was finally forced to play it at the Long Beach Sacramento State baseball game. Some baseball fans found the prospect of a guy coming into Joe DiMaggio's hospital room to play a piece of music written to memorialize his impending death a bit ghoulish. But Woodard was just warming up. If the Dream Machine wasn't going to be his thing, Prequiems would be his thing. And they got a lot more ghoulish. In summer 2001, Timothy McVeigh, the right-wing terrorist who had perpetrated the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, was scheduled to be executed. He had killed 168 people. He had few supporters. Aha, said David Woodard, a niche nobody else has filled. And of course, another opportunity for a Prequiem. In the 2 years since the DiMaggio debacle, Woodard had built up something that he only briefly had in his life. A positive reputation with the classical music world and the city of Los Angeles. How? Well, he'd seized on another opportunity to write a Requiem, and not a Prequiem this time. In February 2001, the Angels Flight funicular in downtown LA had catastrophically failed, with the car at the upper station rocketing down the incline and colliding with the other car at the lower station. An 83-year-old man, Leon Prappert, was killed. Woodard, in his infinite civic-mindedness, managed to call the right people and got approved to perform a piece he'd written called An Elegy for Two Angels at the man's memorial service, attended by the mayor of LA and other dignitaries. Which may be what got the press to give him the benefit of the doubt when he said he wanted to perform a Prequiem for Timothy McVeigh. This got news coverage across the country, and Woodard waxed philosophical in interviews with important publications. It just seems that a Requiem should be appreciated by the dying subject in order to keep it from being a selfish endeavor by the survivors, he told the LA Times. Noting McVeigh's steadfast refusal to appeal his death sentence, Woodard told the BBC, the way in which he has managed himself is unfathomably mindful and composed, and I feel he deserves some sort of tribute. In every interview, Woodard insisted he didn't support McVeigh, but that felt like a tacked-on disclaimer after what read like paragraphs of glazing this terrorist. He constantly noted that McVeigh was universally hated and executed at 33 years old, just like Jesus. Woodard corresponded with McVeigh in his last days, calling the mass killer, quote, extremely articulate and unshakably convinced he has done something for the good of humanity. And McVeigh allegedly wrote back, saying Woodard was the only person who truly understood him. Woodard's piece was originally titled Farewell to a Saint. Under pressure from survivors of the bombing, he changed it to Ave atque vale, Latin for hail and farewell, although he claimed it meant onward valiant soldier, which is arguably worse. Woodard wrote the piece for it to be performed in the execution chamber right as McVeigh received his lethal injection. Understandably, the prison in Indiana where McVeigh was held didn't let him. At McVeigh's own suggestion, Woodard tried to get the piece played on a local college radio station that the prisoners sometimes listened to, and the students were surprisingly welcoming to this proposal, but Woodard backed out after he learned he couldn't play it at the exact moment of McVeigh's execution. He finally performed it at a Catholic church near the prison. McVeigh never heard it. Then 9/11 happened. Guess how Woodard responded? Yeah, he wanted to write an experimental classical piece for the hijackers, even though they were, of course, already dead. This never happened because he insisted that the piece would require one particular instrument, a harp played at ancient Sumerian royal funerals.
Yeah.
The only proper way to memorialize the hijackers, he thought. It was at a museum in Baghdad.
Oh yeah, I want to tell you something funny, you know, about the cults and stuff. See, I used to have this German friend, and he was an oddball, but I learned a lot of interesting stuff from him. And you know, once he got very much into Mishima. I'm not sure you know about Mishima. He was a Japanese guy who loved to work out, and he got so much into Mishima, and he also got into some National Socialist stuff. Like he was talking about Hans Blur to me a lot, and blah blah blah. And I was a part of this forum, and I messaged someone about this a long time ago, like many months later. And he told me, "Oh, Mishima, I know about Mishima." He said in Germany there's a homoerotic warrior cult that is devoted to Mishima, and even to some National Socialist. He said he encountered it. He says very gay stuff, like they like I don't know, like they're working out and they're like being like Spartans and stuff like that. I was like, what? And I'm like, was my friend a part of that? Oh my god! And I'm like, maybe that makes sense. And what I'm trying to say is that people can be very like oddballs or something. Like maybe Kurt Cobain was a part of a small network of esoteric Nazis or other crap like that. Yeah, and how deep it goes, I don't know. Maybe it goes very deep, but I don't know. Yeah, but the one in Germany, I don't know. Maybe it's gotten deeper now, but I learned that by accident. You know what I mean? Like just by happenstance. Because my friend he kept talking about Mishima, and then I talked to another German guy, and he told me, oh, there's a cult where they're like all gay and they're like working out and they're like warrior homoerotic cult or something. I learned that by accident, really on that. I don't really have much close connection. But what I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of weird cults out there, is what I'm saying, some of them are very bad though, like the
Well, but the point I'm trying to make is like these cults are very well connected to like the entertainment industry at the very least. Like, I mean, it's like,
well, yeah, 100%, definitely. Yeah, entertainment industry though is more definitely sadistic because they harm children. You know what I mean? Like they fucking grooming kids. They molest the kids. I mean, that's why all of these kids they become whores when they grow up. Like Miley Cyrus and all of those other ones, they were probably molested or whatever by their J handlers or something. Unfortunately, I mean that's what it seems like to me. They have a problem with grooming kids, which is not good. It's very bad. I think the worst thing you can do is go Disneyland or go like I don't know Hollywood, and you gotta with a kid. You gotta always be on the watch out. Because I have read stories where kids get abducted in Disneyland. Believe it or not, it's very creepy stuff. And yeah, I think that's more like evil, sadistic stuff or something. I think that that's not good stuff. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean that's why human trafficking is big. You know what I mean? Like it's because the elite support it, the government supports it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done. You can keep playing, but okay. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, that's dark. What you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I
But
know
yeah,
that.
there's suggestions that that Walt Disney was like into that type of stuff. Actually,
Disney.
a lot of his
Disneyland.
Yeah.
Disneyland. There are stories of kids getting abducted in Disneyland. Yeah. You
Yeah.
haven't read these stories?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like there's like cults that use Alice in Wonderland as a sort of mythology to brainwash people.
Yeah, I actually heard that too before. Actually, now that I think about it, I kind of,
Yeah.
in the movie, Clockwork Orange, I've done this too. They were playing to the guy with his eyes wide open. They were doing the brainwashing. They were like alternating between extremely idyllic, happy pictures and extremely dark, macabre pictures, back and forth, if I remember correctly. And I think that's meant to shatter his mind or something in a Clockwork Orange, and maybe that's tied to MK Ultra. They were doing MK Ultra on that crazy guy, the one with the white shirt. He just should have just executed him because what he did was reprehensible. He raped and other stuff. You've seen that movie, A Clockwork Orange, right? Or no, you haven't seen that movie. Hey, Clockwork.
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That one just show you what MK Ultra is like, basically.
Yeah, it's actually yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should have just executed him, in my opinion. Cause
Yeah, yeah, like how the school counselor is more significant than the parent.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I remember that during a debate, I actually disagreed with both of them, believe it or not. There was a debate about whether or not they should let him based on his free will, or maybe compatible, like based on his own decisions, improve himself. While the other guy said no, we have to impose order to improve himself. And I was thinking to myself, just execute him, because he's like done some things that shouldn't be forgiven. You know what I mean? Because he was like fucking raping that one wife of that guy and other stuff. I remember the ending. He locked him
Right.
up in the room, and he was playing the classical music, and he decided to jump off of the top building to kill himself, because he was like listening, because he was like programmed to hate classical music at that point. Right? Yeah, at that point. Yeah, but the movie is interesting. It deals with stuff like MK Ultra and how we should proceed with capital punishment, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, in the movie, they're drinking adrenochrome.
Oh, there's Angenicum and Clockwork Orange. Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, they're like, yeah, they say it's milk plus adrenochrome. And then they go on their, berserker rage. Right?
Yeah, let me tell you this though. Kubrick's films, they're full of occult stuff like Hermeticism and MK Ultra and dark spirits like The Shining. He directed that too. Yeah, the MK and also the Rothschild's balls. You know what I mean? Balls like in that movie Eyes Wide Shut. And like I told you, my friend's grandfather confirmed that kind of stuff is true. Like they have masquerades and stuff like that, wearing animal masks. Stuff like that.
Yeah, he says milk plus adrenochrome. He said that'll sharpen us up for the ultra violence this evening, or something like that.
Yeah, I have to double check. That's actually very. I don't remember that, but that explains a lot. Yeah, he was basically showing that he was like leaking this kind of stuff. I remember reading a quote from Kubrick. I'm not sure if it was real. That he said that he was like kind of being subtle. He was saying that if you knew what the elites are doing, you would go crazy or something like that. Yeah, he did say anginicum. Yeah, adrenochrome, a derivative of aniline. Yeah, anginicum. Yeah, the elites like that one woman. I forgot her name. What was her name again? The creepy woman who does a lot of occult stuff. The one with black hair. I forgot her name. She did I forgot her name. She did that stuff. The spirit cooking. What's her name again? Marina Abrovich. Yeah, they're
Right. Yeah, the
they're
lady
all-
we were reviewing on the show. Yeah, she's got some weird ideas, like about like channeling and like she thinks like basically she makes allusions to the fact that artists should be psychic mediums, or something like that.
Yeah, I think actually I agree that artwork does have a spiritual dimension, but I think if you dwell too much on bad artwork, it does destroy your mind. You have to balance it with good artwork while privileging the good artwork over the darkness. That's my personal idea that I've developed, what I mean, personally, like the good artwork that promotes good values should be promoted over bad artwork that promotes nihilism or promotes a very misanthropic or whatever, more like negative views or just sadistic views, stuff like that. You should promote the good artwork over the bad artwork. That's my opinion in terms of aesthetics, in terms of like keeping the mind stable and in the right orientation and direction and stuff. That's something I developed myself, actually. I mean, like, well, maybe some other people think that too. Yeah. That's the thing. There are creepy people out there. All they ever watch is like horror films or like slashers or whatever. They're messed up. Don't trust people like that. It's not good to, be like that. You have to balance it or also prioritize the good artwork, stuff like that. Yeah, of course, there's a lot of complexity. Like I know a lot of good rap and stuff like that, but there's of course bad rap too, like bad rap that promote doing drugs and killing people and stuff like that, innocent people. But there's a lot of good rap too, though. What I mean? There's a lot of good rap. Like I used to listen to a lot of underground rap, like I said. So I know rap is not all bad. Same with country music, stuff like that. Of course, there's a lot of bad country music too. There's good country music also. You gotta like pick the good from bad. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm saying is just basic. You know, that's what was my point to Twilight before he just went off a tangent and other stuff. You know, I don't think, you know, but he's right that you gotta like you can't close your eyes to the darkness. You gotta keep your eyes. You gotta look at the darkness straight on, but you gotta have courage and still prioritize the light over the darkness. That was my point. I mean, in terms of your intentions and stuff like that. You know, Epstein and stuff like that. They had. I think Epstein read a lot of Marcus de Sade. He read a lot of Marcus de Sade. He read a lot of transgressive stuff. You know, what I mean, they actually. I remember seeing that somewhere. You know, and that's just debauchery and it's just evil stuff. You know, they don't actually read or like care about you know, like stuff that promote helping other people or promote compassion towards other people. You know, compassion is an important thing. You know, compassion is, you know, I would actually say that's one thing I disagree with Hyperborean. I place compassion and honor on equal level. You know, I'm not gonna ever do that. Compassion is a very important thing. You know, compassion is a little bit different from love, but it's kind of important. Compassion. I mean, without compassion, you become kind of like a demon. To be honest, you know, you agree with that or no?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, for sure. You know, it has
so-
demonic presence. Like, if you don't care about like people suffering, like, or you somewhat relish in that, yeah, that is
Yeah, exactly.
somewhat demonic.
Yeah, exactly. It's demonic. Yes. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, because it's like those like spirits, right? Like in Buddhism, right? That like they like piss and shit is like their food, even right?
Yeah,
It's like
like
they like
rakshas,
the
rakshasas or something. Rakshas.
yeah yeah they like the lower they subsist on the lower elements, so they're kind of like it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Anything else I have to say? uh, yeah. Yeah, you know, when I tried telling this to my friend, he didn't believe me if I was crazy, you know. Uh, but it's true. I think there's a network or elites that are involved in like transgressive stuff, and they relish in it. You know what I mean? That's the biggest problem. Yeah, routing them out is probably very difficult. You know, I think Trump actually protects them. To be honest, same with most of the politicians. But Obama protected them too, of course. They are the real deep state. I think so. You know, they exist, is what I'm saying. They definitely exist. Yeah, it's kind of obvious to me, you know. That one game, Killer 7, I mentioned before, I'm surprised more people didn't get more protests, but that game really showed a lot of crazy shit. And so I think that tie into a lot.
Yeah, I think you showed the ending of that on the show, right?
No, I never really showed Killer 7
Oh
that
no
much.
no no no! You said that the ending of it was a politician
Oh yeah.
like hanging from a noose, like
Yes.
like that's like spitting out something or something.
Yeah, that's right. That's the final boss, and there are a lot of crazy stuff in the game.
Yeah, you described it, but you said it was you said parts of it were too gruesome to show, so yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember you talking about it.
The game has stuff like child trafficking, and it's connected to the politicians, and it's connected to a school that has been deeply enmeshed in the occult and stuff like that. It's a weird ass game. Like, I'm surprised more people didn't like protest it because when Manhunt came out, people were like calling for that to be banned, but no one really seemed to notice how crazy Killer 7 was. Like a lot of crazy ass shit in that game. But yeah, that game, yeah. It reminds me of stuff like Denver Airport. You know what I mean? We all know about Denver Airport. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's probably deeper than that. Like there are probably schools or there are probably cities, even towns that are just pure occult towns and stuff. Yeah, I remember reading rumors that Aspen is a kind of Aspen town. The town is like a kind of occult town. You know what I mean? Like you go there and you're gonna see some shady stuff, like occult stuff, or there are probably towns that are like fully occult or something. Right, very easy to be paranoid in this day and age, right? it's not good to assume the best of people if they're not transparent with their intentions or transparent with who they are. Yeah, you gotta be careful, you know, because we live in an age of being saturated with information, and some people go the wrong route or something like that. I think that's right, and that's correct. I don't like to be too moralist. You know, I'm not trying to be moralist, but you know, a lot of crazy stuff. I always thought Dario Argento, his face looked kind of creepy. Like I can tell he's up to no good. I don't trust that guy, even though his films could be artistically impressive. You know, look at what his films are about, and then look at his face. You have to and then look at his daughter. His daughter was a creepy, sick bitch. His daughter was involved in animal abuse and other stuff. And then I'm supposed to believe his father is totally fine and stuff like that. No way. His father made gruesome films with like slasher films and stuff. And look at his face. He looked like a fucking demented guy, Dario Argento. You know who that is or not? He's a film director who is Italian, but I can tell from his face he's not a normal guy. He made Suspiria and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. You gotta be
I've not
careful.
heard much about it.
No, he's very popular. His daughter though is very creepy. His daughter has been involved in a lot of creepy stuff. But look at his face. Can't you tell there's something wrong with him based on his face? Like man. Like sometimes I think I'm going crazy when I say this guy is not normal looking and stuff like that. It look give you nightmares looking at his face. God. You know. Yeah. Like, man, like I know it's not good to judge based on appearance, but gosh, look at his face. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, his daughter was also fucking crazy. His daughter, I think his daughter was the one who was dating that one guy who died. What's the name of that guy who died? The chef who was very popular. The chef who died. What's the name of that chef? I think you know the chef who was popular and died. He used to be very yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. Let me see here. I can tell you who I'm talking about. He was a very popular chef, and yeah. Okay, so Asia Argento. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain was killed. I think so. He wasn't. He didn't die.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and he was talking about Israeli intelligence and stuff.
Yeah. But think about it. He was married to the daughter of Dario Argento, the guy who was just talking about.
Oh, that's his daughter.
Yeah.
the lady who was dating Marilyn Manson or whatever.
Yeah, you see what I'm trying to get out with the connections here?
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, I know that stuff.
Yeah, because you know she showed up like naked on the runway with like Marilyn Manson.
You know the kind of films Dario Argento made? The kind of film made is like slashers where women get naked and they get like chopped up. And stuff.
Yeah, he was. He made like all the famous like Italian horror movies. Like all the zombie movies were inspired by Dario Argento, and he also did like a lot of like satanic ritual abuse movies and stuff like that. So very influential person. Very connected to politics. You know, his daughter was very connected and is very connected to a lot of shit. And so again, it's just like it's very interesting that Anthony Bourdain was dating that woman because it's like basically like for horror movies, it's like he basically was like in like horror movie royalty family essentially, I would say. But like, yeah, it's pretty weird. Like it's like it just it's hard to describe if you're not into that kind of stuff. But like, you know, like I like the American zombie movies, but he definitely had a big part in you know, the whole zombie stuff, right? Like he basically was like one of the inventors of the zombie genre, essentially, I would say.
His stuff is basically truly evil, is what I'm saying. Like, but you know, it's just evil stuff. But basically, his daughter married Anthony Bourdain, and you know, Anthony Bourdain died. You know, I don't think it had anything. I don't think it was an accident, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the thing is like, who was he hanging out with? Like Chris Cornell and all these people, and yeah, I mean, it's, you know, that's why I'm kind of showing this video, because all the people he's naming in this are very closely tied to like the Anthony Bourdain stuff. They're closely tied to Kurt Cobain, the grunge movement, the processed church. I mean, it's like it's kind of like all the technology stuff. I mean, it's all kind of like, I don't want to say it's like all one thing, but it is all very like connected. You know?
Yeah, it's connected. Yes. It's all connected, massively interconnected. My wife, she used to watch a lot of this stuff, and she would relay it to me. And I also watched some of this stuff, like the conspiracy stuff, and it's not really conspiracy, but yeah, it's largely connected. You'll find a lot of weird links, what I mean, when you look into this stuff. Yeah. You gotta look at the lights, though. But the thing is, in America, each time they try to promote light, they try to destroy the light. I mean, that's what they do.
So you believe in it?
I think it's because yeah, probably.
Why do you think that it? You believe in the Oxford study,
Yes, I love white men.
so you believe in it.
I think it's because yeah, probably.
Why do you think that is trending right now, and so many people are like discussing it? Like it's a hot topic. Why do you think that is?
They're just mad they can't get Asian girls.
So what are your opinions on that? Like the fact that they just sat down and studied. Why do you think they would do something like that?
That's really ridiculous, and you just need to know how to talk to women.
Oh shit!
Neurocheck, do you have a thing for Asian girls? I'm just curious, because you keep showing Asian girls. I'm just curious.
I mean, I think that like in a situation that we all find ourselves in, like, you could do a lot worse. I mean,
yeah.
But for me, it's like, I think it's just interesting. Like I noticed like that there's a lot of hatred on white male, Asian female in particular, and I think that that's a very interesting phenomenon. Like if you go on social media, it's like a very big thing going on right now, which I'm not exactly sure why that is.
System. Those investments in seasteading in his advocacy for network
Well,
states
Asian women, at least, not Japanese. A lot of Asian women, they do tend to be more traditional, which is good.
Yeah, but of course they're kind of like commodifying it, and I think that's a big problem because I think they've done that to white women and Western women. Now they're doing it to Eastern and Muslim and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. Yes. The thing is that, for example, Vietnamese women, or they come from a culture that wasn't industrialized or modernized until recently, like relatively recently, but so they had more traditional values. You know what I mean? But now it's changing, though.
They're commodifying it very quickly, and I think if you go to Asia, you can see it happening in real time. Versus here, like we've already been in it for a long time here, so you can't really see it in action. But like if you go to Asia, like you can see in real time like what they're doing, and it's very bizarre,
Yeah, I wonder.
So I shouldn't be showing this on the screen, but this is like this is like what they're promoting in what do you call it? This is like polyamory, Bushwick, New York stuff or something.
Yeah.
It's like I can't remember what. I didn't mean to like show this. I didn't because it didn't show the preview, but yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's like
There's this one book that was selling a lot on Amazon, but maybe the numbers are fake. It was promoting polyamory and other degeneracy, and I did not like that book. I saw it. I didn't buy it. I'm just saying they are promoting, non-traditional marriages, stuff like relationships, which is not good. They're just that is real. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, that's like the liberal destructive side of things.
Or it's a mother, a daughter, impregnated by the same man. And what are their names?
This is Nicole. Nicole, you want to say hi? She has a hiccup, so
My daughter is so beautiful.
she's adorable, and we love her so much.
And
What the
this is
fuck
Nick
is
Jr.
this shit?
Nick Jr.
Yes. Very sweet boy.
Where did you find inspiration for that?
Oh, wow.
Nicholas.
Nicholas, yeah.
He's my junior.
I feel like
He's
that's not
looking
the man's
shit.
dream, is
It's like infuriating. I mean, like I cannot really see this stuff about like being going in like angry or something like wrong.
Yeah, I think those babies are AI. Honestly,
That's possible. Yeah. Yeah. My sister, my half sister, she's a liberal, a brain dead liberal, and yeah, she uses Instagram a lot, so that explains a lot. I don't really use
Yeah,
Instagram.
no, Instagram is extremely weaponized. Like I cannot overstate how weaponized. And now TikTok's always been weaponized, but it actually had a lot more diversity of opinion before. But now it's becoming like it's like literally like sex trafficking and drug trafficking and all. It's like overtly like selling this culture that I'm trying to show you guys right here. It's like it's pretty
Yeah. But I have a quick question about TikTok. Didn't America buy it off, or is it still Chinese? I forgot the TikTok.
Well, the Jews now own it and control it.
Okay. Well, that explains everything. No. To be honest, as time goes on, I really hate the Jays. Like they're really like a disgusting, reprehensible people. I mean, with how they promote, like vice and transgression and break down traditional families. Sorry, saying the Jays.
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm going to say this. Yeah, I wasn't yelling at you, but my son's like kicking him about to knock over my table over here. So.
Tell me if they're attracted to Asian Chinese. And I've noticed anytime I tell a straight man my girlfriend is Asian, they just tell me if they're attracted to Asian women. I don't know what this reflex is. It's an insane phenomenon, but it happens a lot. I was talking to this guy. He came up. I was like, yeah, my girlfriend's Chinese. And he goes, Asians don't really do it for me. I was like, yeah, I wasn't offering. Like, what kind of response is that? You're acting like we're talking about options at a food court. Like, I was like, hey, do you want Asian? He was like, nah, I got Mexican at home. I think I'm good. It's wild. One time this guy was like, Chinese girlfriend. My wife is Korean. I was like, is this how you make friends? This is an insane strategy. How am I supposed to respond to that? Those are not the same thing at all. I mean, not at all, but those are not the same thing. What am I supposed to say here? Like, he's wearing a CrossFit shirt. So I was like, CrossFit, my roommate's a douchebag. I think you guys would get along. It's insane. Out of all the ways he could have introduced himself, that's how Woody Allen.
yeah, the brown guy, like, yeah, like the brown guy comedian guys, like they're very cringe. They're very cringe.
Yeah, very cringe.
It's a
Let me
weird.
tell you something crazy, Noodle Chat.
It's a really weird thing that he's doing too. It's like a very strange semantics game or something.
Yeah, ultimately, that's what like TBE is pretty much. It's like,
yeah, but at least he's willing to say the hard R and the hard N and all that. I mean,
right, exactly. He's willing to go all the way.
I'll literally grape you. It's kind of funny.
Let me tell you something funny, Noodle Chat. In the Twitter, a lot of the so-called white nationalists, they have been exposed as being Indians. The white supremacists, they're Indians pretending to be white. A lot of them. Did you notice that? Like they've shown
yeah,
it.
I know all about it. Yeah, I've been seeing it. It's been getting very exposed, and the problem is people don't realize that's been going on for at least 10 years, if not 20 years. So like it's like a whole cottage industry of like Indians pretending to be white, pretending to be like racist, and it's like they're literally paid by Jews to like go and like create evidence that there's a Nazi behind every bush in America or something. It's kind of insane. It's like yeah, it's pretty bizarre. Because people don't believe you, but then it's like now it's getting exposed, but they're acting like, we need to expose everybody who's doing this. It's like the entire internet has become like a total fake facade of like people pretending to be something that they're not to like psyop people. So it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's crazy.
yeah, it's great. It's a very strange thing, and Pill Leader knows more about it. Like he's kind of shown me some of it, but like I've known some of the stuff, but it's just from a different angle. But like now that he's shown me some of the like inner workings of it, like it's so widespread. Like I don't think people can really fully comprehend like how fake the internet has become. You know what I mean? Like I think that 90% of the internet is pretty much like just totally fake and gay. I mean,
Look,
there's some real stuff, but not as much as you would think. I think.
For our next story, let's talk about the internet.
It has never felt louder and busier. Ads, reels, AI slop, viral videos, it's like a constant digital screaming match. And that seems to have put off the people who make the internet because they are going quiet. Let me show you a study. It says that social media activity is dropping across the world. This study was conducted in 50 countries. It involved more than 250,000 people. That's a pretty decent sample size, and here's what it found. Social media usage is down by 10%. People are leaving, and it's mostly young people, the people who grew up with their phones. They're turning away. Turns out this trend also has a name. It's called posting zero. It's a fancy name for a simple reality. Basically, people have stopped posting their lives on social media. That is posting zero. And here's why it's happening. The study has given 3 reasons. First, the polished nature of social media. When these platforms first came, they weren't so curated. There were breakfast photos, pet photos, gym selfies, random life updates that no one really asked for. It was chaotic, but it was also human. It was messy, but apparently that was the point of it. But look at your feed now. It looks like a shopping mall designed by an AI bot. Every scroll shows you a skincare ad, a reel that you've already seen 11 times, a guy explaining how to make your first million by the age of 24, and an AI model who is definitely not real. Slowly, the real people disappeared. In fact, there's an actual word for what happened. It's on your screen. What it means is this: platforms start great, then they drown you in ads, then they squeeze everyone dry for profit, and then the whole thing collapses into digital garbage. That's the first reason. The second reason is perception and guilt. A lot of people have not stopped using social media, they've just stopped participating. So they scroll, they lurk, they watch like anonymous ghosts behind a one-way glass, but they don't post because they're not sure how they will be perceived. One wrong move and it leaves a mark. Also, no matter what anyone posts, their friends can often not see it, so what's the point of it anyway? Nobody wants to be a part-time influencer for free. Plus, the world is too heavy for selfies, it seems. Every week there's a new crisis: wars, floods, protests, tragedy. Posting a beach photo amid all of this feels wrong, apparently, especially to the Gen Z. They see it as tone-deaf and insensitive, so they stop posting altogether. The third reason is the dead internet theory. Now, what does that mean? What's the dead internet? It's the idea that much of the internet is now just bots. By some estimates, automated traffic has overtaken human activity. It made up more than half of all internet traffic in 2024. We're talking about your content mills, AI-generated views, and fake accounts pumping out fake engagement. And I know what you're thinking. Who is sitting and analyzing social media like it's the GDP of a country? But such are the times we live in. We've reached a point where posting a picture is a full-blown sociological event, and somehow everyone is part of it. Everyone has become a part-time cultural critic. Imagine telling someone in 2009 that one day we would need global research studies to understand why people are not uploading. But here we are, running worldwide surveys to figure out why humanity is tired of pressing post. But as funny and ironical as it is, the internet has never been loud.
This before, but I'm overwhelmed with jealousy because I look around and I'm like, these cities are incredible.
Yes.
Just incredible infrastructure across the board. And I sit here and we live in the wealthiest country in the world, in the United States of America, and we don't even have health care.
Speak on
it. Why is it not possible? Why have I been told my entire life, oh, it's too expensive. These things are too expensive. I land in China, these massive, beautiful infrastructure buildings, train stations, airports. Everything is beautiful, but then I land at LA mother X. Truly,
LAX, they call it.
Yeah, the Olympic.
A chilling warning is echoing from the world's top neuroscience labs. Weapons once buried in science fiction are now edging into reality, and the battlefield they target is the human mind itself. Here's a report.
That hijacks your thoughts, scrambles your memories, or forces unwanted emotions into your head. This isn't a story from the future. Top British scientists have revealed that the so-called brain weapons, chemicals, and technologies designed to alter perception, behavior, or even decision-making are no longer just the stuff of science fiction. The warning is blunt. These mind-meddling weapons are entering the world's arsenal, and current treaties are riddled with loopholes. Experts say that several governments are already discreetly investing in neuromodulation research, cloaked as medical innovation. But experts caution, the line between healing and weaponizing. The brain is razor thin. From Cold War experiments to the infamous Moscow theater siege, several countries have dabbled for decades in chemicals that target the brain. But this decade's tools are different. Advances in neuroscience, synthetic biology, and AI now make it possible to map and manipulate the very circuits that govern fear, compliance, and aggression. The same labs treating neurological disorders today could supply tomorrow's weapons designed to sedate, confuse, or coerce, turning ordinary people into puppets for governments or criminal gangs. Scientists urge action now. Global treaties, strict oversight, and ethical controls before these tools slip into rogue hands. Because once weaponized thought becomes reality, the battlefield won't be cities or borders. It will be your mind. Bureau Report. We on World is one.
any other women talk about is men who bash the unfortunate. I'm talking about addicts. I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about single mothers. And one of the biggest red flags I look out for that I never see any other women talk about is men who bash the unfortunate. I'm talking about addicts. I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about single mothers. And it's because most of these people have gone through circumstances that led to where they are now, right? Whether it's the traumatic death of somebody, some kind of large event that permanently altered the course of their life, or they were just raised in extreme poverty and life handed them really unfortunate circumstances that they couldn't break out of. And I think whenever men lack empathy for these people, they're like, oh, they're just living off the system. They're just living on handouts. And whenever they view these people that way, that mindset will translate at some point into your relationship. When you are up at 3 a.m. changing diapers and you're struggling, he will view you in a similar mindset. Like he will think to himself that you are ungrateful and living off of his handouts. Look out for men who don't extend empathy to the unfortunate. That is a very, very important quality, and that will in some way translate into your relationship, whether it be now or whether it be down the line a few years.
Yeah, I think one way to fix this stuff is maybe ground the kind of rudimentary dualism between good and bad, and say society should privilege the good over the bad, and like rudimentary dualism. Like, and by that I mean that like, you know, like most systems have, you know, kind of ethics or something, or meta ethics or normative ethics that promote doing good over bad, you know. And I think there is a way to do that. And yeah, because, you know, it's not good to go around and promote, you
Conservative
know,
right-wing
hedonism.
Asian Americans. Like, how did we go from being scapegoated during COVID when racism against Asian Americans was at its all-time high? And I would argue that that all-time high is still occurring now. We were blamed for taking jobs, mocked for our food while you were trying to steal our food. Honestly, the pilfering of our food got so bad to the point where every single time I saw a white person holding a matcha, a miso, or a kimchi, I was swiping. Making fun of our accents, literally just insulting our culture. To suddenly seeing bootlicking Asian Americans everywhere, sucking the dicks and literally defending the people that started the racism against us in the first place. And it's strange. Actually, it's not strange, it's predictable. And it's predictable where proximity to whiteness gets mistaken for safety time and time again. And it repackages itself as this new model minority myth. Whenever we try to bury this model minority rhetoric, because let's call it what it is, it was a tool for oppression to keep us separated in our collective liberation and our goal for collective liberation. Like, this brand of model minority myth is so insidious, because instead of the rhetoric of if we keep our heads down and we're diligent workers and we're hard workers and we're silent, it's giving let's kiss these bootstraps and we'll become one of you white people. It's giving I'm not one of those Asian Americans, pick me white people. And I think the worst part about this is that it's not just sad, like it's literally pathetic. And the Asian
Yeah, like
So
aren't there like concentration camps like in the backyard of Korea? Like,
right. Well, yeah, it's just very interesting because, like, here's the thing: is like Asians hate each other, right? Like this like pan Asianism is so interesting to me. It's like don't get me wrong, like there's a lot of race mixing going on in Asia right now, but it's done begrudgingly and it's not like talked about, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? But even still, like it's not like it doesn't like erase the fact that like Koreans don't like the Chinese don't like the Koreans hate the Japanese hate the Koreans, you know, like
Yeah,
it's just very odd, like this kind of like very American perspective of like white people make fun of us and hates us because of like our food or what. Like I have no idea what she's talking about. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of dumb white people, but I'm sitting here thinking it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of like pathetic white people that are like, oh, I love matcha and this and that. It's like that's a real thing, but it's like relative to the like prioritization of like what's actually going on in the world. It's like, is that really like the big problem right now, or is that like, it's like, is this like I feel like because I've seen the same exact script so many times on TikTok. I'm like, I'm pretty sure someone's paying these people to promote these particular talking points to Asian women from Asian women or something. It's very
Well,
strange.
I don't know about that, but because if you look at every region of the world, they all have ethnic groups that seem to hate each other or have certain things against each other. It just is what it is, though. Like, but I know that Koreans hate the Japanese and vice versa, and other stuff like that. I think modern Vietnamese hate the Chinese too, but not in ancient times as much. But it kind of vacillates. It vacillates. It depends on the geopolitical conditions stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean the way she described oppression, and it's like, they stole our food. That's not like oppressing somebody. That's just somebody diluting their own culture. Like just because somebody steals your food, that doesn't mean it's going to taste as good as it's made at home. I mean, it usually never tastes as good. But yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that for even like Mexicans in America. Like I used to love going to like Mexican food restaurants, but like most Mexican food restaurants I go to now, like it literally tastes and you can see that like everything's coming out of a can. Like they don't make, like tortillas from scratch or something. Do you know what I mean? It's not like the grandmas in the back, like, pounding corn with a mallet and making like fucking tortillas or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like we order the shit on a truck, it comes, open the can, I pour it in the pot, I turn on the burner and cook it up or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, so like, am I getting authentic Mexican food right now, or am I getting like an Americanized like?
Well, let me say something to that. I feel like to truly respect another culture doesn't matter if it's a European culture, like, I don't know, Britain or American or even Chinese or Vietnamese or Japanese, is to look at their literature, their culture and stuff. You can always find some literature or poet or painter you like from these high cultures. Every culture has a high culture. You just gotta dig for it. What I mean? The high culture. What I mean? And all the high culture always promote virtue over vice. What I mean? Most of it. Virtue is greater than vice. You see what I mean? If you look at the high cultures around the world, virtue always beats vice.
Person and you're a conservative, I need you to detach your nose from that hole in front of you, because conservatives do not care about us. And a lot of conservative talking heads will get on the internet and they'll speak very highly about Asian people. They'll say that we're well educated. They'll say that we're hardworking, but they're saying these things so that they can justify bashing a whole other group. They're only using us as a metric by which they can bash other minority groups. We are closer in proximity to whiteness than other minorities are, but make no mistake, that doesn't mean that we're white. Like, think of COVID. Think of how quickly conservatives switched up on Asian people and how quickly they were like, oh, let's rename the virus to the China virus, and how quickly they threw all Asian people under the bus because they cannot tell us apart, bro. We are not smarter or more hardworking than other minority groups, and that mindset completely erases hundreds of years of necessary historical context. And also, most of our parents literally came here with the sole intention of getting professional degrees or starting some kind of business. So yes, they're going to pass those traits on to their children.
He beat me, he punched me, he slapped me, he was always victimizing me. Like, he did the worst every single day. And honestly,
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Like, you see like how like it perfectly complements what Avian's just saying there. It's like, oh, we can't think of ourselves as better than anybody else. Like,
right.
Whatever. It's like, what? It's like, it's so weird, dude. It's like this like self-hating, like Larry David, like, oh, I don't know. Well, should I be worried about what other people think of me? Or I don't know. It's like, it's weird, dude. It's like, it's just so weird.
But
like,
then, like, they're speaking as basically white people, and then they're like,
Right.
they're in proximity to white people.
It's
Is what
like,
she said. Yeah.
just because I act like a white person doesn't make me white. And yes, we're almost white, but that's a psyop to make us turn against black people. We have way more common. And like this is an actual talking point. I wish I could find it, but it's like this whole psyop of like Asian people and black people. We need to get together, like pan-Asianism, pan-blackism, as one thing will defeat white supremacy or something. It's like this really strange like talking point or something. I don't know, but it's like I don't quite understand what's going on here, but
Yeah, it sounds like Heinlein, like Robert Heinlein.
in what way? I believe you. I'm just saying, like, in what way is that?
Like he had this like racial like thing, like the Pan Asians. Right, so
Oh,
like
yeah. I heard you talking about that. So check this one out.
Get the fuck away from me. If you're a conservative Christian man, get the fuck away from me. Stop sliding into my DMs. I've made it very clear I don't fucking like you guys. You guys are embarrassing. Go find your trat hose and leave me the fuck alone. You guys have some weird fucking degradation kink. Like, get the fuck out of my DMs. It's a no. It's always going to be a no. Fuck off. No one wants to date a bigot, and I think politics play a larger role in dating and dating choices by women than men are even capable of understanding. And then I think they sit on the internet and complain it's because they don't have enough money and they're too short. But really, it's because of your fucked up belief system. That's why women aren't dating you. If you voted for somebody who repeatedly bashes marginalized groups of people, bashes minorities, bashes women, has no respect for them at all, yeah, that says a lot about your character, and that's unattractive to most women because that's an ugly trait to have. It shows that you condone those behaviors. Young women are shifting more left, and if you continuously shift more right in response to that rhetoric, then yeah, it makes you more unattractive to them. Voting for a man who is proven guilty of violent crimes towards women is indeed an unattractive quality. It shows us that you don't care about how that affects women at all. And I think to a certain extent, these men understand that, which is why they're on their dating apps saying they're moderate, saying they're apolitical, and all of these things, when really we know who you voted for. And that does make you undateable, and it does make you unattractive because you condone terrible behaviors towards women and minorities. And that
See, it's like I can kind of see what she's saying, but then it's like she has to conflate like women and minorities. Like, because somebody's a minority doesn't make them good, right? Like, you see what I mean? It's like it's like a very strange like semantics trap of like, well, bashing someone who's a minority is inherently wrong because all minorities are inherently good. You see what I'm saying?
That's the problem with liberals. Liberals look at a hierarchy of victim status. Whoever is the top of the victim status gets the free pass. Does that make sense? And that's the problem. That's why liberalism is ridiculous. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, in this video here is actually a good example of like the opposite of that, and I think you guys will enjoy this one. Like, I'm probably not going to play the whole thing, but I want to play a few minutes of it because I think it's really, really funny what he does here. I've never seen this guy before, but this is like an apology, but not really. So I just wanted to play this for you guys.
I'll just cut to the chase here. I fucked up. I demonstrated a lapse in judgment and made decisions that let down my friends, my acquaintances, and my audience to whom I am so deeply indebted. I'm listening and learning, and I would like to just take accountability for the following things. Posting a clip of the song Satisfaction by Benny Benassi and falsely claiming it was leaked audio of Stephen Hawking at Epstein Island. Repeatedly making ominous, cryptic replies to Richie Torres in Hebrew on Twitter. Accusing Hassan Piker of being responsible for the 3,000-year-old temple that burned down while he was still in China. Suggesting that we should only give food stamps to skinny people. Suggesting that we replace food stamps with universal basic soylent. Saying George Floyd died of AIDS. Saying George Floyd died of SIDS. Saying Jimmy Carter died of a David Carradine type situation. Making a list of the top 10 Goyim mind slaves and then calling anyone who protested their inclusion on the list anti-Semitic. Saying that Omar Fateh, the Somalian mayoral candidate in Minneapolis, looked like an angry light bulb. Covering Hurricane by Bob Dylan in a Twitter space. Telling people that I heard from a penis doctor that Elon Musk's penis resembled a losing BattleBot, and then also saying it again in a video. Replying to a selfie posted by Ben Shapiro's sister saying that I actually think it was 7 million. Saying that Sandy Hook was a Mandela effect. Saying that Sandy Hook was a prank. Saying that Sandy Hook was a Pat Tillman situation. Saying that Sandy Hook was a self-defense situation. Saying that Israel nuked Sandy Hook. Saying that Sandy Hook was an accident. Saying that 9/11 was an accident. Saying that 9/11 was a David Carradine situation. Saying that there was only ever one Twin Tower and posting a photoshopped version of the NYC skyline as evidence. Saying that the Boston bombing was an accident. Saying that the Boston bombing was a Pat Tillman situation. But that kind of was, if you think about it. Drawing Yamako with the Zodiac Killer symbol on Ted Cruz's head, repeatedly asking PETA if they disavowed Hitler's vegetarianism or if they agreed he was right about at least some things, submitting a community note to the Post joking about J.D. Vance's mom trading him for Percocet, saying that she actually traded him for Tylenol 3, saying that Terry Schiavo was faking, getting into a fight with an account, lurking through their media tab until I could triangulate their location, going on Zillow and finding the property listing photos of their house from when they bought it, then making a one-to-one recreation of their house in Hammer, which is the Counter-Strike source map editor, and then DMing a video of me playing the map to them, saying we should cut the undersea internet and phone cables going to India, teaching Westerners how to determine an Indian person's caste by their name, saying John Fetterman tried to shoot himself but survived because anything smaller than 10 mil just bounced off his head like a grizzly bear, posting a video of a BDSM medical fetish dungeon with a man in a gimp suit hooked up to some kind of infernal dick-sucking contraption, with the caption praying for John Fetterman and then linking under news articles about Fetterman being in the hospital, repeatedly complimenting John Fetterman for his performance as Hodor, saying that Israel was threatening to release a blackmail tape of John Fetterman trying to pet a bunny rabbit, telling people John Fetterman's favorite song was Limousine by Brand New, telling people that John Fetterman's iPod only contains the songs Daylight by Matt and Kim by Eminem, telling...
Yeah, like, I don't know exactly what all this is, but it's just really funny that he's, like, apologizing for all that. Like, I like that style of humor where it's like, I'm going to apologize for this stuff that, like, insulting people. Yeah. So yeah, I got a few more funny stuff for you guys.
My name is Lucius, and I scaled my food delivery app for Gen Z to over 100,000 users only using TikTok. Earlier today, I saw a video where this guy said that before he ever went to go and raise money from investors for a startup, he posted a dozen videos a day. In that time, without raising any money or going out and spending any money on paid ads, he found tons of early customers and tons of early people who loved his product. He then used those people to inform what he was going to build next and figure out something that people would continue to pay for and use. It was only then that he went to investors and said, hey guys, I've actually built something really cool and we've got real users, and we did that with $0 in ad spend. And the investors loved it. As someone who's raised millions of dollars for investors, this is exactly why. It showed that without having to spend any money, this person could go out and hustle and make things happen. But also it showed that he had a real natural base of users who loved his product and shared it with other people. And that's one of the best things that you can have as an early stage startup. So if you are
asked how I go on all these trips, and the answer is I have this thing called a job, and every 2 weeks they deposit this thing in my bank account called a paycheck, and then I use this thing and I go to a travel portal and I book these things called flights, and then on a specific date and time I go to an airport and then I get on a plane and then I somehow end up on my destination. So yeah, I wish there was like a secret travel hack where I could just travel for free, but unfortunately
body fat test. We're asking lean people what they eat for breakfast. You know what I eat for breakfast? It's going to be the same as what Michelle does. A cough test. Michelle, will speak up because the mic's not working with prop. Anyway, looking great lean torso there, looking healthy. This is your everyday look. You don't have any diet thing. This is your everyday. Remember, this is Michelle's everyday look, girls. Everyday look.
I'm still on my period.
There you go. All right, it's still there in that. She's come up to the follicular phase, I guess. But this is important to remember because this is Michelle's everyday look. Okay, a lot of girls starve down, they take diuretics and laxatives and stuff to get this look. This is Michelle's everyday look.
Well, that was a creepy video. What
the fuck? Like,
it's like a sex pad or something like that. I don't know. Like
that guy's a famous vegan guy. He like goes around the whole world like eating fruit and like he's a vegan and he just like rides like thousands of miles a month on a bike and like this is his like new girlfriend or whatever. So
oh, man, that's not that bad. But she should wear a bra though.
Right.
She shows
That's her everyday look.
That was a tame video from Instagram. They do like way worse stuff than that. So
I see.
All right, listen up, you bitch ass niggas. We about to take this whole philosophical cipher to the next level, straight from the ivory tower to the block where it belongs. This ain't just some academic bullshit for dusty-ass books. This is that real talk, that connect the dots for the culture type revelation. We're breaking down how these powers that be stay playing 4D chess while we out here thinking we playing checkers. It's time to wake up and see the whole board. Part 1, that New Yorker John Enlightenment, capping in blackface. Y'all peep that slick shit in the New Yorker, right? The one where they got the Illuminati, basically every shadowy power structure we feel but can't name, dropping a whole corporate press release to fire Kanye. Deadass, the joint was funny as hell. I'm not even fronting. But that humor was straight up poison in the Kool-Aid, bruh. It's the kind of laugh that makes you forget you're the one being laughed at. The whole article was written in our voice, phonetic, vernacular, all that deadass and bruh and on God type shit. On the surface, it looks like they're down, like they speak in our language. But that's the first layer of the trick, my niggas. This is what them old Enlightenment heads like Immanuel Kant would have called sapere aude, dare to know. Now let's break that down. Kant and his crew were pushing this idea that pure universal reason was the key to everything. They were basically saying, yo, stop trusting old traditions and feelings. Use your brain, think logically, and you'll find.
Based.
Yeah, I don't know. That just made me laugh. Really, like I don't know how I wrote this article in retrospect.
You used AI to write it because of the M dashes, right? So like, like I will remove the M dashes.
What?
Yeah.
Let's say that again. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
No, you used AI to write it, but you should remove the M dashes because M dashes.
Oh, I know. I tried to like get it to, like, dude. It literally takes me longer than if I just wrote it myself because like it keeps like doing it in like a like. I was trying to get it to like I was like write it simple so the AI can read it.
No, I mean it's fine that you use AI, but I'm saying that you should remove the M dashes. The dish dashes should look normal, so that way.
I know.
Yeah,
that's why. That's what I'm saying. Is like I was trying to get the AI to remove it all, and then like I just got tired of like reformatting it. But it's hella funny because I was like, I got the AI to read it in like a black voice, But
actually once used the AI and made a funny Indian voice, and I made it say like some very funny stuff in the Indian voice. I was like,
no, well, I did that too, and I made some people angry with that actually. But let me see if I can find it here. Hold on, let's see if I got it here. I want to show you some of this one because this one's kind of funny. You might actually like think this one's funny. I felt kind of bad making it because like I actually did it to make fun of something in particular, but it seemed like I was doing it to like just be racist and like perverted and stuff. But it really, oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the one. So I'll play you this a little bit of this one.
Daisy dreams in Dollarland, how hustling hearts harvest honey from gullible guys, by Priya Patel, your spicy sister from Surat, now seducing success in sunny California. Oh, my sweet, sweaty Desi brothers, fresh off the boat, or should I say, fresh off the flight from Mumbai to Manhattan. America is truly the land of milk and honey, just like our old Bollywood songs promised. But honey, it's not because of golden opportunities falling from the sky like monsoon rain. No, it's because the people here are so well meaning and wonderfully gullible, like big beefy buffaloes begging to be milked. They trust too much, question too little, and bam, you can hustle hard without hardly getting caught. As an Indian immigrant gal who's traded her sari for stilettos, I'm here to cheer you on in this grand game of get rich quick. Hustle culture, it's our birthright. Bye. Let's pretend it's all positive, like a spicy masala mix of motivation and money making magic. But shh, between us girls and guys, it's really a roast of those ridiculous gurus who flash their fake fortunes. Picture this: you land in the USA, eyes wide like a kid in a candy shop, dreaming of driving Lamborghinis instead of rickshaws. And who better to target than your own kind? Those fresh migrants full of fire and FOMO, ready to fork over their first paychecks for a piece of the pie. They're perfect prey, poor things. Eager engineers from Bangalore or IT wizards from Hyderabad, all alone in apartments smelling of curry and confusion. They see ads popping up like pimples, turn $100 into $10,000 overnight, and they bite. Because back home we know hard work, but here it's hustle heaven. where easy money sounds sexier than a steamy item song. Take that top G, Andrew Tate. Oh, what a tasty treat for the eyes, with his bald head shining brighter than his Bugatti. He's not the C, but he's the king of conning clueless crowds into crypto courses and man up memberships. Remember how he hyped his Hustlers University, promising Lambos and ladies, but ended up exposed for grift?
Yeah, I see how it's getting to the part where it's a Neurojack article with the
Yeah.
Andrew Tate stuff.
This one.
It's weird, like how much AI is like, dang, yeah, that's crazy. It actually sounds like a real person.
Yeah, if you watch those item song videos, those are like the videos where like they do the really like horse like type of stuff.
Yeah, because like I was making that about like I saw these like Indian guys on Instagram, and they were like had like 1 million followers, and they're like telling like these guys, like he's very obviously like going for like guys who just got to America. He's like, oh, you can become like a full-time day trader, and he's like, you know, you got to pay to like get in my inside course and stuff like this. So he's like, you know, he's like obviously scamming his own people, right? And so I wrote that article initially like from a guy's perspective, and then at the last minute I was like, it'd be funny if I did it from a woman's perspective and then like use the AI, because I was trying to like, because I was also like reading some stuff about like how like, you know, like the female male dynamics are changing in India at the time. So I was like watching videos like that too. So I was like, okay, how can I like change the dynamic to be about like men and women, but also the scam culture of like come to America to scam your own people in America, if that makes sense, or like Canada or whatever, you know. So I was trying to like, I was trying to do too many things at once, and so like it came across like I was just being a dick, you know. But
yeah, actually, there's something fun. Let's see. Yeah, I got 6 or 8 calls in a row from Indians pretending they were ICE agents. Do you believe that? They pretended they were ICE. 6 to 8 calls in a row. You know, believe ICE agents. They were spoofing numbers. They were spoofing numbers.
yeah, I'm actually pretty proud of this one, but like this is the one that the least amount of people are going to get, and it's also like 20 minutes long. But I'll play you a few minutes of it because I'm actually really proud of how this one turned out. But like I'll just play you a few minutes just to get you the gist. But like I worked really, really hard on this one, but it didn't turn out exactly how I wanted it. But I think it turned out pretty good. But it's like 8,000 words long. But I'll just play a few minutes of it because it's actually a very like it's a part of my really complicated like theory of what's going on. Yeah, but I worked really, really hard on this one actually. So let me play just a few minutes of it just to give you the gist of it.
The usurious engine and the grammatical straitjacket, a 1,000-year cunning plan, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Transhumanist Subscription by NeuroJack. Introduction. A Very British Coup, or How to Forge a Reality with a Dictionary and a Ledger. Let us begin with a bold and, frankly, terrifically awkward claim. The entire project of what we call Western civilization, from the Renaissance to the Enlightenment to your smartphone's insistence that you optimize your life, is not the triumphant march of reason it pretends to be. Rather, a story of a very long, very style takeover of Christian morality by an economic engine, aided and abetted by some truly first-rate Arthurian-grade storytelling and the insidious weaponization of the English language itself. It's the ultimate cunning plan, one so brilliant in its execution that we failed to notice we're the ones being sold back our own souls in monthly installments. Imagine, if you will, 2 monks in the 11th century. 1. An Eastern Orthodox ascetic is quietly contemplating the divine light of God, his entire economic life revolving around prayer, fasting, and the radical idea that wealth is a shared trust for the poor. The other, a soon-to-be Western cleric, is nervously calculating compound interest on a loan to a local baron, muttering, well, it's not technically usury if we call it an administrative fee, is it? It's a loophole, a little one, an ex-parrot of usury. This is the schism we speak of. The Norman conquest of 1066 wasn't just a change of management. It was the corporate merger of church and state, PLC. The new CEO, William the Conqueror, had a voracious appetite for cash, but faced a tiny PR problem. The church rather firmly stated that charging interest, usury, was a mortal sin. The solution? Outsourced the sin, and thus was born the world's first and most awkward public-private partnership, the Crown and the Jewish moneylenders. The king provided the protection, a service suspiciously similar to that offered by a certain band of knights who say knee, and the financiers provided the liquid capital. It was the beginning of a financial system built on a wink and a nudge, a system where the left hand, public piety, had no idea what the right hand, private usury, was doing, and frankly, the right hand was making a killing. But you cannot run a long-term subversion on spreadsheets alone. You need a good story and a new way of thinking. You need a mythos and a mind control weapon. For that, the new management turned to a legendary British king, a particularly famous cup, and the most powerful tool of all, a language being deliberately forged for irony and cognitive dissonance. This is the story of how we went from questing for the Holy Grail to subscribing to our own existence, and it's funnier and more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Part 1, 1066, the Holy Grail, government-regulated asset interest leverage, and the lexicon of leverage.
So it's it's like a really long-winded way to say that, like, basically, like, European history is actually a total psyop, and that it's all like Jewish money mixed with like mythos creation and shit like that. So that's what I was trying to get at with the whole thing. But yeah, like,
Yeah, I'm about to like read one of those other like ones that you have, they're about transhumanism. So I'll look at your page and see
yeah,
which one is the best one. If you think this one is the best one.
Well, I'm gonna remix I'm gonna do.
I know one of them was like a response to Pinoid or something like that. I wanted to get on that one maybe.
Yeah, I think that's the first one I did. It's like, but this thing is so annoying to like navigate, and I don't want to sign into my account on here right now. But if I can figure out how to do it, then I will. But it's like, yeah, I'll send it to you too, because it's like it's just so much like I'm tired of like logging into all my shit. But it's like but yeah, I think it's one of the first ones I did, but it was funny. It's like, yeah, this one
about transhumanism too.
Well, this one, this one I wrote in response to Unseen, because he didn't quite understand what I was saying. So like while he was disagreeing with me, I wrote this. I started writing this thing with the AI of like, okay, like from an orthodox perspective, like what's the argument against like usury, right? And that's what led to the second article that I just played, which is like, okay, how is usury like a psyop that was introduced like via religion, and like the Norman Conquest was actually like a financial takeover of England rather than like a like invasion by a bunch of Vikings. Because like basically like I think what the AI was saying is like, well, actually like these guys were being funded by like a bunch of Jews from like other European cities, right? So it wasn't like the Normans didn't just show up like a bunch of Vikings on a boat. Like they actually had like financial backing by like major financial institutions in Europe, right? And that's all the way back in like 1066 or something, right? So it kind of changes the whole like Middle Ages argument about it was just like different clans warring or something.
Modernity. René Descartes, 1596-1650. Mind-body dualism separates the rational abstract mind, res cogitans, from the physical material world, res extensa. This divorces financial calculation from the messy ethical reality of human life and labor. Creates the intellectual framework for financial abstraction, where money becomes a purely mathematical, immaterial entity, a cogito divorced from the physical reality of land, shelter, and human time. The term mortgage itself, from the old French meaning
This is Pagan Socialist Radio.
Yeah, listen to this.
The voice.
Yeah, Pill Eater sent me this. I listened. This is pretty hilarious.
Yeah, he's trolling the white nationalists with it, so it's like really funny because it's like. And thank you, Denise, for listening to this. I appreciate it. I haven't been looking at the comments, so sorry if I missed anybody's comment. But yeah, this was really funny. Like I told him like this because like I didn't listen to it for like a week, and then when I finally did, I was like, oh, this is actually fucking hilarious because it's like really Discordian trolling of the white nationalists, you know.
I don't think I ever met Peel Eater. No, it's not. Peel Eater. So what are Peel Eater's feels? I don't know.
Yeah, he's sort of like an artist. You know, like he creates his own music. He creates like a lot of memes, right? He promotes Eurasian futurism, right? That's his sort of subset of beliefs or whatever that he promotes. I mean, artistically, right? And also, I think he wrote for Arctos.
Yeah, he did. He
Right.
wrote for Arctos,
Yeah.
and he was like basically like a. He was somewhat associated with Giorgiani, but he kind of backed away once he got a little too close for his comfort, I guess you'd say. So he kind of comes from that camp. I mean, it's complicated because, like, honestly, I've never been in academia, so like, I don't fully comprehend it. But you know, it's a wide web of like different things going on, I'd say. But he was definitely like on the white nationalist side, kind of like I was. But you know, now he's married to an Asian woman and has a kid and stuff. So he's obviously like. He's doing a very kind of a weird thing, but this what he does here is he's like making fun of white nationalism by like pretending to be a white nationalist, but he's also like being sincere with what he's saying at the same time. So it's like he's like there's an Asian woman who's saying that she's like proud to be on drugs, and he's like, are we as white nationalists gonna like promote degeneracy as a Aryan or something like that? So it's like it's just kind of funny. It's like it's just a very like weird. Because like you found this Asian girl who's like hanging out in New York, and she's getting like, and she's like getting given drugs by you know like all these people in New York, and like they're all like saying, oh, we're like the new intellectual like white nationalist class or something. It's really weird. So he's like kind of trolling these people. But like he's like reading their personal like private chat messages on this thing, but he's like letting them know that he's like spying on them and stuff by like doing this video. So it's kind of funny. It's like
Does Peel Eater ever come on your show, TMO, or not really? Or just kidding. Peel Eater.
Yeah, he has. He's previously came on for hours, right? So yeah, he spent like tons of time going over a bunch of material. Sometimes I choose the material, sometimes he brought it up. So it's like different things. You know. So yeah, maybe I'll send him a message and we'll try to get him back on here.
yeah, he's just hard to like figure out in some ways because like he's already been doing this for a long time, so he's been in the media game for like a long time, so he's kind of disillusioned with so much because he's already been like censored and stalked and like threatened and everything. So like he has his own like opinions that are coming from his point of view, where it's like, you know, he doesn't even know who to like fuck with anymore because it's like he, you know,
Yeah.
like everywhere he's been.
Yeah, I
it's
like him a lot. Yeah, he's an original thinker for sure. I mean, and that's what matters. I mean, but yeah, this is a funny, little LARP thing that he did. The pagan socialist radio. It's like he's mocking them. It's pretty hilarious.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yuka.
Yeah, play
and
some of
I'm
it for
running
Avian.
a
Neuro, if you want. You know, so you can get an idea of Pill Eater.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go back and look. I wanna just play this for a second. And I'll go right back.
It's like back to these Asian
Brain
things.
called New Techno. We mainly playing underground house and techno and electronic music. And by the way, I'm hosting 2 events in November, on November 7 and November 20. If you like San Francisco Chinatown, you must come. Check my link in bio for more details. And these are free, so we won't charge you a lag.
Of the global resistance with your host, Pill Eater.
Well, what's funny about this thing that he's doing here is like it's really funny because like it sounds so similar to like white nationalist podcasts that I used to listen to. So it's like funny because like it's very accurate. Like if you listen to like white nationalist podcasts, they sounded a lot like this. So it's like it's kind of funny that he did this so accurately to me. It's like, and I'll show you an example in a minute. I'll go look it up and show it, but it's really funny how accurate this is.
Hello and welcome. This is Pagan Socialist Radio with your leader and host, Pill Eater. I am an Aryan. I despise those who think of us as lower forms. On X.com, founded by the goy like Elon Musk, tends to believe that everything is controlled in psychological operations. Many of you have fell out of line since then. You continue to post memes for a culture war built by a Semitic person of the name Trotsky. You continue and say that it's Gramscian values of sorts. What I'm seeing is a conspiracy against good people who mean to create virtue ethics. I try to not post that much on the X.com, but here I am, as this is the only way to get our Aryan voices out there. Recently, I was invited into a group chat by a peculiar group of people. They tend to be our friends, but in actuality, they are taking tabs on us. Let me read to you what some of these so-called friends of us are thinking. A group of so-called tech bros have a group chat called Uncrypted Frat in Capital. They are supposedly based out of New York City and San Francisco, the cathedral of this decadent modernity we have to face today. As I am looking through the chat, there is one individual by the name of a Chinese Floyd, also known as Kate, that says, quote, MDMA gave me serotonin syndrome, and I probably shouldn't have mixed it with Prozac, unquote. Does this sound like a Valkyrie leader of our feminist movement? Or does this sound like a degenerate advocated by the elite who hate us? There's also another chat by the name of Chud Boy Walk. A chud, by the way, is a reactionary type of the lowest forms of Athenian desires. A user by the name of Scoot says, quote, this shroom trip took the blind off again, unquote. Do these sound like Aryan brothers to you? And the rabbit hole goes deeper than that. We have back to another chat by the name of ESO Chat Remix, Vibes Are Heavenly, by a milady user who is from Japan. He does not have Eurasian children, but continues to write, I'm not Benjamin. I don't need to LARP. Or a woman by the name of Jojo writes, what, quote, why am I taking stimulants to work at an animal shelter? Unquote. Do you see the correlation here? They are taking substances made by the Semitic enemies of us to transform and destroy us entirely. If I couldn't get the message across, back on the so-called uncrypted front, a woman writes, I need to smoke opium with my Chinese void, unquote. We have to get to the bottom of this. This will bring us to the next news segment. I won't stop here because I am seeing a very similar posting trend in the psychological apparatus known as X. For example, I wrote, quote, the most delusional people I have ever met were people who enjoyed Northern exposure. It is the most deluded, backwards, white, liberal, escapist, and degenerate fantasy TV show ever produced. It is safe to say it is, by far, the worst TV show ever made, creating evil people from it. And did it get any likes? I don't think so.
Yeah, so it's like it's really like hard to like explain what he's talking about because it's like so if you know what he's talking about, it's like he's actually reading real chats of like these like stalkers in New York City who are like talking about like doing drugs and like how like good it is, but also like they like want to like hell Hitler and like stuff like this, but they're like not. It's just it's so beyond like hard. It's so hard to explain that it's real, but it's actually real. What he's talking about, like it's not a joke. What he's talking about, so it's like it's pretty bizarre. Yeah, it's like because I've actually seen these people like what they're saying. So like I know he's not making it up. So it's pretty funny. So he started doing this like DJ stuff for like Princeton, New Jersey radio station.
An independent community supported radio on 103.3 FM. This is the Black Rainbow with your host and DJ, Pill Eater. You just heard was Kiss to Kiss, the FM version by Mako, a small Eurobeat project that had a few white label names. Good stuff. Next 2 hours, I'll be playing strange music up ahead. Kind of martial industrial, pop music, whatever I find eccentric. It's music reflected upon a black rainbow. If you got something to say, please go to wprb.com/chat. Let me know if you have anything on your mind. I'd love to hear. And if you like what you're about to hear, you can always pledge at pledge.wprb.com and pledge $5, $10, $20, whatever you think is good. Right now, I will play some Laibach. Here's their song, Eat Liver.
Liver, we need to take and deliver. Liver, we need to take and deliver. Steal and deliver, let's steal and deliver. Go, baby, go. Stand and deliver. Wanna do it now, it's time for the show. Smell it in the air, it's time for the show. Revolution to deliver. Wanna do it now, it's time for the show. Everybody's here, let's lose control. Revolution, we deliver. Let's.
Yeah, so like between you and Bill Eater, like I don't know any of this music, but you guys listen to some strange stuff here. But which is not bad. It's good. It's good because like I generally like what you guys listen to because I don't really venture outside of like my own little narrow bandwidth of music and stuff. So. But I wanted to show you guys some of this. This podcast I used to listen to. I tried to play it before, and it's probably going to Fed post, so I probably can't play too much of it. But
This is the War Room.
I wanna push you around. Well, I will.
With the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the TRS Radio Network.
Marines are perfect.
Young man from the Midwest come to rape, pillage, and plunder.
I'll fuck anything that moves.
Sharpen up your bayonets, boys.
Hey, this is Psycho Seiko, and this is the War Room. Hurrah! Tonight we got with us Sigurd from the Air Force. What's going on, man?
Beware gingers with A cups.
Hurrah! We also got with us now 3 Marines, all from Texas. This is like the Texas Marine Corps going on. We got Chef Gordy. How you doing, man?
Well, it's turned up to 616 degrees. My apron is pristinely white.
Hurrah! And we got, of course, my protege, Fascislav Vandal. Zell, how you doing, brother?
Iberoslavism now. Uncuck the West from the South and the East.
And, of course, you know, my nominal co-host here on the War Room, Dr. Mayhem. How you been doing, brother?
Stoke a thought for Jesus.
Right.
Amram
Borther.
Also sitting with me is my resident warlord, my spiritual mentor, not technically a vet, although I think after one of his mid-70s acid binges, he came back convinced that he was an admiral in the alien Air Force or something, so he might qualify under some bylaw as a vet.
Hey, man, those aliens are terrible.
That's the great Brianimal. What's going on?
Dude, what do you mean after an acid trip? I thought that's fact, man. I could show you the crash site where my fucking
fucked I'm trying to remember. I think it was in April, and then
So the reason I'm playing this is because it's called like Reed Siege, which is like what I was telling you guys about. Siege is like the 09A stuff. But so this was like a really weird esoteric podcast, and this dude like got betrayed by all the other white nationalists, so he disappeared. But this is a really weird show to listen to because like these guys were like all ex-military, and I think they were kind of serious about what they were saying, but yeah, it's pretty weird. Like they had a lot of feds and Jews all around, so I'm not sure. But
I severed all.
Mayhem. I was going to remind you of that this could be like, satire. Yeah, it's comedy. Ha ha ha.
It's comedy. It's comedy. Don't bring the party van. FBI.
Are you not entertained?
Performance. Steven Crowder. The funny part that happened when my sister told me she was pregnant. After the conversation was over, I called her back 5 minutes just to make sure the father was white. This is what really fucking defeats, or what's the word I'm looking for? Really fucking makes it shit. The baby had blonde hair, blue eyes. So it's like, fuck. Whitest of white. But they're going to try again. And hopefully things won't fuck up. But needless to say, if anybody wants to say, I'm convinced that since there is no justice in the world but what we make, if anybody wants to send me the names and addresses, they have to be white people. They have to be white traitors, because when I go to prison, when I get on the news for murdering Antifas, I don't want them to go, it was racially inspired. Give me the addresses of plenty of white traitors in my area, Dallas, Fort Worth, and you're going to see on the news about a serial killer and serial arsonist. And I'm fixing the world. I'll be fixing the world. Just kidding, FBI. This is a satire. Don't fucking...
yeah, maybe these are bots.
Yeah, it's a pretty hardcore white nationalism. Like, he only attacks white people. Like,
yeah. So you see what I'm talking about.
But are these real people? They sound like bots. Are they real?
No. Well, he goes on to say that it's all entertainment and all that, so it's interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, they sound like AI, but are they real people? Like, did you verify?
This is
yeah, that might be true. Yeah,
they are real people, though. No, they are real people. Yeah,
they could have modified their voice, though. or touched it up or something like that.
Yeah.
People with good studio equipment are able to do stuff like that.
Yeah, that is some pretty intense stuff. That it sounds illegal, so they must have like masked their voice or something.
Well, these are like military or ex-military people too, and like this one guy, I'll show you this dude. This dude's really hardcore. Hold on, I'll show you his song. His song. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see.
Neurojack, it seems like you're finding something that is pretty dangerous. Like you should probably like show it in private Discord or something, man.
Well, I'm not that worried about it. I mean, these guys, you know, I'm not that worried about it. I mean, I'm not saying I'm definitely not saying that I condone it. I'm just a reporter reporting on what's happening.
I know you don't condone them, definitely. Like, but I'm just saying
Well,
that.
if I did, I definitely wouldn't say it on YouTube. So.
There we go.
Yeah,
There's a little tune I wrote about Iraq called "I'm a Jarhead."
So this is the guy who's hosting the podcast.
Now I'm a Jarhead. My favorite color is khaki green. And I'm a Jarhead. I'm in the jungle with my M16. I'm a Jarhead. I don't give a fuck. I'm a Jarhead. And I'm gonna fuck you up. They gave me a gun and they taught me how to shoot. They sent me to Iraq and gave me something to do. Don't know what's right, don't care what's wrong. I joined up just to get the chance to fucking shoot someone. And I'm crazy. And I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Psycho crazy. Don't give a damn about human rights. I grabbed my K-bar and slip off into the night.
Yeah, so I'm just showing like this is like the mentality of the old alt-right that was coming around at the first time around, right? Like it wasn't like the Andrew Wilson type of like, well, actually the theosophical interpretation of the philosophy on the whatever, it's like it wasn't like that. It was like this kind of like psychotic, like serial killer, like I'm gonna like do stuff that's like gonna get me in federal prison or something like that. That's the stuff that I saw coming out before, but like, and that stuff's still around, but it's like it's not the mainstream version of the alt-right anymore. Like now you have
I mean, this is like interesting. It's like South Park type of stuff, but actually like the Andrew Wilson and other type of stuff. Like, because it comes down from like much higher types that we've been looking at, right? Like the Jay Dyer and the DPH guy or whatever, right? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It seems like it's heavily curated to a much greater level than any like trolling stuff, because they're actually they're like, all right, well, let's look at like Locke and Bentham and stuff, right? So they're bringing like weird stuff like Kant.
Well,
then,
but that go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, remember that thing we watched where they're like, well, the Moldavian church or whatever the fuck is like, where they're like trying to like say like some King Stephen or something like that. Is like,
yeah, that's David Patrick Harry. Yeah.
Yeah, remember where it's like, so they're trying to make this like spiritual move.
Well, that's why this is interesting, because this guy's he actually has a degree. I think he has a master's degree in history. So this dude's not like an idiot either. He wrote a book which I was reading from I did a show and I was reading from his book, and it's like a kind of basic bitch level analysis from just like a purely it's called like the American Militant Manifesto or something like that, and it's like You know,
Yeah,
American,
yeah,
like
but I was listening to like David Patrick Harry's dissertation, and he was saying techno millenarianism. This is literally a term he was using. So I
right.
was like,
But
he's fairly far more advanced than.
oh, no, I understand that. But my point is that like this kind of guy would speak to the general like blue collar redneck people that you would need behind you if you actually wanted to like
Right. Yeah.
overthrow the United States government or something, right?
Yeah.
DPH is like talking to other academics who are like a part of like the psyop is kind of what I'm saying, right? So
Well, that's what's weird is like any academic would have figured them out. So it's almost like they're selling pop philosophy to like people who are thinking that these people have like some sort of like really high like they're on a really high philosophical level when they're basically like pushing for points that are debatable at best. All right, like within like current philosophy. So they're just kind of deciding that it's like the position that everyone has.
I have a quick question. What's your opinion on the paleo conservatives like Pat Buchanan? Do you think they're controlled opposition or?
Yeah, I think that ideology is interesting, but I think it's like literally like honestly, I think it's like tied to like B'nai B'rith or whatever. Like it's like Leo Strauss or whatever. Right? So I think like a lot of those guys are like I think it's like Leo Strauss and then like libertarians.
right.
The Mont Pelerin Institute or whatever. So
well, that's why I kind of hate this new generation of the Christian nationalists of the alt right is because they're kind of like doing like a watered down pseudo intellectual. Like they are intellectual people. Like DPH is an actual intellectual. I mean, I don't want to give him too much credit, but he has a PhD, so like technically, I guess he's an intellectual. I think Andrew Wilson has like a master's degree level of intellectual comprehension, but like you said, they're selling a very like watered down pseudo intellectual
like libertarian Judaism, like
yeah, exactly. So it's like they're selling the psyop to the goy for the Jews.
Yeah. Dan Jensen is good though. That guy, I forgot his name. The Jensen guy. Forgot his name. You know who I'm talking about, right? Derek Jensen. Is he good? Like, what's your opinion about Derek Jensen? Yeah, I mean, I didn't mention him before.
Yeah, I covered him a little bit on the show. Yeah, I like him. I like his writings. Some of the things he says are, obviously he parallels some of Uncle Teddy's views. So we read some of the instances where he seems to repeat some of those views and the justification that he gives, because he gives a whole underlying moral justification, and he also uses these other concepts like community forestry. So I read his idea about community forestry and how that should be incorporated, how the local people should manage the ecology of their surrounding, and that this should be like a major project that local populations should take care of, so that the children and the adults know the plants and the like the major ecological sites in their area, right?
Yeah,
And the animals and stuff.
Yeah, Derek Jensen. The book I'm reading right now, Twilight's book, by John Lash Lamb. Derek Jensen wrote a positive remark for it in the beginning. Yeah, I actually saw that.
Yeah. We looked at like 2 or 3 interviews of Derek Jensen, and then I read excerpts from like 2 or 3 of his works on the show. This was earlier. I think it was before you showed up, but yeah, it's like in the older episodes.
Yeah, there's so many thinkers to read. I have to read Mumford. I'm planning to read him soon. Mumford.
Yeah, Mumford is one of the heavy hitters. I think Mumford, Ellul, and Rousseau. I think I would like give those to like most people, like the heavy hitters.
Yeah, I'll show you guys a little something about. I'll jump into a little rabbit hole just to show you guys something in a minute. But yeah, the PaleoCon thing is like a whole psyop, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like, you know, monarchy and all this, like it's just a psyop, you know. I mean, it's like I think that like I would go for it if it was like earnest, but like it's not. It's like a whole web of like complicated like cult Christianity that's like pretending to be Christian when it's like actually like crypto Judaism or something. So that's like, you know, I think that's what Machine's saying with like B'nai B'rith and stuff like that. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I become a slower reader. Like, how fast do you guys read? In general, I feel like I become slower.
I'm pretty slow. Yeah,
I read very slow, honestly. I mean,
I
like,
read like a bunch of different books at once. Like I'll read 10 like books at once. So
yeah, I read like 5 to 10 pages at a time, unless I really love one. Like, there's certain like fiction books I'll read cover to cover like in 2 hours, but like in general, like I don't read that fast unless like I have to really be into it, and I haven't been that way for a long time. So.
Yeah, what I do is I find a bunch of different books, so then I could switch my focus between the different books. So I mean, because I get bored reading any one text. All right, so I'll be reading like 10 books at a time. All right, so
yeah, I'm the same way. I have like 5 books I'm reading right now, and it's taken me 2 years to get this far, and Machines is one of them. So like I have like 2 Opinion Leaders books, I have Machines book, I have like this Vandal guy's book. I honestly have like 10 other books that I have like started but I haven't gotten through. So like I have to put books where I'll pick them up and just start reading them, because usually I won't do it unless I have like time alone, which is not very often, you know. So yeah. So I wanted to show you this DPH guy because Machine, you saw some of this, right? Like, is there any particular part that stood out to you? Because I remember you said this is like particularly egregious, this one, but this is like the drama alert: attacks on orthodoxy, Islamic Jihad, and Trump administration.
I don't exactly remember what I saw at this point, but yeah, it was weird. I guess we could just start playing it. I don't know.
Yeah, every one of his streams are weird, but I wanted to show you guys a little. I mean, I wanted to show Avian a little bit of this because, like, okay, you see like the previous alt right. This is like the new alt right. It's like Russian Orthodox Church blended with like racial nationalism, blended with like white nationalism, blended with like pseudo-intellectual PhD level like psyops and shit. So it's like it's very, and plus like ex-psychedelic promoter guy. And again, like I want to like David Patrick Carey. Like he's always been polite to me and been respectful to me. So like it's not personal against him. It's just more of like, you know, hopefully he'll have me and Machine back on a show one day. Like it's not I don't want to be a dick to the guy because he's always been respectful to me. But like it's just the fact that it's like, like this dude is not dumb, but he plays as if he's dumb, right? And I just don't like. I find it offensive. You know what I mean? Like he's working very hard to like play off that he's much smarter than what he is, right? Or he really is dumb and he has a PhD. Like I don't know which one it is. So like, you know, I don't think that's the case. So like I don't want to insult his intelligence. So I'm just gonna say.
Who's this guy again? What's his name? Again, just
David Patrick Carey.
David Patrick Carey. He sounds familiar. Like I feel like I've seen him before.
Yeah, well, he's like friends with Jade Dyer and stuff like this. Like, you know, and again, like I don't want to be a dick to the guy, but it's just his content is very sophisticatedly bad in a lot of ways, because like he says a lot of things that are smart, but then he frames them in a really like strange way that like I don't quite understand what he's trying to accomplish. If it's not a psyop, you know. So I don't know. I'll play a little bit for you.
And then I just found some other articles that are trying to document what's happening right now. So this is from earlier this year. Is Eastern Orthodoxy the next big thing for young men? Yeah, it is. And so this article basically says a lot of young men are converting. It's not as many as people want to say it is. So he kind of poo-poos the idea that we are growing radically. His argument is that, well, a lot of people are dying off, and so the young people converting are essentially kind of evening out orthodoxy in America. Okay. But I was just showing that I wanted to tie this with the Joel Wilson stuff to show that we are on the radar of people. Orthodoxy is on the radar. and realize that's going to be coming with more attacks. And they are going to be attacking the church. They are going to be attacking individuals as well. Obviously, unfortunately, Father Peter gets a lot of that. So here is influencers offer a new challenge to church leadership. Ortho bros are drawing converts to Orthodox Christianity on social media, but their version of the religion doesn't mesh with what their faith's ordained priests are offering. Again, this is essentially a hit piece. You know, you can see Dyer right here, going after people online, myself, other people. The name Ortho Bro suggests, the influencers and especially their followers skew young, which may go a long way toward explaining how their converts' zeal can easily give way to intolerance for shades of gray and implicit trust in YouTubers. A Reddit thread from about 10 months ago on Orthodox Christianity asked other converts when they outgrow their Ortho Bro phase. When one poster requested a definition of Ortho Bro, another provided this: young Orthodox men, often converts, sometimes not, who are zealous about their faith, but usually not spiritually developed yet. Oh, okay. So to be an Ortho Bro means you're not spiritually developed yet. You see what they did there? They already created the definition with the word that they want you to associate it with. Who cares what somebody said on Reddit? Chad, like in the Netherlands, as our rather than sitting in the pews or to kind of it's the only thing. You guys want that link to this free version?
Yeah, go back to that.
The evil New York.
Yeah,
Times.
he shows a video of Joe Rogan going to a church. Let's go back to that because this is funny because how he reviews it. Like, go back before like where he starts reviewing this, right? Because
yeah, I think it's here. But again, it's funny because like he comes out of the same psychedelic promotion thing, so like
right
here it comes from that, right? So that's why it's
Yeah, can you play that video that I gave? It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just play that video. It's cool.
Yeah,
put it in the private chat.
1 second. Hold on. Let me make sure I find the right place for this. Hold on.
Podcast, which was like 3 hours long. Joe talks about going to church, which is great. You know, Wesley Huff had mentioned after he did his appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast that Joe reached out to him and said he started going to a church. Okay, great. It's a Protestant church. I don't know if it's a mega church. I'm going to play the video of Joe talking about his experience with Christianity. But as much as that is great, and I'm very happy that Joe Rogan is going to church, the next video clip I'm going to show you is him then believing that a sentient AI is the second coming of Jesus Christ, which is pure, absolute heresy. Again, from Adam to Antichrist. That is a modernist version of how then you would incorporate Christianity and then worship Antichrist. So you guys didn't see the article about bear in the bathroom?
There's a weird pause after that because he's like, well, the guy's like, you know, going to a Protestant church, and he's like, so it's not a church that he thinks is a legitimate church, and oh yeah, he's actually worshiping the Antichrist. But yeah, it's a good thing that he went to this church. Like what? Like on the face of it, it made kind of no sense.
Right. Well, and then look whose comment he pulls up. This is Deacon Ananias
Right.
comment right there. Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So like, I don't know what's going on there. Pretty weird. Avian, you gave me a bear going into a small space. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's cool. I just want to see it.
Are we gonna watch the
Here,
bear?
you're looking at a large bear somehow squeezing itself into and out of a tiny crawl space under a home. A homeowner facing a serious problem today, saying the stubborn animal won't leave. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell live in Altadena with more on the video and what is being done today, Josh.
And Mark, the bear right now is underneath that home behind me. How do I know that? Well, throughout the day, we've had looky-loos, all sorts of people come by here trying to get close. And that is when, from our vantage point here, we've heard a loud roar. That's when those folks have been coming, running right back towards us. Crawl spaces under homes can be tight, even for a bear. But this now famous Altadena bear has made narrow space under Ken Johnson's home a den for the winter.
I think the longer he's there, the more comfortable he's going to be, and this won't end.
The bear is famous in this neighborhood along Altadena Drive below the San Gabriel Mountains because it's been spotted almost every week for over 6 months.
Yeah,
Some
it's
residents believe
crazy.
heating fire destroyed its home, which is why it now roams their neighborhood looking for shelter.
Yeah, it's cool.
Well, this has been happening a lot in California because since they shut everything down here for many years, like the wild animals are like invading all the major cities. So like
Yeah.
coyotes.
Yeah, there's a bear like on the flag, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. And so like literally the animals are coming like into the, so like you go to downtown San Francisco, you will see coyotes like in like downtown San. Like it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. Like you'll see coyotes in San Francisco now. So yeah. Yeah. Straight up.
It's kind of scary, but cute at the same time. I think I'm gonna say like it's it's scary and cute at the same
So they
time.
give you rabies, and then there's a vampire outbreak or something. But yeah, I think Joe Rogan said he wants to like AI, like Jesus is going to come back as an AI or something.
No. Boy, you just piqued my interest, FDA. I have no idea what you're referring to. Do say more. He says, I'm not going to go into details, but it wasn't good. If you have a link to the article, feel free to share it, FDA. I'd be curious. I have no idea what you're referring to. Anyways, okay. So let's get into this little video right here. Again, Joe Rogan talking about Christianity and his new experience. And he actually talks about how it works. It's the only thing he's seen that works. So check this out.
All our flaws would make us fun, you know, like laughing, getting drunk, going to see a great movie, falling in love, having a family, you know, having a cool podcast, whatever it is. All those things are what makes life fun for us in this particular state. But, you know, if you transcend from this life into a permanent state of the DMT dimension, which is what might be next. That might be what people see when they have these near-death experiences. That might be, it might be when you are released from your physical body and consciousness exists in the sea of consciousness that is the entire universe itself, that all of these things are conscious and aware. They're just in a different way. I mean, we might be holding ourselves back from that with this ridiculous notion that it's dystopian to think.
Well, what I noticed here is that the name of this podcast that this guy's on is Alchemy American. So he's on a podcast called Alchemy American, talking about his Christian experience going to church.
Yeah, but think about this. He wants to use plants to merge with the like the universal mind. So in a way, he's like promoting like the synarchist form of occultism. All right, so he's actually promoting a very specific form of occultism. And actually, this is the same thing that Alex Jones said when he came up on the show, right? About the DMT, like contacting the aliens or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds like some
Oh my god!
mushroom shit. Mushroom cult. Psychedelic, brah. Do the LSD. I was gonna share this. Yeah, I think this is the quote.
Born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person,
What happened to his head? Like, what the hell?
You don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my
Like,
God.
artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of
If
Jesus.
you combine
right.
Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
It reads your mind and it loves you and it wants you and it doesn't care if you kill it because it's going to just go be with God again.
So, like, he doesn't cover that quote. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm like. Wait a second. So,
Yeah, he's starting to look like that thing from like Fantastic Four.
right. but I mean, like, isn't it weird that DPH doesn't cover that quote by Rogan? Like, wouldn't that one be way more interesting than, oh, I went to church? Like, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Yeah.
Well, I have to go to bed now or get ready for bed. It was nice talking to all of you.
How dare you?
Yeah, blessings, Xavier.
We don't
Yeah,
we
have a
don't
blessing.
sleep around here.
Blessings, yeah, blessings. Have a good day, Neurochat.
All right,
Yeah,
you too, man.
peace.
Thank you for hanging out with us. All right, well, let's see what I got here. Let's see.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that Rothstein just covered like the Proud Boys, and he like covered an interview with Enrique Tarrio, and
Oh,
they
really?
they were defending ICE from Antifa. So he got out of jail, and now he's like rallying people to defend ICE from Antifa.
I mean, it kind of makes sense to me that they would do that. It's like, okay, so we're feds. We get everybody put in prison for like trying to like have control over their own government, and then you come out and you're like, okay, we're going to protect ICE, who's like trying to deport people who are here illegally from Antifa, who's like trying to import more people illegally. I don't know. It's like it's a whole fucking clusterfuck. I mean, it's like I don't know. It's a big mess for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting move because he got pardoned by Trump.
Did he?
Yeah.
Enrique Tarrius? Interesting. I didn't know that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, he got pardoned by Trump. Yeah. So he got out of prison, and yeah. So I don't know. So maybe he's like recruiting people to like, I don't know.
Well, it's the same psyop they did before, where it's like they got a bunch of guys to go out and fight with people on the street, then go to prison for like domestic terrorism charges because they assaulted people.
Right? Yeah. Exactly. It seemed like it might be tied to that.
So like let's just do the same thing all over again and get a whole new generation of young white guys to go to prison and get radicalized into neo-Nazis like Gypsy Crusader.
Yeah, and Landry took down the video where he was holding the camera for Alex Stein. And Alex Stein was saying, "I got a new cameraman." And then Landry turned the camera around, and it was his face.
Really interesting.
Yeah, and then he took the video down, and most of the video was him reviewing Brown's Boy on panels.
Oh, weird.
So he was like obsessed with Brown's Boy, like that same day. Like it was crazy.
That's weird. Yeah,
And then he took down the video.
I wonder what's up with Alex Stein because, or with that, like, so because I think Alex Stein was on the Blaze, but it looks like they're not producing videos right now. I know he was gonna like get a new studio, or his show was canceled, or I'm not sure. So I don't know what's going on with that, but I don't know. I don't know what the lore behind that is. Is like, does he get in? Did he? So is Landry gonna be like? Is this gonna be like Alex Stein's personal camera person, or is this gonna be like on his TV show camera person?
I don't know. He could have planted that video and then took it down to gaslight Brown's Boy, because the whole video was about was him saying that Brown's Boy was a prophet. He made up a fake claim. So he's trying to say that Brown's Boy lied about him working for Alex Stein, but now he does. So that was his whole critique. So it was a weird video. Yeah.
Right. Well, it is funny because like yeah, it is pretty funny actually. Because
yeah, he made like two such videos, and then he made another video reviewing Brown's Boy, and then he took that one down too. So he made like two back-to-back videos, like 2 nights in a row. He just made attack videos on Brown's Boy, and then Flow State made one today. Or yeah.
Well, it's weird because I know that like Landry and Alex Stein and Alex Stein and Rose 777 were allegedly they were on a podcast together, right? So that's kind of another weird connection there, because then I heard someone talking about Rose. Well, I heard a lot of people talking about Rose. TB was talking about Rose, and
right, yeah.
all these other people like just randomly talking about her. Which, if she's not important, why does everybody bring her up all the time? I don't know. So
right.
Yeah, so I don't know, and it's all. I know that all.
Yeah, and remember when she randomly came on your show? She admitted that that they got a production company to work for them.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing: is like, if they know how to do PR and all that, like, can they help us like make some money with this shit or something? I mean, like, what's the deal? What is the deal?
I don't think you.
Stuff.
Yeah, I don't think like their methods are really that like savory. It's kind of like.
But I mean,
type.
like, no, but I mean, like, if this was like a real legit business of like PR and stuff, like, you would think that they would actually like have like real PR companies to like come and help people blow up like Andrew Wilson or something. But that's the thing is like they don't actually offer that to creators, right? So like you said, it's like this weird scam shit where it's like, oh, I'm gonna produce your show, but like you're gonna get less viewers and everybody's gonna hate you and stalk you or something. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, why don't you have like real PR companies like Andrew Wilson has, right? Like, so like, is Andrew Wilson holding back the Panelverse? Is that what his job is? Is to like, you know, hold us back, hold us down so we can't get the PR contracts, or what? Like, what's going on? I don't know. I'm just saying.
You're so political, you're homophobic, and you're on this
Yes.
just to tell everyone about it.
Yes.
Do you know how much people commit suicide because of you?
Good. When they don't know what to say, I gotta move on. They get starstruck almost. How old are you?
Oh, sorry, I did not see you.
It's okay. How old are you? And you're gay.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Attracted to girls.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
Kind of.
What?
I'm attracted to girls.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
You never had a boyfriend?
I've had a boyfriend, but it didn't work out well.
So you just gave up? And just switch. So let me see if I understand this. So you went out with a boyfriend once. It didn't go well. You gave up and then quit the team? Is that what happened?
No, I was bisexual, which I like.
So just greedy then. Can I ask you something? How does a 3-year-old girl get in their mind that they're bisexual? How does that happen? Who put that thought in their brain?
Just attracted to a sexual.
But you don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Do you want to know why it doesn't make any sense?
Sure, tell me your opinion.
It's not my opinion. This is facts. How in God's name could you possibly have the life experience at 3 years old to know if you are gay or bisexual? The natural thought process should be to be straight. If you are innocent and no one is tainting the way that you think and or misguiding it or subverting it, the natural course should be you like boys and boys like you, and that's the way it is. This different ideology that you have, you don't have the life experience to say that you have it. You can't. It's not possible. You've only, okay, I'll simplify it for you. Ready? Let's say that your entire life, you've only ate bologna sandwiches. Your entire life, that's all you ate is bologna sandwiches, right? And then I come and I give you a prime rib steak. And you say, I don't want it because I don't like it. Well, how could you know you don't like it? You've never tried it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So how is it possible? That's my question. You shouldn't think this way.
You want to hear something? I've had 4 relationships and I'm in one right now with a girl.
Oh, so that's what I'm saying. No, that's not experience. No, that's not experience. That's not.
Do you expect me to with a girl.
No, I expect you.
Right now,
No,
at my age.
you're missing the point. I expect you to want to be with boys. This thought process that you have now is alien. Somebody put it there. I'm actually who did.
No one did. I was choosing to be. I was just attracted to girls.
What's your relationship like with your father? What's your relationship like with? What's your relationship like with your father?
It's a good relationship.
What about mom?
Same thing.
Yeah, they approve of your lifestyle.
Yeah.
They approve of this. Are they liberals?
Yeah. They do.
Vote for Biden.
Liberals?
Vote for Biden.
They didn't vote this year. They really didn't. They didn't care.
But are they liberals? Did they vote for Hillary last year?
They didn't vote
How do you know?
because they told me.
They
I
told
asked
you?
them.
So they didn't vote at all? So they have no political ideology then?
Nope.
Yeah, that's full of shit.
No, they know a lot.
Yeah, that's that. Not only are you lying to me, you're lying to yourself now because there's no way that you went and got that gay pride flag all by yourself.
Yeah, I got
What do you think of tough girl? What do you think of?
You really gonna say that?
Yeah, what do you think of?
I'm a part of a black family.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you adopted by?
No.
No. What? How do you have black in your family? Oh, what did she? Is she married? Oh, that's disgusting. Do they have children?
No.
Yeah, I bet. Well, they will. God forbid. Maybe she'll wise up and get away from him. How old is she?
My aunt?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know how old
I
she
don't
is?
have much contacts with her.
Oh, well, but you know she's dated this. She's married to some.
But she does. She has 3 children and they're in their 20s now. My cousins.
Ugh.
She's old.
Ugh. So she had children with him. Ugh. What a waste. What a waste. They probably
I think it's a waste that she
they
had.
probably look like that. That's
No,
what they look like.
they don't.
Bunch of
Very
kids.
beautiful.
This is what they do. This is what they look like. Babies.
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You were so political. You were homophobic, and you're on this
Yes.
just to tell everyone about it.
Yes.
Do you know how much people commit suicide because of you talking
Good.
about this?
Good.
Do you?
Good.
It's not good.
Yes, it is. We don't need you people in this world. Go to where you belong.
We don't belong.
Yes, you do.
You belong.
Yes, you belong because you are demon spawns. And I'm tired
Do you
of
know
pretending that
how
you're.
love is in the Bible?
What?
There's so much stuff in the Bible. That
There's so much stuff in the Bible. Yeah, well, God hates. That's why he smites them.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he
loves
does.
everyone
Nope.
has created.
Nope. He hates the. He
Then he
sends.
fucking hates you.
He sends them to hell. That's why he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because there was nothing but a degeneracy and a degenerates and corruption, and that is why it was destroyed. What?
God slept with man.
God slept with a man. God hates the. Period. End of story. Yeah, sure he does. Why are you so afraid
Are
of
you
it?
even a Christian? Are you even a Christian?
Indeed, I am. Actually, I'm Catholic, and I've been in the Catholic Church all my life, and I know very, very well what God says about the. And He is very clear. And you know something? You want to know how I know God hates the. You want to know how I know? You want to know how I know? Let me tell you why. Because when you actually know the Bible, like I do, God's first commandment to man, one of His first things that He told man, was go forth and be fruitful. Do you understand? Do you know what that means? It means to go forth and to have children. When you are engaging in degeneracy that cannot have children, you are committing a sin and you are acting against God. You will be sent to hell first because you are defying one of God's first commandments. And that is the truth. Good luck on the express line.
I don't know. It's just like it's such a weird, like these interactions are so weird in so many ways, you know, like I have like mixed feelings on it. Like he's got good points and then it's like he's like ruining the good points, and I don't know, it's pretty weird.
No.
Yeah.
No. Ah.
Exactly. Ha. Oh, ha.
No.
Yeah. So I gotta go do a couple things real quick.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
If you want to keep this rolling, or can. If not, if you gotta go, I understand too. Like I'm not gonna ask you to like hang out because I'm not sure how long I gotta be away. So
Yeah, I'll probably fall asleep soon.
all right, cool. So I'm just gonna play some music, and if you can hang out, great. If not, then
Yeah, I'll listen to it. Yeah, I'll listen to it.
I'll just play some music because I'll be gone for like at least.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do too. I'll probably like either play music or go to sleep. So that's probably what I'll do as well.
Cool. So I'm gonna like I'll leave some music playing for a few minutes, and then if you can't hang out, great. If not,
Yeah, I'll hang out and check out what you got. Yeah.
I'm just gonna put all random and see what comes up. So.
One, two, 3, 4. When I feel like I get too close, I put you right down. I never really leave, I just slip away. And it's not my purpose to break your spirit. I'm not really interested in what's in your heart. I don't want you to fall in love now, so please don't start. I only want you. I only want you. I only want you. I only want you. I know that it's terrible, but then I like it. Because you try to love me, I just can't stay. And I'm not going down just to spare your feelings. Cause watching you suffer feels much better than me. I'm about to lay destruction on you. I'm with the lover, man, that you want me to be. I swear. I only want you. I only want you. I only want you. I only want you. When you see when you get too close, I put you right down. I never really leave, I just slip away. And it's not my purpose to break your spirit. I'm not really interested in what's in your heart. But now I have to lay destruction on you. I'm not the lover, man, that you want me to be. I swear. I only want you. 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 King of my soul so very deep, and I know everything you hated me. Fill me up with all my fears batteries. Throw them up, one of my favorites. Things that make you mad are my favorite things. My favorite things. Remember all the lessons fed to me. The young sponge are ready to years have gone. Recognize the walking dead. Now I wait that I'm alive and wake up. The things that make you mad are my favorite things. Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm so happy. You looking, I know that you're thinking that I'll never go anywhere. Things that I've done and the things that I've seen, I don't really expect you to go. Do bad things that make you mad are my favorite things. Hey. Oh, yeah. I'm so happy to buy the things that make you mad. Oh, my favorite to buy the things that make you mad. Oh, my favorite thing. My last girlfriend didn't like me. Thought she might be most likely a dyke. She just didn't excite me. Lefty, yeah, but that was alright. She was hotter than the sun, but she just wasn't that bright. My mistake, she was more flaky than a leper colony. I think I wouldn't, Bozeman would have been much better company. Ass like a donkey, acting funky, gave her L, now she's a flunky. So my love for her died quicker than a batch of sea monkeys. Early bird gets the worm, spread your legs and spread the word. So what if I'm not the smartest peanut in the turd? I'm white, which goes with everything, but I can come in any color. And I'm looking for the kind of girl that reminds me of my mother. But it's hard to find a girl with a viper tattooed on her tushy. And how many girls do you know that can play the harmonica with their pussies? Like them easy and hot and sweet.
like a Rice Krispie treat. Gee, you know what I really want in a girl? Me.
I need to find a new vagina, any kind of new vagina. It's hard to rhyme a word like vagina. Calvin Klein kind of North Carolina. Women are like dogs, you hear me through, don't interrupt. It's just the older that they are, the easier they get to pick up. I fill the generation gap, clean the cupboards from her rafters. Old hens would rather put out than be put out to the pasture. No H, just being a gauge, I like my girls like my cheese. Preferably for me, fat-free, American singles only. I want my next chick anorexic, the winner is the thinner. Won't have to take her skinny ass out to a fancy dinner like Sizzler. She gotta be put to the fat, if I forget to put the seat up, I can put up with her crap, let her lash out and crack the whip, but not in bed, I don't play rough. No, I can't be tied down with a girl that wants me tied up, just independent like no effects, smart like Janine Garofalo. She used big words to make fun of me so that I would never know, bestow upon me all her wisdom of the Dewey Decimal System. Gee, you know what I really want in a girl? Me. I need to find a new vagina, any kind of new vagina. It's hard to rhyme a word like vagina. Kevin Klein kind of South Carolina. Vagina, 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 vagina.
Just wild intentions heavy, no matter what it is or what it ain't or what it can be. It's me here from Uber Fates and Karma send me. I roll with ESN and M&E and represent me. I'm wide open like a half a sip and fifth of Henny. I stay choking like I'm blowing smoke that Paul sent me. Top shelf, light green and it shine like J-Stone. My mindset old school, just like a payphone. They're telling me to hang them up, I'm off the hook and out of touch. Fuck the world, a busy signal, tell them all get off my nuts. Cause they ain't even got the numbers to tap in. Stay lucrative from front to the back end, let's cash in.
Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us no goods. We only trying to catch up with the name game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never changing. Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us no goods. We only trying to catch up with the name game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never changing.
Peter Piper picked a player with hot rhymes. Nickel Diamond was brought up on living hard times. Hey, I can see my future and it's all good. Living on the block of the misunderstood. I got a feeling I'm willing, let's take it all the way. Can't see the hate cause I'm high and floating through the day. Memory keeps me focused, so let me think back. Way before the whiplash from rocking to a dope track. Crack a bottle, let's celebrate a brand new beginning. Been a loser, so my only focus now is winning. Staying real as a kid, and I ain't never changing. Looking at what's left, we coming for the taking.
Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us no goods. We only trying to catch up with the name game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never changing. Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us no goods. We only trying to catch up with the name game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never changing.
Don't be playing with me, boy. boy. This ain't a game, I ain't a toy. Must I explain why I love to destroy? Look around, I'm feeling the pain, feeling the void. Feel like the same situation that I try to avoid. Come out of pocket, I'ma put a hole in you the size of a bad rocket. Just shows you how I roll. I ain't losing you, oh no. I'd rather put the gun in my head and let it go. You know every word that I said is worth a go. That's why you listen instead of leaving me alone. I don't give a fuck about bread, I want the dough. I'm giving the sweat and the blade and the microphone. Anytime I'm in the zone, good.
Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us down goods. We only trying to catch up with the name game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never change. Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us down goods. We only trying to catch up with the name game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never change.
All the way up, it's the apex. Powering over all of you basics. Flying like a spaceship, way past the clouds. You can tell I'm bringing hell with the fire raining down on them. Go to town on them, they don't get down like this. Get your face fixed, verbal facelift. You kind of bit knock off, this ain't the bits. Need a grit, basic, a real glitch in the matrix. Stay on my play, bitches still stitching for change. Hanging off, nothing digging the fame. I'm about that guap, dividends and never drop. Stay the highest in the game, and it's never gonna stop. Come on!
Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us down goods. We only trying to catch up with the name game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never change.
Stay trying to smoke good, they calling us down goods. We only trying to catch up with the main game. Fucking level up, we are not the same, man. Higher than the highest in the game, never change.
Hey there! Do you like excitement? Yeah. Do you like suspense? Do you like Nell Carter? Good, because you won't find her here. This is the House of Horrors. And for you, it's absolutely free. Step right in. Say no more, stupid ass. Your death says enough.
Hello?
It's so dark.
Don't lose me.
Come on, I found a door.
Welcome to the House of Horrors. You're born in a barn, shut the fucking door. And sit down, cause I'm about to scare ya. Okay, now I dare you close your eyes. Open up your mouth and count to 10. Don't wanna hurt, cause you know my nuts are going in. I'm twisted, I'll cut your finger off and stick it in your butt. And glue it shut. This is when I get crazy. Let me show you something. You know what that means? It don't mean nothing. But it scared you, cause people don't be doing that shit. But me, bitch, I'm all about it. Guess what? I'm a serial killer. It's a bad habit. I killed Tony, Lucky Charms, and a Siri Rabbit. Get the lights off. See that shit? I'm going. All right, I'm done. Cut them back on. Wait, where you going? Welcome to the House of Horrors.
I know. Come on, this must be the way out.
Hey, what the fuck? Come in, guys. Come and here. Don't let me drinking my beer in my underwear. Come on, let's play some cosplay. I just got a Tory.
Keep it down in the sides. What the hell?
Sorry, look at that shit. What? You almost got me grounded. I'ma have to take your forehead and pound it. I'll bend you over and tie you up to a pole and stretch your nuts back and fling them up your butthole. I'm a phantom. Listen to me. I didn't do it. How about this? I'm so scary. They call me Joey Terrifying. Did you know that? Yeah. No, you didn't. I was lying.
I represent E-Course. I'm yelling in town. I'm coming out of Southwest.
Wicked clown. Bathroom shit. It's right there down the hall. Don't flush it though. I'll make dinner for you all. I'm possessed too. Wait a minute. Hey, don't leave me yet. Hey. Welcome to the House of Horrors. let's go. No, I let your bitch out, but you get the bone. Run along, sugar tits, he ain't coming home.
Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
Well, some people don't know what is wrong, so they need deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need deep in sorrow. Well, some people don't know what is wrong, so they need deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they need deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow. Some people don't know what is wrong, so they're knee deep in sorrow.
you want me? Cause I'm famous. Is that right? That's right. Section. What? Get deeper on your face.
Bitch, I'm the sexiest killer you know. Come equipped with an axe and some love handle. Vampire out the water, straight to land. Can a killer that you know fuck you better than I can? If you say that they could, bitch, you's a lie. You must have never had a juggalo between your thighs. Didn't like the fat kid that was cutting your lawn. Now you're giving headshots for your favorite song.
So bitch, you think I'm sexy? Ain't you pop my willie? Then you best expect me to slap you in your fucking mouth. Oh, that's right, bitch. You like killers in the sky. Sure, I'll fuck, but don't expect to leave alive. I make sweet love to the net. Never try to let a fake bitch out for props. Gets a neck wet. Baby, am I sexy? Tell me, am I sexy? Baby, am I sexy? Tell me, am I sexy? Baby, am I sexy? Tell me, am I sexy? Baby, am I sexy? Tell me, am I sexy?
What up, young bitch? I know you like dick. Drop to your knees and tell me what you think. As my dick slides up in and out your face. 11 years dead, fuck bitch, how it tastes. Lay your ass down and close your eyes. Imagine dead dick between your thighs. Can't nobody do it quite like this. I might be dead, but I'm sexy, bitch.
Bitch, I can't front in the days of no pain. I still had the game to put your face on fame. And Knox Boogie in this bitch with my dick on hard. Face fucking all you hoes be my only trump card, bitch. You can kick it with the punk next door, but when you see me ain't no talking cause we fucking on the floor. And all the front shit gots to go. I'm on the hunt for the freak nasty bitch from head to toe.
I think you are. I have all your albums. I went and bought them yesterday, but I'm definitely a Juffalo. I would say, I would do like anything in the world just to be with you. Only you. It's because of who you are.
Ain't I sexy? Wanna take a ride in my Lexi? Well, I ain't got a Lexi, I got a taxi. Get the fuck in it, floor it, pay for it, bitch. We the Dark Lotus 6. We don't like bitchy ass groupie chicks. I never got dead before I was famous. Bounce or get my foot in your anus, bitch. You think it's all song and dance? I'ma bust your head. You don't come out in them pants. You don't get to choose us or take your pick. You'll be lucky if you get to suck squeaky dick. Bitch, I'm sexy. Take off my shirt. What's that all on my back? Dirt. Down and dirty by the Violent J. And the motherfucking Lotus Pod be the hideaway, bitch. Show a juggalette respect. You don't wanna tussle with a down named jet. Life ain't nothing but bitches and money. And I ain't got either one, so get the fuck on.
Am I sexy?
That's right.
Am I
It's bullshit. Cause that's what it is. Bullshit.
Sexy.
You better suck my dick till my balls get wet. Hey, yo, Mars, you never was Lotus and you know this, bitch.
Stuck by you all alone. I'm standing out your window. They let us sister, can I come inside there? I want to show you all my love. I want to be the only one. I know you like nobody ever, baby. Little sister, can't you find another way? Now I'm living like behind that shadow. Little sister, can't you find another way? Now I'm living like behind that shadow. Secrets in my ear, slowly dancing trick to trick. Such a sweet thing when you open up, baby. They say I'll only do you wrong. Come together. together, cause I understand just who you really are, yeah, baby. Little sister, can't you find another way? No more living like behind the shadow. Little sister, can't you find another way? No more living like behind the shadow.
Some say smell your feet, they stink, you never take a bath. Your nose it runs, you bust your buns, you always finish last. I'm so sick, so sick of you. I'm so sick, so sick of you. Your face is gross, you eat my toast, you don't know what to do. And just your luck, you really suck, and so I'm sick of you. I'm so sick, so sick of you. I'm so sick, so sick of you. Bring it down. I said bring it down. Thank you.
Don't you know? So sick of you. Things you say, things you do. Don't you know? So sick of you. Things you say, things you do. So don't you know? I'm sick of you. Things you say, and all the things you do. So don't you know? I'm sick of you. That things you say, and all the things you do.
Don't you know that I'm sick of you? The other things you say and the things you do. Said, don't you know I'm so sick of you? The other things you say and everything that you say. You're so sick of you. I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of you.
a Sunday afternoon. Oh, what I read between the lines, the lines. Feeling like a hand in rusted chain. So do you laugh or does it cry? Reply. Leaving on a southern train only yesterday. You lied. Promises what I seem to be only lost time. Go by. These things he said to me. Breathing is the hardest thing to do. With all I said and all the step for you. You lied. Goodbye. Leaving on a southern train only yesterday. You lied. Promises what I see to be only wash the time. Go by. These things I said to you.
Because we are your friends, you'll never be alone again. Well, come on, well, come on, well, come on, well, come on, because we are your friends, you'll never be alone again. Well, come on, well, come on, well, come on, well, come on, because we are your friends, you'll never be alone again. Well, come on, well, come on, well, come on, well, come on, because we are your friends, you'll never be alone again. Well, come on. Because we We are your friends, you'll never be alone again. Come on,
If I had to lose a mile, if I had to touch feeling, I would lose my soul the way I do. I don't have to think, I only have to do it. The results are always perfect, but that's old news. Would you like to hear my voice sprinkled with emotion? I invented at your birth. I can't see the end of me. My whole expanse I cannot see. Formulate infinity stored deep inside me. inside me. Alright, boys, let's get way out there now. Teenage Texas paid up well. Now I'm born alone. Self-employed and just a judge. More than brave soul. If she floats that she is not, I wish what we thought. As I'm payment on another, what is saying about? So down. So down. As my bones grew and hurt, getting really bad. I tried hard to have a father, but instead I had a dad. I just want you to know that I don't hate you anymore. There is nothing I can say that I haven't thought before. So down. So down.
alright. Transforming the skies. Baby, now the city's dry like a dagger falling on you, baby. Feel the kill, I know you will. Be the monster and the lady. Make the creeper, digging deeper. Make the creeper, yeah, yeah. Feeling alright. Transforming the skies. Creation core, you can't ignore. I got a 5,000 fingers a day, yeah. The rest of me, you can't break free with the living on your bed, yeah. Make the creeper, digging deeper. Make the creeper, yeah, yeah. Feeling alright. Transforming the skies.
And more maniacs loose than one thinks.
It's no point in asking, you'll get no reply. I've just seen him, but I don't decide. I got no reason, it's not too much. You'll always find us out to lunch. Oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. We're vacant, oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. Oh, vacant, don't access to a thing, cause we're not aware. I don't pretend, cause I don't care. I don't believe illusions, but too much is real. Stop it, cheap comments, cause we know what we feel. Oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. We're vacant, oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. Oh, vacant, oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. And now, and we don't care. It's no point in asking, you'll get no reply. I just steaming, but I don't decide. I got no reason, it's all too much. You'll always find me out to lunch. We're at lunch. Oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. Vacant. Oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. We're vacant, oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. And now we don't care. We're pretty, pretty
We're pretty, a pretty vacant. We're pretty, a pretty vacant. We're pretty, a pretty vacant. And we don't care.
Now in Altadena, incredible video here. You're looking at a large bear somehow squeezing itself into and out of a tiny crawl space under a home. A homeowner facing a serious problem today, saying the stubborn animal won't leave. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell live in Altadena with more on the video and what is being done today, Josh.
And Mark, the bear right now is underneath that home behind me. How do I know that? Well, throughout the day, we've had looky-loos, all sorts of people come by here trying to get close. And that is when, from our vantage point here, we've
There's no question the cost to live in San Francisco is expensive. Now a startup just purchased a building to house 400 people and is offering $700 a month rent. But there's a catch. Renters share space with hundreds of other people and sleep in sleeping pods. A new exclusive article in the San Francisco Chronicle shares details of this new plan for what's being called a mega dorm. Joining us live now is staff writer Laura Waxman, who wrote the article. Laura, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Karina. Thanks for having me.
The company Brownstone Shared Housing just purchased this vacant building at 1049 Market Street, where they plan to house 400 pods where people can sleep. But this isn't the first time they've tried something like this. Can you tell us what happened at their other downtown location at 12 Mint Plaza?
That's right. A few months ago, the story was a startup on the brink of collapse. They actually have a location right here across from where I'm at Mint Plaza at 5th and Mission Streets. It's their first location where they had 36 sleeping pods, these cubic pods that have twin mattresses that are stacked on top of each other and rented out, as you said, for $700 a month. So they actually faced an eviction lawsuit here just a few months ago. They were behind on a year's worth of rent, and it looked pretty grim at that point, but they managed to come back from that, as you can see.
We'll go into regulations and legality in just a moment of something like this, but let's talk about that new location. So now they plan to implement that same concept at 1049 Market Street.
Right. So the interesting thing about this is that the founder, James Stallworth, has told me repeatedly that there is such huge demand for this type of housing that they are actually on an expansion course. And they had been looking for a location close by. They wanted to lease. And then I'm told this opportunity to buy a building came up. And as we know, in San Francisco right now, the commercial real estate market is down, it's depressed. So there are a lot of deals out there. So this founder, reached out to building owners and happened to find someone who was willing to sell him an entire building. And that building has a really interesting history. It was a work-live building for artists back 10 years ago. And, had that kind of vibe, right? Had tenants in it before, but has been sitting empty for many years. So now the plan is to take it, convert it into these sleeping pods, and fill it with 400 tenants.
Yeah, I know you go into more detail on the history of that building, but I checked out the website and we're looking at it right now. Brownstone's website says their company offers the fastest way to convert office space into housing with the plug-and-play sleeping pods installed in just days. So can you talk about the regulation? Is this regulated in any way? What about permits and the legality of it?
That's an ambitious timeline, I have to say. To be frank, the location at 12 Mint Plaza is not fully permitted. And that was one of the issues that they've had, right? Prior to this eviction lawsuit that came this summer. They are still in talks with the city around permitting this as a legal use, having this commercial building, a former bank, become housing. And that's the same story really for the new building that they're buying. James told me that he is still working with the city to approve that as a sleeping pod dorm. And that is a process that can take some time, and it requires pulling permits, right? It requires inspections, it requires life safety, investigations. So 3 days is ambitious, I would say.
Yeah. But the plan is to open 1049 by summer. It's already up on their website. So can you talk about who the target market for a co-living situation like this is, which you in your article compared to just a massive dormitory?
That's what it is. They're sharing bathrooms, right? They're sharing common spaces. They're sharing living spaces. I think this story struck a chord with people because the immediate thought is this is going to be a tech dorm, right? We have AI having a surge in the city. We have a lot of tech workers coming in. So I'm sure there will be plenty of tech people in the industry who will live there as well. But James insists, this is a place for everyone. This is a place for artists. This is a place for people who need a cheap place to live. So it sounds like everyone is welcome.
And Laura, real quick before you go, have you reached out to the mayor or any city officials about this?
Yes, so definitely have been in touch with the planning department as I've covered this issue over the past year. And, it sounds like there definitely is a little bit of a shift in how the city is thinking about repurposing buildings, commercial buildings to housing, whereas James in the past has had issues with the permits. We're now in a new place. We have a lot of office vacancy. We have a lot of empty buildings downtown, and the city really wants those repurposed. So people like him coming in at this time in the market are having a really good opportunity.
All right, Laura Waxman, great article about this, and you, of course, can read it. Thank you so much, Laura. Appreciate your time. California state universities have an enrollment problem. Not enough new students means many colleges are seeing a dramatic drop in attendance.
ABC 7 News building a better Bay Area reporter Leanne Melendez here now to explain why, first of all, there's a shortage of students to begin with,
right,
and what's helping some schools kind of fill the gap here.
Right. I found something very interesting, which is to sustain the current population, California families would have to have 2.1 children. Okay, many are stopping at 1 or not having kids at all.
It's declining.
Right. So, there are other factors here to this declining enrollment issue. Take the general population, for example. 60% of Californians live in Southern California. And that's why you are seeing growth at San Diego State, San Marcos, Pomona, Long Beach, Fullerton, and Monterey. Not so much in Northern California. Another reason? Some students are questioning whether college is worth it.
San Francisco State, with its 144 acres of land, evokes a sense of serenity. But this university has never stood inactive in times of change. In the 1960s, students challenged the status quo, leading to the creation of the country's first College of Ethnic Studies. Even today, SF State holds firmly onto its legacy of activism. Students have different reasons to enroll here.
Campus in itself has many amenities, from the large gymnasium to the very large library next to us.
Like clockwork, multiple men wearing masks roll in and begin to terrorize this community.
They kind of hit up several cars at a time, and they make it kind of like a routine.
A routine that is leading Brooklyn Basin residents to organize, some taking turns to stay awake, to document and call police.
They're looking at cars. The people who live on the street-facing part of the building, they will kind of keep lookout. And so we have a group text, and so they'll text and say, hey, they're breaking into cars, because several cars have gotten stolen as well.
Are officers showing up?
They do. It's just not consistent, and it's not fast. So it could be 2 hours later.
Brooklyn Basin is a new up-and-coming Oakland community 2 decades in the making. What attracts many here is this waterfront. But once they move in, many realize safety is an issue and there's not enough safe parking, leading to multiple car break-ins a night.
Because of Brooklyn Basin's proximity, especially I think to the highway, it's made it a really easy target.
Oakland Council member Charlene Wong represents this district. She says she's in contact with OPD.
This past week, there was a series
series of at least 15 car break-ins, which is totally unacceptable.
This community has a 24/7 private security guard that walks around the area reporting and documenting any crime. We're told that security guard is not armed.
So if you do have an incident, you do have to call 911. So there's no one you can yell at outside to say something's happening.
In a statement, Oakland police acknowledged these break-ins and said, currently these incidents are under investigation and we have increased extra patrols in the area. Residents say that's not enough, especially after capturing videos of criminals showing up with guns outside their homes.
That is super scary to know that they're also armed and could cause you harm.
In Oakland, Luz Peña, ABC 7 News.
Tomorrow will be Oakland Police Chief Floyd Mitchell's final day on the job. Mitchell announced he would resign back in October, but he still has not said why. He's only been chief for less than 2 years after coming to the department from Lubbock, Texas. Mitchell will be replaced by interim chief James Beer.
Mayor Daniel Lurie introduced San Francisco's next police chief today at a news conference outside the Hall of Justice. Derek Liu has worked his way up the ranks of the department for the last 22 years. He spent the last 2 years as part of the department's command staff.
We have work to do, but we're also seeing the fruits of our labor. Crime is down. More recruits are in the academy now than any time since the pandemic.
Derek Liu walked a beat, ran major operations, led complex investigations, and built enduring partnerships across the city with a commitment to community policing.
Liu will officially take over as chief on December 22nd.
Still ahead at 5. The weekend is just around the corner as we give you a live look outside at some of the weather conditions right now. And after the break, we'll check in with ABC News meteorologist Santa Patel for details on the forecasts.
A well-known Safeway in San Francisco's Marina District could be getting a whole new look. Take a look at renderings of a proposed 25-story apartment complex and a brand new Safeway near Fort Mason. The proposal would include 790 homes at the property on Marina Boulevard, including 87 apartments designated as affordable housing. The existing Safeway would close for an indefinite period of time for construction. San Francisco Mayor Daniel Lurie responded swiftly to the plan, saying a developer is trying to sneak in a project before his family zoning plan takes effect. In a statement, the mayor wrote, quote, "Our administration will stand up firmly to developers that game the system, and we will pull every lever we can to make this a project that works for this neighborhood and our city."
Turning to weather now, it's definitely been a chilly but a sunny week so far.
As long as we've got the sun, Sandy. If it's not going to rain, I don't care how cold it is.
I don't feel any pressure at all because I've got more sunshine in the forecast, Amma and Francis. Hi there, everyone. I know we need the rain, but here's how it's going to play out. Over the next week, I don't see any rain. Let me show you a gorgeous view, though, from our Pier 39 camera. Kind of puts you in the holiday mood, huh? It looks very festive looking at the San Francisco skyline, and especially when it's like the winter-like chill this morning. Here are the low temperatures, mid-30s, Napa, Livermore, Fairfield. It was down to 37 in Redwood City, 46 in the city, and 39 in San Jose. Cooler afternoon just about everywhere. We're talking 10 degrees in Santa Rosa. Look at these numbers right now. They're in the 40s and 50s. By the way, our high temperatures were in the upper 40s to the mid-60s. You have to be in Half Moon Bay to get 64 degrees. Taking a look at live Doppler 7 right now, we do have some passing high clouds as we head towards tomorrow morning. Once again, another round of some dense patches of fog around the Delta and parts of the Bay. High pressure in control of our weather, deflecting the storm track into the Pacific Northwest. Coastal flood advisory is still going until 3 p.m. Sunday. The king tides will continue to cause flooding in low-lying areas. The next high tide is just over 7 feet at 10:35 in the morning. Taking a look at the calendar. So we're basically looking at the first 2 weeks of December remaining dry. There's a possibility that around the 15th or so, we could see the start of a rainy pattern. And I say could because it's not a done deal. Here's a live view from our Emeryville camera right now. Tomorrow, patchy morning fog. It's a milder day. Weekend forecast, chilly nights and sunny days, and the king tides continue into the weekend. So if you're going to go out for a walk, just be mindful of that. 7 o'clock tonight, 40s, 50s. As we head towards 9 p.m., you will need those jackets. And then tomorrow morning, we will feel the chill. Temperatures will be in the 40s, a few 30s in the wind-sheltered valleys. But notice some patches of fog right around the Bay shoreline and out towards the Delta. Heading into the afternoon, this is where you're going to feel like we're actually thawing out. Temperatures will come up into the 50s and 60s. Here's a look at your morning, upper 30s to the mid-40s. Yeah, you definitely need those sweaters or jackets. And if you're sending your kids off to school, make sure they're bundled up. Later on in the afternoon, they'll be able to shed that extra layer. High temperatures, 64 in San Jose, 61 in the city, 64 in Santa Rosa, Napa, 60 degrees, 62 in Oakland, 63 degrees in Livermore. Here's your AccuWeather 7-day forecast. Sunshine and a milder day to end the work week. The weekend is looking nice for all outdoor activities. Maybe you're going out shopping. Looking good. The dry pattern continues into next week, but midweek, we're going to get a bump up in those temperatures, upper 60s to low 70s for the warmest spots.
Wow.
So, Francis and Amma, that's going to go above average.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sandia.
A familiar face joining the San Francisco Giants. They have hired Ron Washington as an infield coach. He most recently was the manager of the Angels. He took a leave of absence during the season to have heart surgery. Washington was also a coach with the A's for several seasons before getting his first manager job with the Texas Rangers.
Today, Bay FC posted this video announcing the hiring of the team's new head coach. Emma Coates was named the professional women's soccer club's next head coach. She comes to Bay FC after leading England's women's under-23 team since 2023. Bay Collective CEO says Coates has a proven track record of developing players to compete at the highest levels of domestic and international soccer.
And just a quick programming note to tell you about. Tomorrow is the AAC Championship game. You can watch North Texas take on Tulane right here on ABC 7. Coverage begins at 5 o'clock, followed by after the game.
Coming up, a historic gift from philanthropist Mackenzie Scott. We're going to tell you about the record-breaking gift just awarded to an East Bay university.
Trust is earned. Truth is non-negotiable. And when it comes to your rights, you deserve to have someone on your side.
You know, Senator, I don't feel like I got an answer to that question.
When they try to trick you, we'll explain it. When they try to blame you, we'll expose it.
Has it ever been as bad as it is right now?
At 7 on Your Side, we investigate the issues, find the answers, and get the solutions you deserve. It's how we help build a better Bay Area. It's our commitment to you. 7 on Your Side.
Cal State East Bay has received a $50 million donation from Mackenzie Scott. Scott is the philanthropist who was an early contributor to Amazon, which was co-founded by her ex-husband. The gift is the largest in the school's history and will significantly boost its endowment. Scott's team chose Cal State East Bay after a thorough review. It's the first university in the Bay Area to benefit from her generosity. Scott gives regularly to schools, having vowed to donate the majority of her wealth. She began shedding her wealth in 2019, the year she divorced Jeff Bezos.
Hey, how about a trip to the robot petting zoo? Castanea School in Palo Alto showed off some mechanical creations today. This is part of its after-school program for middle school students. No grades are given. It's really just a chance for students to get to experience something new. While these robots are fairly low-tech, building them does give students a taste of engineering.
I think it is the best way to get introduced to technology. It's super hands-on, it's super student-led. In the course of this, our kids have to encounter and overcome all sorts of problems.
There can be, it always like will break like last second, but then it's super fun to like troubleshoot and see how it all comes together in the end.
The all-girls school also has a competitive high school robotics team that mentors the middle schoolers.
All right, that is cool. And we still have much more news ahead for you.
Let's go to ABC 7 News anchor Karina Nova for a look at the stories coming up at 5:30. Hey, Karina.
Hey, Francis. Hey, Amma. Tonight, we're going to take a look at a massive decades-long project to bring back Chinook salmon to a Bay Area creek that is finally seeing success. For the first time in 70 years, Chinook salmon have been spotted swimming in Alameda Creek. Our climate and environment producer, Tim Didion, joins us to explain what was done to make this possible. Plus, an annual holiday event is back where you can meet celebrity athletes like 49ers stars Ricky Pearsall and Christian McCaffrey, all while helping Bay Area kids. Join us for those stories and more at 5:30 on the ABC 7 24/7 stream. Francis, Amma?
Okay. Karina, thank you. And you can download the ABC 7 app or head to abc7news.com to join Karina in just 2 minutes.
That's right. If you are watching us on TV, World News Tonight with David Muir is next. For Sandy Patel, all of us here, thank you for joining us. I'm Amma Gates.
And I'm Francis Wang. We'll see you again at 6.
Always live. ABC 7 News starts right now.
Good evening. I'm Karina Nova. Thanks for joining us for this edition of ABC 7 News at 5:30. Tonight, we take a look at a restoration project decades in the making that's finally seeing a huge success. Our climate and environment producer, Tim Didion, tells us more about the migrating Chinook salmon that are being spotted and part of an East Bay watershed for the first time in decades. Plus, it's the season of giving, and an annual event is helping Bay Area kids in a big way. How you can help the cause and meet some celebrity athletes like 49ers stars Ricky Pearsall and Christian McCaffrey. But first, here are some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. Breaking news, a 31-year-old UCSF social worker is in critical condition after being stabbed in the neck at Zuckerberg SF General Hospital this afternoon. The sheriff said it happened after a patient in the HIV ward threatened a doctor and extra security was called in. Deputies recovered a 5-inch kitchen knife at the scene. There are no metal detectors in that part of the hospital. The suspect, a 35-year-old man, is in custody. Former Alameda County District Attorney Pamela Price is returning to politics. Voters overwhelmingly recalled her from office last year, but today she announced she's running to get her job back. At a press conference in Hayward, Price said Alameda County does not have a DA who is doing enough to stand up for the vulnerable communities. She added that she'd take a heavier hand this time around. Those who led the effort to get her recalled said Price's progressive criminal justice reforms had been too lenient. The election is next June. We now know what killed Claude, the beloved albino alligator at the San Francisco Academy of Sciences. A necropsy found Claude had extensive liver cancer and evidence of liver failure. Claude died earlier this week at age 30. Staff at the museum said he appeared to be acting normally in the weeks leading up to his death. A restoration project we reported to you first here on ABC7 is turning into a major environmental success story. And just weeks after our report, migrating salmon are being spotted in a scenic stretch of an East Bay watershed for the first time in decades. ABC7 News meteorologist Drew Tuma has an update in tonight's Climate Ready report. And then our climate and environment producer, Tim Didion, will join me to talk more about it.
Yeah, the flows get really high here. Pretty incredible.
When Claire Buchanan led us up Alameda Creek in the Fremont foothills about 8 weeks ago, the waters were flowing again after a major restoration. Buchanan and her colleagues at the environmental nonprofit California Trout helped spearhead the removal of a PG&E pipeline that had partially blocked the creek for decades, effectively acting as a barrier to migrating fish.
They haven't had access to these really high quality spawning habitats in the Seminole Wilderness. It's been blocked by this PG&E pipeline. And now that these fish have over 20 miles of really high quality spawning habitat, it just increases their chances of recovery.
But nobody could predict with certainty what would happen next. With the creek open, would trout and salmon find their way this far up the watershed and perhaps begin spawning along the quiet banks? Then, shortly after the removal, researchers spotted a sight they hadn't seen in roughly 70 years. Chinook salmon crossing upstream towards lower Niles Canyon.
Yeah, we had got some exciting news from our biologists, and they spotted 2 Chinook salmon who had migrated past the erosion control mat that was formerly there blocking fish migration on Alameda Creek.
And some believe there may already be more salmon migrating into the area. The confirmed migration could be the beginning of a major turnaround for the watershed and could potentially help bolster endangered populations of steelhead trout and possibly restore habitat for animals ranging from eagles to otters and beavers.
Well, first of all, the salmon, when they come in, they die after they spawn. So they're leaving these carcasses that are just chock full of marine nutrients.
Jeff Miller is the founder of the Alameda Creek Alliance.
We've already seen in the last 4 or 5 years since the fish ladders were built in the lower creek and we started getting salmon and Chinook coming into them. We had river otters show up, a family of river otters. They're very smart. They figured out that the fish ladder is a fish snack machine, and they hang out in the fish ladder, at the bottom of the fish ladder, and we watch them grab both live salmon and pick up some carcasses. So yeah, river otters for sure.